of our stock has now gone. I told you we didn't have that many. So if you'd like to maybe buy 1, 2, 3 of these, we've taken it down from £31.98. We've taken a third off the price, down to £22.99, and it is really well manufactured.
It is. You know, you can see just the durability of it,
Yeah.
the stitching, the way that it's been put together. Because obviously dies are quite heavy actually. When you've got that full of dies, it's going to have some weight to it. So it needs to be durable for that reason.
And just take the cover off for a sec. There's the embossed Sizzix.
It's beautiful,
very stylish. It's got almost like a grain running through across, going horizontally, hasn't it?
It
almost
does.
Like a wood grain.
Yes, it does. It looks lovely, sort of textured, very deep. I don't know quite how many dies you'd get in there, but a lot. You can buy the adapters separately, so when you've used up your 10, you can get some more. We do bring them on every now and then.
Now, I've got a screen full of names coming through. I wonder how many of you are going to buy more than one. £22.99 to protect what you've spent your hard-earned money on. You know where everything is. Maybe you're planning to start the spring and summer season, kind of getting everything organised. Everything's got its own place. You know where everything is. You're not spending half your crafting time searching for things. You know where exactly everything is. Margaret's checked out. Hello, Susan. Hello, Jane. Susan, Jane, Heather, Lynn, all coming through for the Sizzix storage to start our afternoon today. £22.99 is your price, and it's VSXC79. I don't think, certainly, by the time we get to the third show, we're not going to have any stock of this.
No, I wouldn't. It always sells out when we bring these on.
Nearly half stock gone. Nearly half the stock gone, so it's a case of the quicker you put it in your basket and check out, the better, and you can forget about P&P for the rest of the day because you've paid your P&P on this of £3.95. Right, now, we have got a bundle. Now, Liam in our office, who I know many of you know, he's put together some amazing deals in the show. This is by far the biggest, and it represents the biggest saving as well. Now, when you said the Vault from Tim Holtz, this is kind of going back in time, back to some of his most popular dies that he's ever done, yeah?
Well, I don't think these are the Vault ones we've got here. No, these are different.
Okay.
Some of the other ones we've got on the show.
Okay.
A couple of weeks ago, I was here with Vault dies, and we've brought those back to give you another chance to grab them. These are kind of the best of favourites, the kind of best-selling ones, and a nice mix.
You've actually got 50-plus dies in this bundle that Liam's put together. This is the media mark. So basically, all the images you can see on the front are dies that are inside the plastic wallet. So you've got those kind of scalloped half circles or waves or rainbows they could be as well. You've got that squiggle there as well. That's incredible. And then all these other patterns that you've got as well are dies within the plastic wallet inside. There's 11 dies in total. How would you use these?
These I think of as your kind of little extra elements to add when you want to add layers, particularly if you're doing sort of mixed media type projects, where you want a little something to fill a gap. That squiggle I quite often sort of tuck under a main element. I'll have like a matte layer with that peeping out. They're kind of your filler pieces, which are what you need. Yeah, you can see it there poking behind that tag. And it just adds a bit of texture, a bit of something going on. Now, if you are into mixed media, of course, you can just stick these onto a background and then paint over them to all your sort of effects just to show some texture. But they're all just the finishing touches. Great also for journaling and that kind of thing.
That's media marks. Now, this next one is your Scribbles and Splat. What a great name.
I love that. And I love that splat because
me too.
It's really hard, actually, to get a good-looking splat if you're doing it with paint. So to have a die to do that. And again, these are great sort of filler elements, great tuck-ins to have behind other things going on.
And producer Laura this afternoon said just what I was thinking, bit of an Art Attack vibe.
Yes, it has got, particularly that splat. Yeah, it is very Art Attack.
It's nothing to do with him, but it kind of reminds me of that anyway. Then we come on to this one, which is your Mixed Media Madness. Now, this has got really quirky letters of the alphabet. You've got your honeycomb, you've got the finger point, the numbers as well that look quite, quite army-ish.
Yes, and very, this is classic Tim Holtz, this set, I think. So you've got your numbers, your alphabet, the pointy finger, which Tim has in a lot of his sets. That honeycomb is really versatile because, of course, you can use it as a stencil as well, as you can with the numbers. The numbers and the letters, I think, are great, just sort of background fillers.
The numbers make me think of MASH.
Yes.
Sorry, that's
yes, it is that. Yeah. And you've got the star as well, which is very sort of MASH, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So that's that one. Then you've got this. Now, this is your bold text 2. So this presumably, are these...
These cut out into your card piece.
Right.
So you can use them in different ways. You can either have them cut out, you can piece your letters back in, you can put a different colour card behind them. But they're big, bold sentiments. So where you're wanting the sentiment to kind of be the focal point and then put elements around it, that's what these are for.
Okay, and you've got all those kind of positive vibe messages. You got this, lucky is a state of mind, choose to shine, love all your heart, make today count, you make me smile, to the moon and back as well. So that's that one. And there's a lot of dies in there.
There's a lot in there, yes.
Then you've got this one, which is the funky foliage.
Funky foliage.
Oh, wow.
This is all your lovely, sort of quirky style. The funky series, Tim did quite a few different sets within the funky range. And they've all got this sort of sketchy, hand-illustrated look to them. I really love these. And you can go in any direction with these. You can use your coloured cardstock to piece them together, or you can colour your own cardstock and piece them together.
And finally, in this bundle, a Liam special, we're going to call this, you've got these, which are the tag collections, and you've got so many, and not just tags, you've also, of course, got some little labels there as well, which we're putting on boxes or whatever.
This is one of my most used sets because it's really versatile. You've got tags for any size. If you are a mixed media person, that big tag can be, you know, your focal point. But then going down to really small ones for sentiments and things like that. You've got the reinforcer die as well, which I always love to do that in a different colour.
Just up there.
Yeah, it's just one of those must-have sets, that one.
Okay, now put all this together, the price that you should be paying comes to £123.94, which for all of that is amazing, but this is a Liam special. You know what he does? He sits up there with his calculator, number crunching, working out what deal we can do for you. So if you love all of this, and maybe you've been wanting to start a Tim Holtz collection or a Sizzix collection, then this is a great way to get an instant collection. Let me flick through again all of the ones you're getting in the next 15 seconds. Look, all of this is coming your way. Card making, album making, memory books, scrapbooking, all that sort of thing, mixed media projects. It's going to work for all of those things and more. 3, 2, 1. We're going to give you a better than 50% saving. You're going to be spending only $54.99 for $123.94 worth of products, and it's on split pay. So hang on, you can get nearly £125 worth of dies from Tim Holtz and Sizzix home for $27.49 plus your P&P, unless you've already paid it today. And then the next payment comes off your card in 4 weeks' time for all of that. Imagine, what I love about Tim Holtz is he gives you the elements and gives you, every time you look at a Tim Holtz style, you think, oh, I can do that with it, I can do this with it.
Yes.
You can really go to town and do things that maybe you never really even imagined being able to do.
You can, and the other thing I love about Tim Holtz is because he has a very distinctive style, when he brings out new sets, it doesn't make your old sets redundant because they're always going to work together. You know, I use that funky foliage set a lot, and you can tell from the packaging that's an older set because it's brown packaging, and he's switched to black packaging in the last
But to be fair, it doesn't matter when Tim brings anything out, it's timeless anyway.
They're timeless, and they're always going to work with newer sets that are, you know, due to come out. They're all going to be the same Tim Holtz style that we're used to. This particular collection that Liam's put together is very much a sort of best of and kind of classic, very classic sets you've got here that you're definitely going to use a lot. And
I love the fact that every single collection, every single range of dies comes in this plastic wallet. Now, if everyone checks out, a third of the stock of this has gone. And we've got 3 shows together. They all come in a little plastic case inside the actual wallet itself. All individual dies. Keep them together.
Yes, keep them together. I tend to put a magnetic sheet inside mine just to sort of lay them all out.
Yeah.
But the wallets are fabulous because they're very thick plastic. You know, you would pay quite a lot for the wallets on their own.
I know. Normally, you know, you get something with packaging on it, you end up throwing the packaging away. With this, you throw away minimal because basically the packaging is the wallet that's the storage.
Yeah.
So you're getting not just dies, but the storage as well.
I tend to slip the image inside that.
Yep.
Well, I've got mine here. And this is how I store mine. And then they're great. I keep them in a plastic container and I can literally just flick through them and see exactly what set I want. And, of course, I keep mine in alphabetical order, as you would imagine, Dave.
Now, in the first 20 minutes of being on air on this Saturday afternoon, half the stock has gone of this offer that was supposed to last 3 shows. That's with everyone putting it in their baskets, including Margaret, Alan, Heather, Susan. They've all checked out. Hello, Ruth, Crafter, Barbara, Sharon, Crafter. Loads of you loving this. It's a special offer for a Saturday afternoon. We've got limited quantities. When they've gone, that's all we can bring you. And they're in our warehouse ready to be shipped straight away. So you'll get them shortly after, probably Monday, Tuesday next week, maybe Wednesday at the latest. But they're on their way. And you've saved by buying them today £70 off what the price should be. And you don't even have to pay that £54.99. You just have to pay half of that, which is basically £27.49, and you get £124 worth of Tim Holtz Sizzix dies at a fraction of the price, and they're so usable. Maybe this style isn't a style that you've thought of doing before, and it's making you think, do you know what? I've never made cards like that. I've never made projects like that. I'd like to give that a go. Because to do that yourself is incredibly random and very hard to do.
Yes, yeah. It's great to have dies to do these effects. And yeah, this is a great opportunity. If you're someone that hasn't really dabbled much in the mixed media style of things, this is a good starting point, because some of these sets are very much that style. Very classic, Tim. And the set, I think the set you've got there with the pointy finger.
Bold text.
Oh, the bold text, yeah. Tim's brought out sets, just this year that coordinate with that. So they're always going to work with sets, older sets and newer sets to come. I
just wanted to show you this one because it's not obvious when you look at that exactly what you're going to get. Is it one big die that gives you all of that in one? No, it's not. Look, these are big.
And the size, yeah, you can't appreciate the size till you look at them.
You make me smile.
And these are going to cut directly into your card front. So you could just cut them out from your front panel and then put something behind them, or you can paper piece, you can use the individual letters. So, of course, if you're using the letters, you can put together different sentiments altogether. So very, very versatile. I like the sort of the block way these are put together with different sizes. It's quite modern.
So you can, mix them up and use multiples in one go, or just use one on its own if you want to. I wanted to show you that because it's not obvious from the packaging exactly what you're getting inside it. It's not just two dies, they're all individual verses and sayings. Okay, so that bundle is just one of the deals we've got you this afternoon. We'll come back to that and let you know when it's getting close to selling out. We have another Liam special, which is the embossing folders. Where are they? Oh, in there. Thank you.
That's the one.
I've got them.
Oh, we've got some classics here.
Now, yeah, one of your favourites.
Including my all-time favourite.
Okay, now these are 3D embossing folders. You're going to get your mini foundry, and quite a lot of what Tim does can be quite grungy and industrial. Well, that's what you've got here. It almost looks a little bit like a circuit board or panels maybe on a wall in a factory or something like that.
It does, and I've done a board there for it. And the texture is so realistic. Because it's a 3D embossing folder, you can literally see all the little sort of bumps and dents in that. And cut it from metallic cardstock as I've done there, it literally looks like real metal.
It does.
It's so cool.
That's the first one. Then you've got this one, which is your winged. Now, the winged...
Now, this one is a die and an embossing folder, all in one. There's a die inside the embossing folder, so it will cut out your wings as well as emboss the lovely detail on them. And again, this is another beautiful one. Because it's 3D, the sort of depth to it is beautiful.
And that could be an angel's wings. It could be all sorts of things, couldn't it? Absolutely stunning.
It could, yeah. And, of course, Tim Holtz has a range called Paper Dolls where you've got people, and this works great with those because you can kind of put wings behind them.
Perfect.
Great for mixed media products as well.
Now, you're coming in already. Now, the larger embossing folders, you've got this one, which is industrious. And, again, I've got a board here somewhere to show you that one, I think.
Yeah, I've got them all there. Somewhere.
Can you... There you go.
Oh, no. Oh.
Has it gone walkies?
Oh, there it is.
There we go. This is industrious. So it's similar to the smaller one, but larger, obviously.
Yes.
And, you've mixed a bit of kind of copper and verdigris going on there, haven't you?
Yes. Well, hopefully I'll demo that technique because that's just some of the rose gold metallic card, and I've just made it look a bit grunged up. Really good for backgrounds. Think of all the different die sets you've got where great for mail cards where you want that kind of industrial look. It's very realistic.
And very unusual. I mean, normally with embossing folders you see flowers or foliage or woodland scenes and that sort of thing, or butterflies. But to get something really industrial like this is superb. And probably you haven't got anything else like it in your in your collection. Next one, equally as popular.
Brickwork.
Brickwork.
This one is fabulous. There are so many different ways that you can colour this to get different brick looks. Believe it or not, both of those there started off as white watercolour card.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
So I've used some distress sprays and distress crayons. Hopefully I'll get to show you how I did that. But you can really, really make this realistic. So great for all sorts of projects. Have you got any die sets that make little houses and things? Great for that. Great for model making.
Absolutely. Now, normally, if you see like a wood grain or something like that, you see that as a single item. This is a complete texture collection of some of the best Sizzix.
I think that's that one.
Sorry.
Is that lumber? Yeah.
Yeah. So
this is my favourite, all-time favourite.
I can see why. Look at it. It looks so real.
It's very realistic. This is one of the first 3D folders that Sizzix came out with, and I've got 2 of these because I was so scared if I lost one. I wanted a backup because this one I use so much. It works really well with florals and things like that to give you that wood grain background. And of course you can cut it down. You can cut it down to have like little planks if you want to for a little design feature. And again, depending on what colours you use, you get completely different looks with it.
Okay, and there's one more. So still wood grain, but a slightly different effect.
Yes.
This one is called cracked.
This is very much like a sort of tree trunk. Great for, it's kind of a background that isn't too in your face.
Exactly.
It's not, if you've got something that you want it to be the main feature, this is just a nice subtle background.
So all of these are going to be so useful. There isn't a single embossing folder in there you're not going to use. If you love the texture of wood, industrial, then this is going to be the bundle you need to go for. Now, if you bought them all individually, they would come to £65.94. We're putting another clock on the screen. Let me just remind you of what you're going to get. You're going to get this one, which is Mini Foundry. You're going to get the wings, which is a die and an embossing folder as well. Then you're going to get the slightly larger, which is your Industrious. So looking like riveted metal panels, basically. Then you've got the brickwork, which is going to be so handy, really, really handy. Get yourself some craft card as well at the same time to complete that effect. Lumber is this one. And then the last one is your cracked as well. Now, if you like what we did with the first bundle of the dies, look at what we can do with this bundle of the embossing folders. $32.99, half price. And there isn't a single dud in there. You know, sometimes when you see a bundle, you think, oh, well, I'll use that and I'll use that. I will probably never use that. But anyway, such a good price, I'll get it. Every single one of these embossing folders you're going to use, aren't you?
You are, definitely. You've got classics here. And what I love about these are all your textures, all your sort of realistic woods, your metals. These are some of my most used, I have to say.
Nearly 20% of this has gone already. I'm not surprised. You're starting Saturday afternoon with bargain after bargain. Maybe you bought the dies, you're coming in for the embossing folders as well at the same time. Do you want the storage too? You really are taking care of you this afternoon with Tim Holtz and Sizzix. And Tim Holtz, you know, really does attract premium prices. You don't expect to get anything Tim Holtz, to be fair, at a 50% reduction. How Liam has been able to do these die deals and these embossing folders deals is anybody's guess. Already Angela in Nottingham has checked out, Alan has checked out, Brenda in North Yorkshire, Crafter in Lincolnshire, Barbara in Conwy, Crafter in Perth and Kinross, David in Suffolk, all coming in for the embossing folders, and they're all 3D.
They are some of my favourites.
Yeah, I can see why.
Really are.
So metal and wood, basically, all wrapped up, 6 of them. Is it 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6 embossing folders, 2 of the smaller, 4 of the larger, for just that price of £32.99. And if you bought the dies already or bought the storage already, no more P&P. OK, while you're all checking out on those deals, well, great start to Saturday afternoon. Yes. Demo time.
Yes, and guess what I'm going to use? My lumber.
Your lumber. Why not?
My favourite.
A third of the stock has gone on the embossing folders, so check out before you see the demo. That's my advice.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. So we're going to use lumber.
Yep.
And, of course, I'm going to use my switch, so I'll talk about that when we get to that. So the first thing I've got is some watercolour card. I'm starting with white watercolour card. You can do so many different techniques with this. I'm going to show you this kind of look of bleached wood. This is the look we're going for. If you want a very sort of quick card with this, you can always emboss it just from brown card or, you know, like craft card and maybe rub some brown ink over it. But I'm going to show you how to get that weathered sort of bleached wood look.
Half stock gone on the embossing folders, be quick.
So the first thing I'm going to do is spritz my card with a bit of water, and I'm going to be smooshing on some speckled egg.
Technical term.
Smooshing on.
That's the colour of my garden shed now.
Ah, my shed's that kind of colour, yeah.
I thought it might be. Yeah.
It's like a sort of duck egg blue, isn't it?
A 1 coat turned into a 4 coat.
Yes. Oh, yes, I saw. Yes, I saw. I've got to redo mine, actually, because mine needs a touch-up. And
look at me.
I know, it's a horrible job, isn't it?
It's nice when it's done, but it's a horrible job to do.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's when you put the 1 coat on and it doesn't look any different.
No, and you're going to have to do that.
No.
You get to the end of it and you think, I'm going to have to do this all again.
Yeah. Wonder how many people watching are going through that at the moment with their fences and their sheds.
Yeah, I've got a gate to paint as well. We had to replace our gate, and I put primer on it a couple of weeks ago when we had that one day where it was really nice. I quickly rushed out. But, yeah, I've got this colour, actually, to paint my gate as well.
Nice.
Now, what I'm doing is just painting on.
You and me.
Yeah, we have in colours, haven't we? I'm just putting a bit of colour in the backgrounds because this is going to be peeking through my brown wood, and I want just a little bit of a subtle colour. So I'm going to give that a quick dry with my heat tool. You do want this to be dry.
And all these physics tools, by the way, that if they're not in the show, they'll be on the brand page on the website. So go to hobbymaker.co.uk, look for the brand pages and you see physics there. All the tools like the heat gun should be there as well.
Yeah, everything's there. The mat I'm using is the Sizzix Media Mat. There we go.
Oh, evidently you couldn't hear me because of the tool. Sorry.
Sorry.
All I said was, if you want the heat tool, go to the website, go to the brand page section, and you'll see Sizzix there. So
there we go. Now I'm just getting that off my mat because I'm using the Sizzix Media Mat, which you'll find on the website.
Nice.
It's really handy. Now, next up is to emboss this. These 3D embossing folders are thick. Mine's still a little bit damp, so it's going to give me a nice impression. So let's talk about the switch, because if you're new to this...
Whoa. John Scott, it's on his wish list. He fell in love with this machine when he saw it earlier.
Yes, it is beautiful. So let's talk around it. The first thing to mention, it's A4 size. It's electric. So instantly, you're pretty much going to be able to use any die on the market because you've got the A4 size, plus you've got the wide opening, which means you're going to be able to use your big dies.
Yeah, now that's the game changer. If you've got some from maybe years gone by that you can't use in your current die cutting machine, it's going to bring them back to life again. And it means that going forward, you can buy big dies without worrying or thinking, well, I'm not going to be able to use them. This does every die out there, doesn't it?
Pretty much, yeah. And the other thing about it is, as with all Sizzix machines, it's really easy to use.
Yeah.
The plates and platforms for this are the same, but scaled up from the other Sizzix machines. So if you're already using a Sizzix machine, you haven't got to learn anything new. As with the other machines, all of your instructions are on the platforms.
That's what I love so much.
It just makes it so easy because we forget, even I have to remind myself sometimes. So you've got words and pictures, which is great because, if you're a visual person as I am, I just look at the pictures. And then because this is the Tim Holtz version, you might remember that for most Sizzix machines, this adapter is usually a mint green, but Tim's is this cool black to go with the machine, so it all ties in. Then you've got your 2 clear plates. So to use the machine, there is an on-off switch at the top.
Yep.
And there's a reverse button. So that's the only 2 things you've got to think about. So you're going to switch the machine on. There's a lovely opening at the front, which has this sort of soft opening, like a really expensive kitchen drawer.
That is so sexy.
It's really cool. You've got a handy little storage area here. So if you want to pop some of your tools in there to keep them handy, you can. And then in terms of using it, it could not be more simple. All you need to do, so we're embossing, so I just need, for embossing, it shows me on here, I just need this platform, then my folder, then 1 clear plate.
Right, that's it.
That's it. And because I've
No
got
scratching your
A4...
head for 10 minutes trying to work out the combination.
No, exactly. And because I've got all this space, I can put this at a slight angle, which means it will go through much smoother. You won't get that clunk as it goes through.
Now, this is a very special machine. It's got Tim Holtz's signature on it as well in the classic black. It's got chrome trim around each edge. It's incredibly stylish and incredibly quiet.
Very quiet, yes. And you've got, because if this folds out, you've got this handy little ledge, so you can make sure everything's straight before you push it through. And then you just guide your plates through, and the machine takes them from you. Goes through. Now with embossing folders, we say emboss twice, so I can let that go through and then reverse it, and it will come back to me.
It's like a luxury car.
It is, isn't it? It's
purrs.
very quiet. Yeah, it has got that feel to it. And there we go. Now, when you put your dies through, I'll just put the empty plates through just to show you. If you're die cutting, when you go through, when it gets to the other end, because I reversed it, I'll just show you. You can be doing other things while that's going through.
You don't have to worry about the plates dropping off the back.
You haven't got to catch it at the other end. It will hold the plates for you when it gets to the other end, like so. And then when you take the plates out, the motor stops.
How perfect is that? Now, let me, before we do the reveal and show you how brilliant the embossing folder is, let me get to the crux of this. This machine, we have a limited quantity available. It's the Tim Holtz Black edition of the Switch. You're going to get not only the machine and all the plates, you're also going to get a die set there as well, which is Back to Nature. Now, that has got a value of £19 on it. Now, if you buy this machine anywhere else, and we're not saying we're the only place that sell it, it's out there on the marketplace, you will not get that die worth nearly £20, $18.99 it is. So you're going to get that die with the butterfly, the Back to Nature die set, included with your plates, included with your machine. The whole value of this should be $258.98. That's what it would be if you were paying what you should be paying for the machine and what you should be paying for the dies, okay? DTXC95, we can, in the launch show of the afternoon, give you this cracking deal that's supposed to be here for 3 shows today. It's a TV exclusive. You won't get this bundle anywhere else, and you won't get this deal anywhere else. $199.99 is my favourite machine. It's stylish, it looks great. It's out all the time. You don't want to have an ugly machine in your craft room when you can have something really, really beautiful and iconic to look at and to use, and quiet. If you craft in the lounge and someone's always complaining about the machine being too noisy, it's disturbing their TV viewing or whatever, this just purrs. It's a whisper. It really, really
very
is.
quiet, yeah.
And we can give it to you with interest-free split pay. And remember, the game changer with this is that it not only takes your thin metal dies, whether it be Sizzix dies, whether it be Crafter's Companion dies, whether it be Hunky Dory dies, whether it be any of the dies that are out there, they will go through here. But what this machine does that not many others will is take the cartridge dies, the Biggs dies. So if you've got those already and you're just not using them because your current machine won't take them, or you'd like to have the opportunity of buying those big cartridge dies in the future, the ones that have got the concealed steel blades, the ones that will cut through multiple layers of fabric and mount board and grey board and that sort of thing.
Yes, all of that.
This machine will cope with those. So you're kind of future-proofing yourself in that way. $199.99, and if you want split pay, we offer it to you as a company. It's not a finance company that's doing this. We just say, give us a quarter of it today. Sizzix will send this machine out to you within a few days. It's in our warehouse, ready for dispatch, okay? And it's £50. £50 to pay today, plus your P&P, are $3.95, unless you've already paid it, and £50 in 4 weeks, £50 in 8 weeks, £50 in 12 weeks' time. Spread the cost of this. It locks the deal for you. You're going to get that extra die worth £18, $18.99, but loads of you deciding today is the day you're going to treat yourself to a Switch. And it's the black Switch, not the white one, the black one. That's the one that John Scott in Sewing World saw earlier on today saying, you bought the white one to us, we haven't seen the black one yet.
I know, I'm going to have to come back now, aren't I, and do Sewing Street again with the black one.
He's probably ordering one right now. Magali in Hertfordshire has checked out. Yours is on the way, Magali. Hello, Karen in Essex. Hello, Crafter. Hello, Margaret in County Durham. Another crafter coming through. I don't know your name, but thank you for calling in. You're a brand new crafter. Judith in Lancashire, deciding that this is the machine for them. You know, there are manual machines out there. There are electronic machines out there. They're all very good. But if you want to know that your machine will use and cut the Biggs dies, the cartridge ones, this is one of only a few machines out there that will do just that. So from that point of view, I would say go for it, because you're kind of future-proofing yourself and giving you more options. But also, look how stylish it is. Look how gorgeous it is.
It is beautiful. The other thing about it to mention is it's an A4 machine, but the footprint of it actually isn't huge.
Okay.
If you compare it, say, to the Big Shot Plus, that kind of takes up an A4 space on your desk. Because of the way that the this closes up, It's quite compact, really. The other thing is the top's flat. So when you're working, you can pop your plates on top, which is really handy. Because how many times when you're die cutting do your plates take up room on your desk, which then ends up being a bit chaotic?
I mean, we were talking earlier on, weren't we, in the green room, Craig, you and myself, about how many people have got birthdays in June.
Yes.
Craig's is in June, mine's in June. Yours
Mine's 1st of July.
1st of July. So around this time of year, there seems to be an awful lot of people with birthdays. If you're thinking about getting this as a treat for someone, and you're thinking, well, I couldn't really afford or justify £200 in one go, but I could afford £50 now and next month, the month after, and the month after that. What a treat. And we'll get it to you as quickly as possible.
What a present to have for your birthday. That would be lovely.
OK, back to demo if we can.
Yes, and I will mention one more thing about the switch before I show you my embossing folder. Your plates from your smaller machine will fit through here. Okay. So if you're just die cutting one small flower and you've got a standard size big shot and you're upgrading to the switch, just use your smaller plates because they'll go through quicker. So I just wanted to mention that because you might not realise that the machines all work together.
And no more of that.
No more, no more hand cranking.
Let the machine take the strain.
Let the machine do the work. So my embossing folder is all done. Beautiful. We've got that lovely blue and green, but we want to make it look like wood now.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I've got distressed crayon. I've got the scorched timber, which was the latest colour, but any brown will do, whatever you've got.
Is that the one that they have the mystery about the name? Everyone's
yes, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, the last one, actually, the last distressed colour. And I'm just going to scribble it a little bit over that wood grain. And because the end of this is flat, it's just hitting the high spots of my folder. And then I'm going to put a little bit of water on my mat.
Oh, look at this.
And just blend that out a little bit. Don't add too much water or you'll just end up with light brown all over. You kind of want to keep that texture showing. So just the smallest amount of water. And
if you haven't got one of these crayons, check our website for them. Or you could be using the ink pads if you want to.
You could use ink pads. You could swipe an ink pad over the top. That will do the same thing in terms of, hitting the high spots. You can use your waxes. Of course, waxes come in all sorts of colours. You can get lots of different effects. Also, if you have got a lot of the distressed products, think about colours. I'm going for very much a sort of weathered, bleached wood look with the light blue and green peeking through.
Now, I know we've shown you the bundle, which many of you have gone for because it's such a great deal, such a great saving. If you just want this particular embossing folder, which is Sharon's favourite of all, it's only $11.99 and it's available as a single item. But if you go for the big bundle, you're going to save about 50% plus. So it's up to you. If you just want one, that's fine.
This is my all-time favourite. When this embossing folder came out, I had to calm myself down a bit because I was tempted to use it on literally every single demo I did. Right. For about 6 months after it came out, I had to stop myself using it. So you've probably seen me do this technique about a million times if you've been watching me for years.
I don't think I have.
It is my favourite. And I just love the look you get with this technique because that looks like real wood. It does. So we're going to pop that on the card front. And then I'm going to jump ahead a little bit to some dies we haven't even looked at yet, which is the wildflower set, because I'm going to add a nice flower. So I'm going to pop this on my card front. I'm using my nice black pokey tool from the toolkit. And I've cut this slightly smaller than my card front so that I'll have just a little bit of a border around. Love that big knot there, it's so realistic. And then we're going to pop a flower on here. So I've got the wildflower stems number 2, which you will find. We haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but I'm going to use this lovely big bold floral from that. And I've got some watercolour cardstock here. I'm going to run this through my switch.
So this is Wildflower Stems 2. If you look for that on the website, you should see it. We'll get to all the individual dies we've got in the show, some of the Vault dies.
Yeah, we just had so much to get through, don't we? But it's a good job we've got 3 hours today.
That's good, yeah.
So my plates tell me what I need for this, and that's the base platform, this black adapter, and then sandwiched between my 2 clear plates. So we'll pop that through.
Straight. It's always a bit hard when you're on telly because I'm not a straight angle.
And also, I don't know if you noticed, the clear plates that come with the Sizzix switch have actually got like a chamfer on the front of them, so it's easy to get into the machine.
They do. The other thing about the switch is you haven't got to worry about if you get your sandwich wrong. If I'd put in something extra there and it was too thick, it just won't take it.
Right.
So if it's something that's likely to go in and jam it, it just won't take it in the first place.
Right.
And then, you know, I've done it before when maybe sometimes I've had an extra clear plate or something and it just won't take it from you. So it's kind of...
It's like a safety net.
Yeah. So I've got now a lovely floral.
Beautiful.
And I'm going to use my Distress watercolour pencils to colour this. You could use whatever you've got, really. If you've got the ink cubes, you could use those. You could use watercolour paints. So I'm going to go with a green. And let me grab a slightly smaller paintbrush.
And again, Sharon's using an awful lot of things from Tim Holtz and from Sizzix. If it's not in the show, it should be on the brand shop. Just look for Sizzix on our website.
Yes, and you know, a lot of these, the inks and things I'm using are also Tim Holtz because he also works for Ranger, so all the Distress products. So, you know, there's a link to all of these things that all my favourite things.
I remember when these crayons came out, we just couldn't keep them in for love nor money.
No.
Because it's core colour all the way through. There's no wood. It's basically a paper wrap around solid core.
It is. You might find them on the website. Where they do tend to go out of stock, but I know I've done shows with them here when they came out, actually, which isn't long ago, is it? It's not that long ago.
Not that long ago at all.
That we had the last set. So I'm just using these as a watercolour. If you've got the Distress ink cubes, smush a bit of that on and use it as a watercolour. So it's kind of the same ink in different formats, really, with Distress. So it's whatever you've got. And I'm going to use picked raspberry. We're going to go for a nice bright pink floral.
Normally, you'd be told not to use a wet brush on a pencil because it can rot the wood.
Yes.
But because there's no wood in there, it doesn't matter.
No, there's no wood in these. It's just solid pigment. You can even dip these in your water to sort of activate them. So this bright pink is going to be a lovely pop of colour against that wood grain.
Yeah.
And of course, because the wood grain is quite textured, you do want something that's going to show up nicely. So I would say if you're going to have a go at this card, go for a nice bright colour for your floral so that it stands out against the wood grain. So I'm going to give that a quick dry.
Now, we have got 3 shows, Sharon and myself, today. So if we don't get through everything that we've got available today in this hour, we'll have a look at the other things we've not touched on in the later shows.
Yes, we'll try and fit everything in. And if you've got any questions, feel free to email in and I will try and...
Or message in via the website.
Answer any of your questions as well, if you want to know anything. The pigment in these is so strong, it actually marks my mat. I have to give it a good clean with a bit of alcohol when I get home. So that's going to go on there. I've got a sentiment little strip here, and I'm going to snip the bottom off my flower because it's a bit long. There we go.
Now, the wildflowers, if you want that die set that Sharon's using, that's just one of the flowers from the set. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different flowers in there. We'll give you details now, but we'll look at it in more detail soon.
This is another one of my favourites, the wildflowers, because they're a good size. And if you want a quick card, you can just do an inky background and cut these from black, and they look really dramatic. But I love colouring them in. And I've got a little sentiment strip there.
And by the way, these wildflowers are going to go down to a crazy price, I've just been told. I haven't actually looked at what the price is going to be on these, but...
These are a classic. And I have to say, if you're going for the embossing folders, I do love these with the wood grain.
Perfect marriage.
This is a card design I do a lot, actually.
Isn't that gorgeous? And that could be celebratory, it could be sympathy, it could be, you know, for endless different reasons why you need to make a card, or make them into notelets if you want to as well. That would look lovely.
Yes.
So the thinlets, okay. Now, the thinlets, basically what you're going to get with the thinlets is the one that obviously Sharon's just used.
Yep.
There we go. Quickly show you the other ones as well.
They're a good size.
They
will be a focal point for your card.
So you get all 5 in the wallet that can go in the storage binder if you want to as well.
Yes.
Loads of you coming in for this. Under £18 at the moment. What about if we can go below 10? Ooh. I know! £9.99 for one of Sharon's favourites. £9.99. You get all 5 of the wildflowers. You can do them in different colours, so they look completely different, even though the shapes are exactly the same. Hello, Yasmin. Hello, Angela. Hello, Candice. Hello, Lynn, Natasha. Lynn in South Yorkshire, all coming through for this today. It is a classic, and to get it for under a £10 note, for 5 Tim Holtz dies. The phone lines have erupted. The website's busy. Loads to be checking out. A quarter of the stock has already gone, and this is all stock that we hope will last 3 live shows. 1, 3, and 5.
Yep.
Are the shows today for Tim Holtz and Sharon. And
1, 3, and 6. 1, 3, and 6.
1, 3, and 6. Beg your pardon. Yes, you're right. 1, 3, and 6. TS1S78, okay, TS1S78. So we use letters and numbers. I know it's a bit strange, but we use letters and numbers in our item numbers. You'll see it on the website, or just call the call centre. It's a free phone number. The call centre are upstairs above us in the building, just outside Birmingham, 0800 001 4433, and they're there 24 hours a day to process your orders and answer any questions you may have as well. And like Sharon said, if you want to message us in the studio, please do feel free. This is the only place I know of where you can go on our website or go onto the app, and it says contact the studio. You can type a little message. There's a certain number of letters you can use, and Laura, our producer, will get the message when you send it, and she can put it on the screen, and we can answer any questions. Just say hi this afternoon. We'd love to hear from you. What do you think of the deals? Aren't they amazing? Nearly half the stock is gone of our wildflowers. Not surprised.
I'm not surprised.
Okay. We had a good stock of these as well.
It's such a classic. It's one of those sets that when you need a quick card, they're just perfect.
Yeah.
Great for sympathy cards as well, you know, because they're just classic shapes. And florals can be for any occasion, can't they?
They can, absolutely. And you've got colouring ideas on the front as well, which you can obviously copy or go your own way. It's entirely up to you. Under a £10 now, how we're doing these deals for anything Tim Holtz related is beyond me, because you know everywhere I see Tim Holtz things being sold, they're normally at full retail price.
Definitely.
Because they know they're going to sell.
Yes, yeah.
So the deal we can do is amazing. Okay. TS1S78. Keep checking your baskets out. It doesn't matter how many times you check out. It's not going to cost you anything. On the website, it's free to order. On the phones, it's free to order. The classic thing that people don't still understand with us at HobbyMaker is don't build a basket, because that's when things can sell out before you check out. Just check out each item you want. It's only going to cost you your time, but it means you've confirmed your purchase of each of those individual items. If you try and build a basket over a couple of hours, you get to check out. Half the things may have sold out by then. So check out what you want as you want it, okay? Now, with the wreath, let's do the wreath. Now we've actually got
another one of my favourites, yes.
I know.
You know me and my florals.
You can tell that it's one of your favourites because of the number of cards that we've got here.
Yeah, I've done a couple with this one. It works really well with the birds that we've also got. But the wreath is... I do love a wreath generally because I just think it's such a versatile design. You can switch it up. It can be a Christmas wreath, it can be a spring wreath, it can be a summer wreath. And this one in particular has got this is another in the Funky series, and it has got the same as the Funky Florals we looked at earlier. It's Funky Foliage, sorry. It's got that same sort of quirkiness to it.
True. But do you know what? Rather than it being one die that cuts out that exact wreath, what Tim does is he gives you the elements so you can build your wreath how you want. So all those flowers, all those heads, all those leaves and petals, they're all separate dies.
They are, and of course you don't have to use them with the wreath as well, because they are beautiful flowers in their own right. So if you just want some flowers to go, you know, somewhere else on a card, those flowers work really well with the big bold letters that we looked at, because of course they take up the whole card front virtually. If you just want some flowers to go around the edge, you can pick out those.
Look, just so you can get a better idea of the concept. Look, you get the main wreath on its own, and then all the other elements are completely free and loose.
Yes.
So you can build your wreath in whatever colour you want the petals to be, whatever colour you want the flower heads to be, and make it completely bespoke. Okay, so you can see why it's one of Sharon's favourites. We're going to get the price down on this as well. What did it start off at? £17.99? Today, it's a multi-seasonal wreath for £11.99. And if ever you kind of think, oh, I don't know what to do with it, I don't know what colours to make it, what's going to work, what's going to look good, look, just copy the packaging if you want to.
Yeah,
start off there and then
I
work
tend
your
to
own
do
way.
that. When I get a new die set, the first thing I do generally is copy the packaging, just to get a feel for it, because then you get a feel for how the elements go together, which flower is which one. The other thing about these sets, and which Tim does on his dies, is all the elements for each flower are on the same die.
Right.
So you're not scrabbling around thinking, oh, which is the centre for that flower? It's on the same die, so you just cut it a couple of times for the different colours.
Nearly 20% of the stock has gone. Denise in Greater Manchester, Alan, Carol and David in Suffolk all checked out. Loads more coming through and putting it in their baskets today. It is a Tim Holtz classic and a Sizzix classic, and today to get it for basically £7 less than what it should be. I mean, it's not expensive at £17.99 for what you get, but to get it for £11.99, and, you know, if you bought something since 1 o'clock this afternoon or since midnight last night, your 1 P&P per day applies. It's free P&P for the rest of the day for you if you've paid that 1 P&P of £3.95. £11.99 for a Sharon favourite, TB1S73. TB1S73. Now, I've got a bundle here. Now, these are all individual. Now, have you got a favourite, Sharon?
Well, I like the birds. I like the birds because they work really well with the wreath. Ooh. The Alpha, yeah.
The Volt World Travel.
You'll like that one.
And the Volt Lovebirds is what I've selected.
Yes.
Now, the World Travel one, do that one first. That sold out. I'm not surprised. We've been able to get a few more of these, not a massive amount, but you've got the globe, you've got the plane. So if someone's planning, I don't know, a honeymoon or a trip of a lifetime or something like that, you can actually pick out the part of the world where that person's going on their travels, wish them well. Look at the letters. They're very Art Deco.
They are.
And you've got your numbers.
And the numbers. You've got 3 different arrows in there, so you can have the plane sort of headed somewhere.
Yep.
And I would pay that just for an alphabet set. So
yeah,
to get the globe is beautiful as well.
I want to show you the size of the globe as well, because it's big.
It is big.
Bigger than you think. Here we go, look.
Yeah, it's always a bit misleading with the packaging. And it layers up beautifully. You've got the outline as well, which means you can kind of do a background colour to it as well.
I love that. It's sold out before. If you missed out on it, today's the day to grab it. We don't have a massive stock. £13.49 is all it is for a total of 45 dies, all the letters of the alphabet in that Art Deco effect. The numbers are brilliantly classic, but then you've got that really, really, I don't know, kind of designer globe. You can pick out what country you want to highlight. Where's someone going to go? Where's someone emigrating to? Where's someone coming back from? It's like you're looking at one of those kind of screens on the back of the seat when you're on an aircraft, showing you where the plane is.
Yes, it is, yeah. And so many different things you can do with this. It's a really fun set.
So this is another one from the Vault. So it's one of those classic, nearly half the stock has gone on this, £13.49. We probably won't have this in the later shows if it keeps on going the way it's going at the moment. Now, the other one that you mentioned with the wreath, you said the birds work really well with
yeah, the birds fit nicely on the wreath if you want to create that design. I love the fact that you get so many extra bits with this as well, because you've got the feather. I do love a feather design. You've got the branch for the birds to sit on, and then they've even thrown in some hearts.
This is the Tim Holtz difference. The birds are angular.
Yes.
I love that.
They are, and there's so many different things you can do with them, because you can have them simply as kind of silhouettes, or you can go in and colour them how you want to match whatever you're doing.
And one of those can sit in that fantastic wreath we showed you a few minutes ago. There's a speckled bird.
Yes. It's cute, isn't it? Yeah, so it fits perfectly. And I do use that bird set quite a lot, actually.
We're nearly out of time. It's nearly 2 o'clock. Nearly time for Craig. OK, we're going under a tenner. Under £10 for this. £9.99, saving you £8 off the price. If you went for the wreath, treat yourself to the birds. If you just want the birds on their own with the feather, grab it while we've got it. Under £10, and it's MX1S87. Now, we've also got the storage for the dies and embossing. We've got one left. So if you want that storage folder, if it's in your basket, check it out. We've got one left of that. We're not going to be seeing that in the 3 o'clock show a bit later on. £9.99, though, gets you the birds. Others that we've not seen we'll bring into the 3 o'clock show and the 6 o'clock show as well. But whatever you do, check out Sizzix on the website. Craig is on the way in a second with Crafter's Companion, and we've got a brand new bake-inspired kitchen collection, which is, I know it's going to absolutely fly. You're going to love it. Are you a baker?
A little bit. A little bit.
All right. Well, we'll put you out of your misery and show you what Craigie's got after a short break.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
What sets Dalton Manor apart, that it's predominantly paper and card. A lot of us forget how important paper and card is, especially when we start to make cards and other projects. That is your base item. So I think we sometimes use inferior products to use as a base because we know we're going to be putting things on it. So it kind of feels like that's the smaller, less important part of the project. To me, that is probably one of the more important parts of putting a project together. So I think if we can get a really, really great base card and base paper for you to start creating with, I think that's the important thing, and I'm hoping that is something that people will look at before they start to craft. I would like the HobbyMaker customers to get exactly what I get from it. So I want them to, see it, buy it, get it home, take it out of the packets, open it up and see that, they can make what they've just seen myself make. I want them to be comfortable, and I want us to go on like a little path together, where they'll look forward to what's coming from Dalton Manor next month, and something that everyone will look forward to when it appears on HobbyMaker.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Everyone, good afternoon. It is HobbyMaker on a Saturday. We were really busy in the last show. Thank you for tuning in and watching. We're never quite sure at the weekends, if you've got things to do, whether you can sit and watch TV for an hour or two or the whole day with us. But lots of you are, so thank you for tuning in. Great to have your company. I've got Sharon and I've got this gentleman all day long. The Hottie Scotty is here. Here he is, Craigie.
How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Good, good, good.
How are you?
Yes, I'm doing very well. Yeah, very well, thank you very much. Good. Absolutely looking forward to the next couple of days. I'm here today and Monday, kick-starting with this show here, the brand new launch is the kitchen collection. Can I just say, it absolutely flew out stateside, flew out on our website, and I predict it's going to fly out as well.
What are you like with a spatula and a Kenwood chef?
Well, I do like bacon.
Do you?
I do like cooking, and I do like bacon. I am one of those. I actually like doing it from scratch, from hand. So doing the whisking from hand. I do have a couple of the machines, but no, I like to whisk from hand, and I like to do that right from the beginning as well. So this is a really lovely set. It's a quirky set as well.
Yeah, I love
whether it's going to be your cards, your projects, but what we're also going to do as well is we'll show how you can use it to then, I don't know, maybe you want to make little treat bags to send to people. It's just a great set.
So think of it, if you're someone that bakes for the local school, the local church, friends or colleagues at work, neighbours, friends, relatives. Maybe you're addicted to that TV show that all of us tune into regularly. If you can relate to that, maybe it's the weekend that you get messy in the kitchen and you've got flour here, there and everywhere, egg yolks going here, there and everywhere, caster sugar going here, there and everywhere, and you're thinking, they never do anything in crafting for us bakers. They do now. This isn't a floral collection, it's not a butterfly collection, it's something different, and I think it's going to relate to so many of you. We're going to show you the boards that will show you everything you're going to get. You're going to get embossing folders, you're going to get stamps, you're going to get paper packs, you're going to get loads of dies, but it's everything that you associate with baking in the kitchen. Should be $73.87. SV2091. Now, before we give you the price drop, already it's going in people's baskets before we even tell you what the price is going to be. I can tell you the saving is going to be immense. But, Craig, you're going to show us what's actually in the bundle, yeah?
I am. I'm going to show what's in the bundle. Let's show you some finished samples first so you can kind of grasp. You know that I talk about buildability when it comes to stamps. This is like buildability when it comes to dies, because you can start to build up your projects here. Now, our Julia's made this one here. You've got the focal point, you've got the embellishment. It's all about baking. You've got the cake there. These die cut out blank, so that could be wedding cake, birthday cake, that could be celebration, anniversary. You can then colour it, paper piece it, whichever way that you want.
It's a drizzle cake.
Yeah, drizzle cake, absolutely. You get the little bacon tins, you get the cupcakes, you just get everything that you'll see within the boards. Debbie was here yet again, just was it last week with our stepper dies, always continues to be really, really busy and popular. What about using them to decorate our stepper dies? Rebecca's made that one. Lily's made that one there. The mixing bowl that you've got there as well. All the additional embellishments, the quirky sentiment stamps. That, I mean, I like big cakes and I cannot lie. I'm actually going to be using that one there. How fun and quirky that you'll see in a moment when I show you the boards with the actual stamps. We're still giving you a really lovely, intricate edgeable, but you've got that buildability when it comes to the folder, which the embossing folder gives you that kitchen unit, that old style kitchen unit that you build up the flour or the sugar, the pantry, absolutely. But then if you've had our shadow boxes in the past that we've brought, you know, a wee while ago, but look at building them up when it comes to the shadow boxes that we can see that our Carol's done. And then I know so many of you know how to do your pop-up boxes. Why not use it to create your pop-up boxes, because you get a 6x6 pad that you'll see.
This is so different.
It's so different. It really, really is. Now, this one here, this is my 6x6 paper pad. So I've got a few sheets that are missing, but you do get it included, Dave. 12 designs, you've got 3 of each. But what you've got is you've got plaids in here. You've got that old-style kitchen style tiles that you can see from the pink. You've got your checker in there. It could be, of course, from the apron. Your florals. You've got florals, but with the mixing bowls in there. You've got your plaids in there. Look at that crisscross with the tablecloth, but then you've got the eggs, the spatulas, the whisks. You've got your love hearts as well. Just beautiful 6x6. You've got the polka dots that we're going to be using in a moment. You've then got more of that kitchen tile, but the blues, and then more of the units there with, of course, the scales. And then you've got...
In all the years you and I have been doing this sort of job, I can't remember ever there being a comprehensive baking collection like this, but bearing in mind how iconically popular it is around the world right now, this is proving popular before we even drop the price. Remember, if you do check out before we drop the price, everyone will pay the final price. Let's do the boards in a sec. Let's get that price down so you can get straight in and then see exactly what you're going to be getting. If you know it's what you're after, the thing that you've been looking for, you can have the whole thing, the whole set, for $59.99. And you know what? It's over £50. We'll give it to you on split pay as well. So if you want to have that first payment today of $29.99, be our guest, plus your P&P, unless you've already spent your $3.95 already, $29.99, and then the next payment in 4 weeks' time of $29.99. 10% already gone. This is the only show scheduled for this collection today.
Absolutely.
And the boards will show you everything you're going to get.
We're going to show you the stamps. Just to say as well, just following on from Sharon's show as well, maybe you don't have a Gemini. All of our dies will still work in any other branded die cutting machine.
Right.
If you've got your really small machines, they're going to work with these ones as well. But 23 fun but quirky stamps that you've got, baked with love.
Yep.
Now, I'm not going to read them all, but you've got Let's Bake, you've got Cake O'Clock, you've got Whisking You a Happy Birthday there, you've then got Just Beat It, you've then got I Like Big Cakes, I Cannot Lie.
The secret.
Yep,
the secret ingredient is always love.
You Bake Me Happy, you've got Colouring Time, you've Cooking Time, you've got Bake the World a Better Place. How fun. I cook is as good as I look.
Hey.
How fun is that? But 23 of them, heat emboss them, do your quick dries, do your water base, do your sticky glues with your flakes. You can use them there. You've got your Baked with Love.
You can stamp these little messages on little tags that you're putting on little, I don't know, packets of fudge or packets of biscuits you've made or something like that?
Well, something along those lines, Dave, we're going to do within our first demonstration. Okay. But, I mean, look at the dies that you've got here. But, Dave, we even give you the tiny little stamp, the measuring, that you're then going to stamp onto the scales there as well.
Love it.
For the measurement. But good, solid, cut into them, paper piece them.
What stall always sells out first at the church fete or the school fete? It's always the cake stall, isn't it?
Definitely.
Always, without shadow of a doubt.
My kitchen, my rules. You've got the apron, but
my
because
wine.
These are and my wine. Because you've got the die for them, that then means your cardstock, your pattern paper, your Nina cardstock, colour it with alcohol pens, water-based card, colour it with your water-based mediums. So it could be different ways. Your apron, you've got your wine bottles there as well. You've got the glass, you've got the bread there, but you've even got the little bit of steam coming off the bread as if it's just been baked.
That could also be a dad card if he's king of the barbecue. The barbecue
definitely.
Apron. Yeah,
absolutely. Personalise it. If you've got little alphabet dies, you know, if you've got additional personalised stamp dies, use them. But then you've also got kitchen collection. So you've got your cake that could be a cake for all occasion.
Yep.
You've then got your bacon tray that you've got, the little cookie there we're going to use, but then you've got your bowls as well. You've got your icing bag as well. You've got all of these embellishment components to decorate your card and build your card. Continuing with that buildability, got the kitchen collection there. You've got your spatula. You've then got your chopping board. You've got your rolling pin there as well. You've got your whisk. You've got all of these additional tiny little accent details in there as well. This is a perfect collection as well as for your scrap buster. How many little bits of cardstock that you've got left over, like me, that you won't bin? What a great way to use them.
Yeah, all the little bit of cardstock, absolutely.
Absolutely. Then you've got your cupcake tier. So start to build your cupcakes on top of these ones. 2 cupcakes, 5 cupcakes, however many you want. That's your flour jar there. You've got your grater, your mixing bowl in there as well. Then we're not even finished there. So if you're wanting to decorate maybe the background as though it's your kitchen there, maybe you are doing summer fetes, maybe you are doing, you know, collections.
It could be the patio for a barbecue.
100%. You've got the wood, that's a shelf there. So if you want to enhance the emboss, of course, of the embossing folder, then you can absolutely do that as well. So you can start to build on the emboss of that pantry. And then because we like to add in an edgeable die, you've still got that edgeable. But that could be on the top of your cardstock, Dave. That could be around actual home-baked cupcakes that you've then decorated boxes to obviously put the cupcakes in as well. But having all of that, you've got that 6x6 paper pad as well, Dave. The folder, the edgeable, the stamp, the die. It's such a brilliant collection that even off the top of my head, I've been with crafters now about 5.5 years, and I've not seen anything like this before.
I haven't. I can't remember anything like it. So it could be that someone in your family is a very good baker and they're kind of obsessed by it and that's all they're ever doing and they make amazing cakes, fantastic. Celebrate it with this collection. It could be that someone's a bit of a disastrous baker. You could have some fun. You can make one of those cakes really burnt.
Of course you could.
Because someone's always burning something.
Always
so you can
burning
make it
something.
kind of tongue-in-cheek and a bit kind of whimsical and a bit sarcastic if you want it to be as well. But think about all the shows that are on TV that revolve around cooking. There are dozens of them. My other half's obsessed by them and maybe you are as well. But it's a theme that doesn't very often get covered or get thought about. And hats off to Crafters Companion for coming up with this, because it's not just baking, it's cooking in general, barbecuing in general as well, but you get that mixture of the paper pad, the stamps, the embossing folder, the dies as well, which you can then build the scene and tell a story with all these implements and all these little tools that you've got there in there as well. Now you can buy the die sets and the pads separately, so if you want to go for an extra of the 6x6 pads, you can do that. I don't know how much that is on its own. It's $4.99 for an extra pad if you want it, because if that's going to sell out or run out for you first. I mean, all the other things, of course, aren't going to run out at all because they're dies, they're stamps and they're embossing folders. But the pad, if you want an extra one, is just £4.99. But at this time of the year, we're thinking about outdoor food, dining al fresco, baking things to enjoy to take to summer fetes and spring fairs, that sort of thing as well. But of course, this is going to work all year round for you. It really, really is. You've got the mixing bowl, you've got the mixer, you've got all the spatulas, everything that you associate with baking and cooking. You've even got a little die that cuts out your mini eggs for you.
Brilliant.
Which I don't know if you saw that, but brilliant. 20% of the entire stock has gone in less than 15 minutes. We've only had that price on for about 5 minutes. So screen full of names all over the place. Hello to Etty, hello to Jane, Leslie, Beverly, Michelle, Anne in Northamptonshire, Jacqueline in Angus. Check out your baskets. You'll get the first complete kitchen collection I can remember for a very, very long time. I can't remember ever being anything like this on TV before. So something a bit different, something a bit new, but something that probably most of you watching can relate to. Whether you're a good baker or not, whether you're a good cook or not. Maybe it's going to be because the person that always bakes the cakes for you always gets it wrong, or whether it's because you're the avid baker and you just want to make cards with that sort of theme. It's what you're passionate about. It's what you love to do, baking biscuits. You can have some fun. Colour them in, make them different varieties, make them different flavours. $59.99 is a saving of about £14 off the price, but we're giving it to you with interest-free split pay as well. So today, all you have to find is half of that $59.99, which is $29.99. Glenys, please check out and put it in your basket. These are people that have got it in their baskets but haven't checked out yet. Etty in the West Midlands, Jane in Suffolk, Crafter, Leslie in Inverclyde. This is what we see. As you place your order, we see that on our screen, and then it shoots off the screen, going on and on and on and on. Very popular collection, this Craigie boy.
Very, very popular. What I would say first and foremost, in your basket, get it checked out, and then while you're waiting on getting delivered, head across to our YouTube and you'll see Debbie Fisher has got some kind of master classes and inspiration. So take note of what she's done. As soon as, of course, it's then been delivered, you can get started.
Is she a good cook, Debbie Fisher?
I don't know if she's a good cook or not. I believe Al does a lot of the cooking.
Okay.
I want to say Al does a lot.
I can imagine Debbie being cooked for.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but who wouldn't want to cook for Debbie Fisher?
No, exactly.
Both Debbies.
Exactly.
I'd love to cook for them. Maybe one day.
You heard that, Debs?
Maybe one day. Maybe one day. But yes, let's dive in, Dave, and let's do a demo. Now, what I've already done here, and later on, because of demand from me, I brought the layout collection back. That's the last show today at 5 o'clock. Yeah.
Yep.
So I've taken the circle nesting dies from the layout collection. So I've taken the 3 medium ones here. So, the 3 medium ones, as in medium from the set. So the smallest I've done in white, the middle I've done in black, and then the largest one of the 3 I've done in craft, and I've done 2 of them exactly the same.
I'm just thinking, any of you watching at the moment that are currently baking, have you baked something maybe yesterday or today? Take a picture of what you've baked, send it in to us, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, and we'll show what you've baked, successes and failures.
Absolutely, absolutely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with some of the red polka dot background paper, 6 by 6 in size. You've got 12 designs and you're getting 3 of each. And all that I'm going to do, of course, I could just run through the whole lot like that, but let's just chop it up. And I'm just going to come along with my junior plates. I'm using the G2.
Do you bother with a pinny or tool? Or?
No.
Me neither.
I am one of those. Do you know what? If I get floury and I get messy, that's absolutely fine. I don't mind. I don't wear my good stuff. Do you know what I mean? I'll tend to be nice and relaxed and chilled and have my trackies and that on. And if it gets a bit floury, then it's absolutely fine. Mm-hmm. So what I'm going to do here is I've now got that die cut, Dave. So if I bring that around, you can see you've got your polka dot there. But you've also got embossed detail. Now, you can absolutely, if we just slot that back, you can run that back through your Gemini with your embossing mat. But because some of them have just got small accent detailed emboss, what you can do, and I like to do, instead of layering up with your embossing mat, just go in with one of your scoring tools.
Oh, okay.
And on the back of it, just fill it in. Could be, you know, your purple one from your Ultimate Pro, your scoreboard, or it could just be a small ball tool that you've got, pressing it through. And I know, obviously, it's harder to see on air, but you've got that embossed without having to go to the lengths of embossing with the actual mat. So that's us now done that one within the actual polka dot. So I've also already done it just in white cardstock. White cardstock. And then we're going to come along with our craft that I've got.
And by the way, if you just want the die set that Craig's working with at the moment, what's that one called, Laura? My Kitchen Rules. Okay. My Kitchen, My Rules is $9.99, okay? And that's going to give you the pinny and everything else that Craig's using at the moment.
It is indeed. So what I'm going to do here is I've popped my dotty tape onto the back, but just to make it a little bit easier for me, and you'll see why in a moment, I'm actually just going to snip off the ties and the same at the top here. So I'm going to take that one off here, and then I'm just going to pop that on, and I'm going to press that in. And then I'm just going to use my small scissors, use whatever size scissors you feel comfortable using, and I'm just going to trim all the way round. So I've now got kind of those perforated dot detail is now kind of popping through with the craft into the back. So we're popping our scissors all the way round.
Now, the My Kitchen, My Rules die set comes with the apron, it comes with a bottle of wine, the glass of wine, a spatula, and the baked bread. OK, so you get all of those dies in there for $9.99 if you just want that one on its own.
And now,
2071.
For all of them that you've got, the detailed ones as well, just really start to build and elevate your project. But I'm now going to come along with the one that I've cut just within the white. And all that I'm going to do, you're not going to see the end. So I'm just going to snip that off, and then just the same along the top. I'm just going to snip along the top. We don't need that. And I'm going to come along, and let's add our dots. And essentially, Dave, what I'm doing is I'm popping them back, but I'm doing it so it's white, so it's more like that traditional style pinny. Now, you could have left the ties on and just overlay that with the white over the top, but I just like to snip away, and then again, we can then just pop that back in. So we've now got kind of like a traditional style apron.
Now, nearly a third of the available stock of this collection's gone at $59.99. It's really kind of hit a core with you today. We all knew in the office today, when we saw it, we just thought, this is going to fly. Everyone's going to love it.
And then when you start to see like what I'm away to do now, so using from that set with the pinny, the apron, I'm going to go in with the wooden spoon. So we're going to take the wooden spoon, and then we're going to go in with our Make-A-Wish. This is the one, you've got the cake there, you've then got your icing bag, you've got the baking tray, you've then got the little jar as well. But this one is the little cookie, and you can sit 6 die-cut cookies on that tray. But I'm going to lay them onto my craft card.
Yeah.
Let's pop that down with our low-tack tape, and then once again, we're going to lay that onto our Gemini plates. And with them being wafer thin, I'm going to go base magnetic top. And this is a really prime example of showing, of course, your small dies within the Gemini. Although I'm using the junior plates, even if we were to say this was the A4 plates, what I can then do, Dave, is just go in, go over that cut, pause it, reverse it, and now that's only cut as far as it needs to over those small dies. And then what I'm going to do again is I'm going to put my hands up here and say, would I run this through with the embossing mat because it's a couple of detailed ones? No, I probably wouldn't. So therefore, do what I've done before. Just slot them back in, Dave, and then just go over with your ball tool. And then what that's doing is that's just pushing the detail through into the cupcake. But then, if I do the same with the wooden spoon, so you've got that kind of natural highlight within the wooden spoon. I'm going to take that one away, but then we've got the spoon. But if we take any, what have I done with my pen? Any brown pen. So I'm going to go in just with an earth brown, and where we've got the emboss dot detail, I'm just going to go in, Dave, and just do a couple of little dots. So we've now got our chocolate chip cookie. So we've got our cookie, and I've already done 2 of them. We've got our mixing bowl, and then we've also got our apron. Now, from that full sentiment, I've just gone along and I've baked Make-A-Wish. So I've stamped that one out. Now, what we could do is if we layer these ones on, so if we were to layer these ones together, that one, and then we could go in with our sentiment. We are going to assemble it. There's a reason why I'm not doing it on this one just yet. But if we do that and then that, what we're then left with, Dave, is a topper for your card.
Love that.
Really, really simple. But what about doing little bags. So you know how you can get cello bags, you find them on the HobbyMaker website, but sugar, flour, choc chips, and then all you need to do is like add an egg or milk or something like that.
Don't put an egg in there, that wouldn't be good.
Don't put an egg, no, that's why I didn't put an egg in there. You would, or the recipient would have to, of course,
that wouldn't end up well.
Add an egg. This is just a DL card making cello bag that you'll find on the website.
Yep.
It's DL, but I'm sure your 4x6, 5x7, that would fit as well. So what we're going to do is the reason that I've die cut 2 of your larger circles.
I mean, it could be that you make your own jam and preserves and things like that you sell at the country fair or the school fete or something. Then these could be little tags to go on there. Now,
it just so happens, of course, you might change the size of the dies, but out of the 3 that I'm using, that largest one, Dave, is 4 inches. So I'm going to score halfway at 2 inch. Let's pop that one to the side, and then we're going to fold that one over. And now I'm going to go in with my tape. So I'm going to go in with my tape just at the hinge of the score line.
I'll tell you what, we've got a cracking deal on the tape pens today as well, which you're not going to want to miss.
Definitely not, definitely not. So what I'm now going to do is that hinge that I've got, I'm going to go up to the top just there, and then I'm just going to press that down.
This is so cool.
So that is re-enhancing kind of that seal at the top. So let's now assemble all of this together. So simple mats and layers. You might have different mat and layer dies that you want to use, decorative ones, but it's a good way to show how you can then add them onto, you know, little recipe bags, little bacon recipe bags instead of just your cards. So let's pop that on. I'm then going to come in with the penny apron.
And it could be that you have like baking competitions. Maybe the kids have
got
baking competitions at school, and you want to kind of send out little invitations to take part in it, that sort of thing. Perfect.
That's the thing. All these fun little things that you're going to be able to do and create. And I'm just going to pop my wooden spoon to the back there. This one we're going to layer up. And know just shortly, once we've finished this, Dave's got an epic deal on foam pads that I really wanted on the show, and we got. So we're going to lift that one up like so. And then let's bring in some more, just a few foam pads. Let's bring in my pokey tool here. And then we're just going to layer up these cookies. So I'm going to pop one of them. Let's go here. Let's then go with the second one here. And then we're also then going to bring in one last one and finish the project. So we're going to layer that one up, take the back off. Now, these ones that I'm using, the foam pads, are perfect size for your cookies. So that is now, you know, our topper. You can then start to add, you know, little gems or add that pattern paper from the 6x6 paper pad. But what we're going to do on this bit, let's add our tape once again, just to that top half. We're going to overlay that over the top, press that in.
How cool is that?
There we go. You could put a little notelet on the back, maybe dates, something like that if you're selling, but you're going from a visual topper on your card
to an ingredient bag.
To an ingredient bag that you can see, and you can do that with so many of the topper dies that you've got.
No word of a lie. What you can do with this collection, sky's the limit. You can do so much, and everything apart from the 6x6 paper pad, you need never replace because you've got the embossing folders, you've got the stamps, and you've got the dies. But the 36-sheet 6x6 paper pad, that will run out. So if you want to get an extra one of those, if you're buying the main collection, it will come with it. But if you want an extra one of these, it's only £4.99. And if I just angle it to the camera, you can see you've got the kind of almost blancmange coloured tiles for the kitchen. You've got the plaid, that could be a tablecloth or maybe a picnic blanket, that sort of thing. You've got the spring and summery florals going on in there as well. So 36 sheets of 6x6, there's your plaid again, your gingham, there we go, and you've got your love hearts in there too. So 36 sheet, there's your dots that we made the penny out of a few minutes ago, and then you've got the blue tiles there too. All of this is only £4.99. If you want an extra one of them, if you've already bought the collection today, put another one into your basket right now and check out. You won't pay any more P&P. GW2017 is £4.99. And if you forget what's in there, all the designs are printed on the back as well. And lots of you are going for more than one of these as well. Now, the stamp set on its own, this is really, really popular. If you're not really a die cutter, but you like having all these kind of tongue-in-cheek sayings and verses, you've got 23 baked with love stamps here. You've got Bonkers Gonna Bake. The Secret... Yeah, that's what it says. Oh, well, no, sorry, Baker's, not Bonkers. Baker's Gonna Bake. I need my...
All right, Dave, OK.
The secret ingredient is always love. Bake the world a better place. Wishing you a happy birthday. Cooking time, let's bake. Cake o'clock. Just beat it, and so on. So if you want these stamps on their own, £5.99 for 32 stamps. There we go. £5.99. DP 2048. 23 stamps, beg your pardon. 23 stamps for £5.99. DP 2048. If you just want that on its own, absolutely. Gillian does. Brand New Crafter does. Roswin in Merthyr Tydfil does as well. But you're going to get it in the main collection, which is fantastic. Now, any other dies you want to see individually, or embossing folder, maybe? Yeah, the embossing folder, which is going to give you basically a pantry. Does it remind you of maybe when you went to Grands and Granddads many, many moons ago and they had like a pantry like this where they kept all the ingredients? It's like a dresser, but for the kitchen, isn't it? And you can put all of your implements and your bowls and that sort of thing and your machines on the shelves there. But this is an embossing folder. I suppose, to be fair, you could use it as like a clothing closet as well.
Of course you could.
Nothing stopping you.
Absolutely. Anything.
Yeah,
shoes, handbags, that would look great.
Yeah. So the embossing folder for the closet or the pantry is £4.99. LN 2041. LN 2041, but that will be in the main collection as well. Let's run through them individually. If there's just one or two that you like the look of, you don't want to go for the whole collection. The one that obviously Craig was using was this one, which is the My Kitchen Rules. So that's going to have the penny, it's going to have the glass, it's going to have the bottle, it's going to have the spoon, and it's going to have that steaming baked loaf. There we go, look. So that one is £9.99. That's My Kitchen, My Rules. The one next to that is your Here for the Cake. So this is everything to do with cake. Now that's what you've got: the chopping block or the blending block. You've got the rolling pin, spatula, everything that you associate with baking, including the bowl and that sort of thing. You've even got, I think, your own egg in there as well. There we go. So that one is called Here for the Cake. 12 dies, £6.99 for that one. But all of these, remember, are in the big bundle as well. Next, we've got Cake Heaven. So this has got the cake stand. It's got the actual, it's got the container for your flour. You've got the cake stand. You've got the mixing jug and the ingredients bowl. You've got the grater as well, and the little cupcakes too. £5.99 for that one. Next one is this, which is Baking Memories. So this one's got the bunting. This one, to me, makes me think of the Bake-Off in the tent. It makes me think of maybe outdoor food in the spring and summer with bunting on the patio, that sort of thing too. So you've got your preparation board, you've got your scoops in there, your spoons, your spatulas, and your bunting too. So that's £6.99 for that one. Then down the bottom, what else have we got? We've got the Pretty Lace. So this is your edgeable, okay? So that's going to give you that beautiful edgeable, which you could, like Craig said, wrap around cupcakes and things like that if you wanted to. So that one is Pretty Lace. So that's £4.99 if you want the Pretty Lace. LX2043. I mean, that stands completely proud of the collection, doesn't it? It's an independent.
It does, yeah. Once you've run through them, we'll show you the samples again, Dave. But yeah, absolutely a great one as an independent die.
This one's called Bake a Wish. So this time you've got the beautiful full two-tiered cake. Again, you've got all the chopping boards, preparation boards. You've got the little cookies that you can put on the baking tray as well. And of course, Craig introduced that one. The piping bag is in there as well. The ice lollies are there too. So that one's £9.99, FP2083. And then the last one is this one, which is your Mix and Measure. Now, this has got your mixing machine. There we go, look. Iconic mixing machine. As well as that, you've got your scales for measuring out. You've even got the little clock for the weighing scales there as well. So those included make up that one, and that's £6.99, UW2046. But most of you, not all, but most of you are going for the big collection. The big collection is going to give you all the dies, all the stamps, and you're going to get that fantastic embossing folder and the 36-sheet 6x6 paper pad. It's all about baking. We've never done anything like this before, that I can remember anyway, not in my TV lifetime on craft. So if you fancy grabbing this, if this is something is that maybe you've been asked for, or maybe you bake an awful lot for lots of good causes, raising money for the local church, the school, the scouts, the guides, the brownies, whatever it might be, we just cook for pleasure, for friends, like our Pauline does. Basically, whenever she comes in, she normally brings in a cake. Yeah, Pauline bakes because basically we ask her to, or Dan, our director, does, who's not on this show. Whenever we see that she's on the schedule, it's can we expect a lemon drizzle? Normally we get one.
Is Dan in? Dan's in, so Dan probably asked her to make something.
Yeah, Dan's on lunch at the moment, but he will be back in the next show. If you want this, $59.99, or the first split payment of two, $29.99, SV2091. You get the whole lot, and you have so much fun with it as well.
Yes.
Loads in baskets right now. Check out your baskets if you could.
Right, so we'll do another demo, but just before we do that, let's look at the samples again, Dave, because it'll give you some more ideas, inspiration. Remember, go onto YouTube and you'll see on our website, Debbie Fisher has done lots of ideas as well, lots of demos for you to check out. But that was the one that obviously I kind of took inspiration from, Dave, but then we popped it onto a little cupcake or a cookie recipe bag at the top there. So you've got that card there, but then start to incorporate things you've already got. So if you've got our stepper dies, starting to build up the focal when it comes to the actual cards and dies that you've got. But then whether it is a die, whether it's template form, I know so many of you love to make pop-up boxes. So what about using a pop-up box to then get decorating with these elements? We've had the shadow boxes in the past. Now, it could be ours, any other brand, and this is the good thing. Start to use what you've already got, Dave. Not necessarily all from Crafter's Companion. They're going to mix, they're going to match. This one is, we're going to use this in a moment, but you can see that it's a 5x7 folder, but nothing's stopping you by trimming your cardstock and making it thinner.
True.
So it's thinner and taller if you want. This one's using that beautiful edgeable die because it works. It complements. It could be kind of the ruffles around the kitchen cloth or, you know, the tablecloth.
Or the doilies.
The doilies or round cupcakes, anything like that. So that's why it's in there with your quirky sentiment. You've got the flags there that are then just going to, or the bunting, which is going to enhance your cards, your projects. But having things such as the mixing bowl. I noticed, so Lily's made that one. There's no pattern paper with the mixing bowl. It's just some very simplistic colouring with a little bit of ink, and just how much that stands out looks fab. Or it could be a larger card, that one being an A5, but bringing in, and although I said it sits 6 cookies, you can still then start to pile them over the top like we've done here as well.
But
so,
again,
I
love what you did earlier on, not just about card making, but also giving or selling packets of ingredients to make your own cookies or to make your own sponge or something like that, or actually using these dies on the tags of fudge that you've made or cookies or biscuits that you've actually baked yourself. So not just for card making, for all sorts of different purposes, and to get it today for less than £60 and on split pay $29.99. Now, loads of people are checking out on the foam pad deals that we've actually got. We've got 3 different packs in the show. Now, if we do the larger one, first of all, the 24mm, by 12mm, you're going to get 40 in total in that size. Now, bearing in mind, if you've bought something already, you've paid your postage. These are all delivered prices. $1.99 for your foam pads. So that's a 24mm by 12mm by 3mm, 40 in total, $1.99 is your price, MO 2057. And because of our cap P&P that we do every day, it's at times like this that you realise you're running out of things. You need to stock up on things like this. You're not paying any more P&P than the $3.95 that you've already done. The next one we've got for you is the 12mm. So this is 12mm by 6mm by 3mm deep, and you get 2 sheets in there. $1.99 for that, if that's the size that you want to go for. And they are also, of course, available on the website too, so you can find them if you want to. Then we've got this one, which is your 5mm by 5mm by 3mm. There we go. So they're going to be the same price, I believe, $1.99. There we go, £1.99 for those. So they're basically square. Yeah, I mean, you get one pack of those, which is 440. It says 880 on there, but that's for a double pack. And then the other one is the 12mm by 6mm, is that right? Yeah, 12mm by 6mm. So again, these are just $1.99 as well. They're all $1.99. Just choose the sizes that you're after. These are one packs, so it says 320. You're actually going to get 160 of those, I believe, or 80 of them. 80 of those. There we go. $1.99. I think this is a multi-pack we've kind of broken down, but that's what you're going to get for £1.99. GI2083, which is pretty special. GI2083, all $1.99. Choose the sizes that you want, a multi-order, and yeah, no more P&P for you.
Foam pads, you know me, I absolutely love foam pads. Are my go-to to create that lift-in elevation. So, you know, multi-buy on that one. We're going to be using them within this one here. But let's go in with the folder. So it is 5x7 embossing folder, and it is a 2D embossing folder. So all that detail is just on one level. So I've gone in with some of my white cardstock that I've cut it just a slither smaller than 5x7, and then we're going to close it. Now, when it comes to our Gemini, your 2D embossing folder is your base plate and then your top plate. So base plate with your folder and card, and then your top plate on the top. What I like to do, Dave, every now and again, is I'll add in my metal shim. And what it just does, because it's 2D and it's only on one level, it just enhances that emboss just that little bit. You know, the metal shim, it's not overly thick.
No.
It's just a teeny. It's there just to cut metal into metal, essentially, with your Gemini. But if you are using it for your 2D embossing folder, it's a nice way just to add that tiny additional little bit of shim. And then you've got that 2D from kind of that pantry shelf that you've got.
And like I said to you, that could easily be like a closet for shoes or hats or
Absolutely.
bags, not just for food.
Anything like that, you know, maybe Lauren just had a great idea in the gallery saying, what about a trophy cabinet?
Yeah, could be.
Could absolutely be anything like that. It's the base shape, it's that core shape that you've got that you can then come along and have your creative play with it. And that is, of course, in whatever way that you want. Now, we do have a bundle of duet ink pads on the show. Now, in the bundle, there's not like a brown within it. It's all kind of like bright colours. So what I've done is I've just taken the Fryer Brown water reactive ink pads that we do, and I'm just colouring the whole lot. So I'm going over with my blending tool, but what's happening is that embossed detail of that pantry is just being picked up that little bit more. So it's a little bit more darker than that backdrop of the card. And
using the brown, it makes it look quite vintage,
quite antique. Yeah, it gives you that sepia vintage look.
Nice.
And what you can still do if you wanted to as well, although this is our smooth cardstock, Dave, if you wanted to, you do this within your watercolour cardstock, spritz it with water after, dab it with your kitchen roll, and it's going to give you more of that age-old look because you've got that faux bleach. But if I then lift that up, giving it that old-style look, the other thing that you can do as well is if you make sure that it's as flat as you possibly can get it, and then turn your ink pad over the top and just lightly turn. What it's going to do is it's just picking out that embossed detail.
Makes it look like walnut now.
It does, yeah. And don't worry around the edge, because what it does is just adding to that kind of distressed, that mixed look. You know, in here, we're not necessarily going to see all of that because we're going to cover it. But how cool does that look?
Yeah.
Really smart. So the one that I've done purposely, I didn't do that to show you that difference. So I'm going to kind of use them both still. So let's move that out the way. And just some of our white cardstock. So let's go in with, we're going to go in with Cake Heaven, and we're going to use the flower die. We're also then going to go in with the Mix and Measure, and we're going to go in, of course, with that container. And then we're going to go back in with the Cake Heaven. We're going to do the cupcake stand. And it's not a whole cupcake, Dave. What it is, it's the casing.
Oh, and the top.
And the top, separate. So you can do them in your block cardstock, you can do it in pattern paper, you can do it in anything like that. And I'm going to go in, this one that I'm using here is the Here for the Cake. And I just want the little kitchen glove.
We should make a card for Dan, our director, when he's back from lunch with that on it. Here for the cake.
Here for the cake. Yeah. That's it. Do you know what? We could make that for him, and then he could give that to P Wheels as a thank you for all the bacon that she does. But if we then run that through, and this is where I said at the start, Dave, that all of these as well, if you've got your really small die-cutting machines, maybe you've got your Gemini Mini or any other brand that's a tiny machine, these are all going to work.
Yeah, perfect.
Well.
I mean, that's why many of you have more than one die-cutting machine just for that purpose. If you don't want to put your A4 sheets or plates through the machine all the time, just use your smaller machines. We've got the Mojito, I think, in the next show.
We do indeed.
Which is the exclusive one to us. So if you're looking for a smaller machine, a manual one, that'll be in the 4 or 5 o'clock show this afternoon. So.
Absolutely. It works really, really well. But because of the size of these ones, the amount of times that you're going to have bits left over of your cardstock, it's nice to maybe just sit. You know, we're getting a lot nicer weather. Hopefully it sticks around. Imagine this is the sort of collection that maybe you're not going to use straight away as in. Maybe you're going to use all the little bits, Dave. You're going to sit one afternoon in the sun. You're going to then die cut all of these little bits using all your waste bits of cardstock.
And you can use them on posters to publicise the, the church fete, the school fete.
Well, yeah, can you imagine that? And decorating it in your way, letting the kiddies decorate it their way, the grandkids, or maybe you're a teacher or you work in schools and you do, bringing by bakesy. I don't know if they're still allowed to do that nowadays, but that sort of thing.
Or maybe your kids are studying home economics at school, and that includes baking, I think, doesn't it, normally?
Yeah. Yeah.
I never got taught cooking when I was at school, but...
Oh, it was my favourite subject.
Was it?
Yeah. My favourite, because I love bacon, was always good at anything hands-on, which funny enough, being in the job that I'm in, so we called it home economics, techie workshop would work, and then anything where it was creative with the hands, they were always my favourite subject. Maths and English,
forget it.
It's another subject. But by doing this within the white cards, I'm not going to spend time colouring, Dave, but you can take whatever chosen colour and medium that you want. It could be your tri-blend brushes, your water base, it could be your ink pads if you want. And that flower, that little word flower stamp, is within that set. You've got it down here as well. You've got the word butter right down in the corner for, of course, the butter bowl as well.
And, of course, that classic saying, bonker's going to bake, is
bonkers, yeah, absolutely. That's definitely going to take off. Maybe if we ever do kind of like a part 2, that could be on that one. But then your kitchen glove, I've just done the one here. And then I've just taken little strips. This were just excess that I had left over when I was doing bits of demoing and prep. And I've got my cupcake stand and my little cupcakes. So let's bring these ones. So although that's the one that I done just a moment ago, because I've already matte and layered this onto black card, let's use that one, seeing as it's all ready to go. And this is the buildability factor. You've got that really lovely base, i.e. the pantry of the embossing folder. And then you can start to look, you can start to change, you can start to rearrange. So before you commit to the stick, let's go in and let's have a play.
Do a dummy run.
So we're doing exactly that, yeah. We're going to do exactly that. Now, although I've got my sticky tape on it, I'm not going to press too hard. I'm not going to put the cupcakes on until I know for sure. We could do the flower there. We can do let's do the glove down here on the handle. Maybe that can go there. Going with their sentiment, I like big cakes and I cannot lie. How brilliant is that? Do you know what I'm going? I think, I'm like, well, I go. And this is the thing. Have a play. Have a play. So let's kind of balancing it out. There we go. Yep, I'm happy with that. So let's press that in. Let's bring in these banners. So I'm going to add all of these together. So if I pop that in there, I've already got the foam pads. So these are foam pads that are within those different options that you showed. And although I've got this flat, if you're using your glue gel, Dave, there's nothing stopping you from bending them, manipulating them, and shaping them.
If you've got any glossy highlights or anything like that,
definitely.
Crafter's Companion, make it look shiny.
Can you imagine that on the cupcake, the icing?
Yeah.
So let's take that off. and pop that there. And then let's finish off. So I'm going to use my pokey tool. So I'm going to do the base of 1. So let's pop that there. And then I'm going to pop that over the top to create 1 cupcake. If I do 1 there and 1 there, and although I've just done the 3, you can start to stagger them, you could start to layer them, use those really small foam pads that you were showing. And then if we bring, Laura, that's a brilliant idea.
New baby cards.
Love that, new baby cards. So, you know, pink for the girls, blue for the boys.
A lot of people have cupcakes now for their wedding cakes.
They do.
So people have individual cakes rather than just slices of a bigger cake. But look at that. Isn't that brilliant? Today,
that one.
We are launching the complete Crafter's Companion Kitchen Collection. And there are so many of you in your baskets. Lots of you haven't checked out yet. Anne in Essex hasn't. Geraldine in Hampshire. Hi to you. Jane in Suffolk. Leslie in Inverclyde. Beverly in South Yorkshire. Michelle in East Riding of Yorkshire. I know it's tempting to put it in your basket. Watch Craig for the demo. Now's the time to check out while we have the stock, because the stock is going very, very quickly. I mean, if you think about it, what do you see normally in crafting, in card making? You normally see lots of flowers. You normally see lots of butterflies. But this is something completely different, but it's something that so many people are passionate about, even if they're not very good at it like me. I love to have a go. Everybody's got probably a baker in the family, or people that love the baking shows on TV. Maybe you're doing home economics at school, your children are, your grandkids are, and this is kind of relevant to them as well. Maybe you've got a chef or a trainee chef in the family, somebody who works in the kitchens or whatever it might be. But it's something that I think more now than ever before people relate to and are getting excited about. Baking, making biscuits, making cakes, baking whatever. That's what this is all about. Now, you've got, remember, everything in there that you need. You've got the stamps, you've got the embossing folder, you've got, of course, the 6x6 paper pad, with all the relevant pages in there, and then the rest of them are dies for all the different parts of what you'd expect to see in a kitchen with baking. Now, we did mention we got a cracking deal going on with the Crafter's Companion tape pens. I think this has been the most popular deal we've done. Now, we do have 3 variants of it. We've got them back for you. We've been able to do the deal that has been the most popular. Now, this one is going to give you the best of both worlds, because it's going to give you one of the dotty tape pens and one of the straight tape pens. So, of course, that's non-stop continuous strips of adhesive coming out of that tape pen. These are micro dots of equally as strong adhesive, but it will only stick to where the cardstock is. So if you've got like a really intricate background, you've got really intricate sentiment, maybe best wishes or whatever it might be, and you struggle to put glue on that because it's so fine, the dots will only stick where you need the glue to be. And then it's just genius. It really is fantastic. So that normally is $4.99. That normally is $3.99. So you're looking basically at $8.99's worth of value, and you're going to get both for £4.99. So that one is absolutely free of charge. And there's 22 metres on each one. Now, we have done big bundles of tape pens before, where you buy a dozen and get them for the price of 8 and stuff like that. But not everybody wants to have a dozen tape pens. This is a great way of stocking up, especially if you've already paid your P&P today already. That means this is a delivered price, $4.99 for one of the dotty tape pens, which if you've never tried is a game changer. Honestly, it is. 22 metres of the dots, 22 metres of the straight adhesive, £4.99 gets you both, whereas normally you'd be paying $4.99 plus $3.99, you'd be paying £8 basically for the two. So today you can get both of them for, well, you saved your P&P straight away, haven't you? Yeah. Now, if you want 2 of the straights, so 2 of those, you're not into the dotties, fair enough. If that's the one that you always run out of, you use it for your mats and layers, all that sort of thing. These are $3.99 each, $7.98 normally for a pair. Today, if you buy 2, it's one item number, but it's going to give you 2, you get all of them, both of them, for the price of 1. So one of them is absolutely free, or both of them are half price, whichever way you look at it. MO2064, $3.99. You can have 2, 4, 6, 8 of them. It's entirely up to you. That item number will give you 2. I've only got 1 here, but you'll get 2 of these in the post if you order MO2064, which Yvette in West Yorkshire is doing, and Roswell in Merthyr Tydfil's coming in for that offer as well. And then if you've got quite a few of them already, but you want the dotty ones, And they're the ones that you want to use for all those fiddly decorative details, the sentiments, the backgrounds, anything fine and fiddly where you normally use glue and then it kind of oozes out and seeps out and makes a mess. This is the game changer. Nothing's going to stick up and catch on the envelope when you're trying to push it into the envelope when you've got these dots on the back of what you're putting onto the card. £9.98 for two. They're £1 more than the straight tape runners, so you're looking at £9.98 for two. Not today. Stock up. We'll give you both for £4.99. Half price, or buy one, get one free. NS2036 is the product code. Here we go. Look, here's proof on the screen. £4.99, but you get twice what I'm holding here in the studio. So 44 metres of dotty adhesive for the price of 22. That's pretty amazing.
So good. Really, really is. And what you'll find is because you've got a lot of the smaller dies in here, this is when the dotty tape runner is going to be perfect. You know, that cupcake stand, really small and intricate, the dots are going to be perfect. This is the sort of collection where grab as many of the foam pads as you possibly can. And also the tape runners as well. Foam pads and tape runners, not something we need to do as an offer because we sell them no matter what, but the fact is, of course, it's just a perfect opportunity for you to use them.
OK, well, the last couple of minutes on this hour, this is the only scheduled show of this today. Loads of you have this complete collection in your baskets. You're now gradually checking out, confirming your order, and checking out your basket confirms your order. If it's in your basket, you may think it's yours, but it's not. And if you go and check out a bit later on, if you're going to go out and do something, I'll check out when I get back, you may find it sold out by then. It still lets you put it in your basket, but it tells you when you go to checkout, sorry, it's gone. So we don't want that to happen to all of you. You can see your names there if you are still in the checkout process. You can call the call centre, free phone number on your mobile or your landline. The call centre will process your order for you, absolutely free of charge. They're there above our heads, just outside of Birmingham, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So they're always there if you have any questions or you just want to talk to someone to place your order, that's fine. If you'd rather do it on the app or rather do it on the website, you can do it that way. Dead simple, dead quick, dead easy. And remember, wherever you order, it's 1 P&P for the day's orders of £3.95. No matter how many things you buy, whether it's from Crafter's Companion, whether it's from Sizzix, whether it's from Lottie with Mama Makes Later, just 1 P&P for the whole day's orders.
Absolutely, and just to let you know as well, between today and next weekend, I'm doing all the Crafter's Companion shows, and we don't have another show with this collection.
OK.
So just keep that in mind. This is the only show that we've got. Can't believe that, Dave.
Half the stock's gone.
Not surprised.
In less than 1 hour, and we did have a big stock.
We did indeed, yeah. 36 sheets. We're just going to go through the boards to let you see what you're going to be getting. 6 by 6, 36 sheets, 12 designs, and you're getting 3 of each. Now, this is my one, so some of them have been used, but you've got your kitchen tile, you've got your plaids, you've got your florals, but then you've got your mixing bowls, you've got crisscross, love hearts, you've got kind of like the kitchen table, cloths as well, just beautiful, beautiful design, all uncoated so you can ink and you can spritz. You've got that beautiful, pretty lace, because then of course that could be the doily, that could be around the cupcake, around the rim of the kitchen table. Then your bacon memory, so that's just enhancing your card, your project, whatever it is that you're going to be making. You know, a really good one as well if you love your barbecues, because a lot of these tools you could be using for the barbecue. You've then got your cake heaven, so that's the one with the cupcake stand. This is the sort of one, Dave, perfect with the dotty tape runner, with all the small detail, but the graters in there as well, the flour jar in there.
Yeah, the dotty tape runner, perfect for all these
100%.
Tiny little, you know, spatulas and spoons and knives and things like that.
And then, you know, giving you more of the mixing bowl, it could be salad bowls. You've got your rolling pins in there, the whisks in there as well. But then you've got your cakes, which that could be any celebratory cake. You've got your bacon tin, the cupcake, or I keep saying cupcakes. The cookies fit on there as well. You've got chocolate in there. You've then got your apron. So you've got your apron with the wine glass. You've got the wine bottle. I mean, the little baked loaf of bread and those little separate die cuts are like the hot steam coming off that freshly baked
almost smell it.
bread. You almost can. You've then also got, you can see the mixing bowl there, but what you've got is you've got the little measuring stamp that sits on top of the measuring scale. You've also then got that 5x7 embossing folder, 2D embossing folder. It's like that pantry effect. And then something I know that you guys are all been loving is those Baked with Love being the quirky sentiment stamps. Just a few. You've got Cooking Time, Let's Bake, Cake O'Clock, Just Beat It. You've then also got I Like Big Cakes and I Cannot Lie. These are just a few of the 32 stamps that you've got with 23 stamps, sorry.
Yeah,
and that's it.
Lots of you bought those on your own as well, or on their own. So they are available separately if you want the stamps. All the die sets are available separately. The extra paper pad is also available separately for an extra $4.99. So that's the only thing really you're going to run out of eventually, the papers and the paper pads. So treat yourself to an extra one. SV2091, we knew you'd love it. It's been even more popular than we anticipated. Keep checking out your baskets. We've got, in the next couple of hours with Craigie, we've got the Take Flight back by popular demand, and also we've got the layouts that you've been asking about.
Yes, so yeah, next show being the Take Flight Creator Card Dies, which I absolutely love, and then, yeah, as Dave said, the layout collection.
That will be at 4 and 5, yeah?
4 and 5,
4 and 5 with Craig and myself. OK, and I'll see you with Sharon next. More from Sizzix and the brilliant Tim Holtz after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
What sets Dalton Manor apart, that it's predominantly paper and card. A lot of us forget how important paper and card is, especially when we start to make cards and other projects. That is your base item. So I think we sometimes use inferior products to use as a base because we know we're going to be putting things on it. So it kind of feels like that's the smaller, less important part of the project. To me, that is probably one of the more important parts of putting a project together. So I think if we can get a really, really great base card and base paper for you to start creating with, I think that's the important thing, and I'm hoping that that is something that people will look at before they start to craft. I would like the HobbyMaker customers to get exactly what I get from it, so I want them to, see it, buy it, get it home, take it out of the packets, open it up and see that, yeah, they can make what they've just seen myself make. I want them to be comfortable, and I want us to go on like a little path together, where they'll look forward to what's coming from Dalton Manor next month, and something that everyone will look forward to when it appears on HobbyMaker.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. You are are entering the Tim Holtz Vault, all back from the vault. Absolutely. Welcome along. It's a really good afternoon. Great to have your company here at HobbyMaker. Sharon's here, Craigie's here, a bit later on Lottie's here as well, all the way through until 8 o'clock tonight. That's your Sunday afternoon and into your, Saturday afternoon, into your Saturday evening. I'm jumping ahead.
You are?
Jumping ahead. Right, now I'm Dave. Great to have your company. We brought you already 1 hour of Sizzix at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and boy, was it busy. Boy, was it so popular. We've got an amazing deal on the Tim Holtz Switch from Sizzix coming up. That gorgeous, iconic black and chrome machine. Loads of those went in the first show at 1 o'clock. Get to that a bit later on. But we didn't actually in 1 o'clock get through all the Volt dies, did we?
No, we've got so much on the show that we didn't even have time to show it all, did we?
No. So what we're going to start with is things that you haven't seen already that were in the 1 o'clock show. We will recap on things in case you missed it. But what we want to start with, the Volt, explain to us the concept of the Volt, because these are dies that Tim's done for a little while.
Yes, basically, if you think about it, over the years, Tim's been working with Sizzix for many years.
Yeah.
And Sizzix don't have a big enough warehouse to keep every single die forever.
No.
We release dies. Some of them sort of go into the everyday collection and are permanently available. For the most of them, they'll be around for a year or so and disappear.
Yeah.
And Tim felt this was a bit of a shame because over the years he's come up with so many beautiful concepts and different clever ideas that he wanted to revisit some of them. Also, technology has changed. In the time that Tim's been working with Sizzix, we've kind of developed newer technologies like the 3D embossing folders.
Yeah.
So he wanted to go back to some of those older designs and tweak them, revisit them, and give them new life. So these have all been tweaked. They're generally different sizes from when they were first out.
Right.
A lot of these that are now thinlet die sets might have been big dies when they first came out.
Right.
So even if you've got them from first time around, these are different. You're going to get a different scale to work with. You might get the versatility of having a thin die. So they're all going to be slightly different, but that's the idea.
And I want to show you, every single die that we've got in the show today will come in its own presentation wallet, its own packaging. That's Sizzix branded as well. So, yeah, the idea behind this is keep your dies in there because that's where they belong, and they can go into ring binders and that sort of thing if you want to as well. But all the elements in here are completely separate. You've got the cogs for a steampunky effect. You've got all those different numbers that you can see that are separate as well. So whether you want to put the clock on a certain time to represent a certain age or a certain time that someone was born or a certain anniversary or whatever it might be, you've got the hands and you've got the numbers to do just that, but all in here. Now, the prices that we've been doing today are just incredible. We have a history of this selling out before. We've got stock back of it today, and look at the price. You're already checking out on this. You don't want to miss out again. It's only £13.49. And of course, because all the elements are separate, you can use them in all sorts of different ways. You don't have to use the cogs. You don't have to use the numbers or the hands. If you just want to use the outside frame of the pocket watch, you can.
I mean, there's a lot in these sets. You can see you've got the pocket watch. I will mention the pocket watch. If you've got any of the Sizzix domes, the larger of the dome sizes fits in there. So if you want to create a shaker card or, you know, a very realistic dome element to it, you can. The other thing is you've got two different sets of numbers in there. You've got all those cogs. There's a lot that you're going to use. And if you look at the numbers, the smaller numbers that are the perfect size to use on the clock face, you've actually got multiples. You've got everything on that one die to cut all the numbers for a clock face. So you've got like 3 ones because you want one for 1 o'clock, 11,
sure.
Or 12, 10, 11, 12, you're going to need more ones. So yeah, you've got everything in one die to do the whole clock.
This is the most affordable way of either starting or increasing your Tim Holtz collection with the Sizzix dies today. Already half the stock has checked out on this. £13.49. Beryl, Crafter in Gloucestershire, Ms in Hertfordshire, Susan in Dorset, Tricia in Kent, May Chen in Hampshire, Crafter, hello to you. We're down to single figure stock on this as well. We got every single one of these that we could get our hands on. Is that EI? EI1S12. EI1S12 is the product code for £13.49. That one's called Volt Watch Gears. Okay, that one is going to sell out again for the second time in as many months, basically. Okay, now next, I've got a whole pile of Volt dies here. Okay, now we haven't brought any of these in our shows today until now. So this is the Volt Rosettes. Now, the dies you've got in here are going to allow you to make 3-dimensional rosettes, 3-dimensional stars, 3-dimensional love hearts, and beautiful, what would you call those? Almost like, they're like seals, aren't they?
They're like seals, yeah. They can either go in the centre of the rosette, kind of cover up the centre, because you need to kind of glue the rosette in the centre. Right. so it covers up that. But independently, they're great for sort of seals, for letters, for like sentiment places. Sentiments. What was the other thing I was in my brain?
Well, the flaps on envelopes at the back.
Yes, that was where I was going. Yeah, like little stickers almost.
Yeah.
So they're really versatile. The fact that you've got not only the rosettes, but you've got the star and the heart in this set means for one die set, you've got so many different ways to use this.
Now, just before you get this home, open it up and think, I ought to do a rosette. My rosette's not in there. I'm going to send this back. This is the die that does the cutting and the creasing that you then fold to make your rosette.
Yes, that's exactly it. And you can play around with the size of this. You basically die cut it. You'll die cut a couple of times, stick them together, and then you literally just valley mount in folds alternately to give you that concertina effect. Glue the two ends together, place it flat on your desk, and you can kind of squish it into shape. And I tend to use a hot glue gun when I'm putting them together. The heart's the same. It gives you that really faceted heart. Now, the heart and the star are actually very, very easy to put together. You think looking at the die that it's fiddly, but it's not. The way that the score lines have been done, once you just fold all the score lines, it kind of shapes itself almost.
Okay.
Go to Tim Holtz's website, though, timholtz.com, because he's got tutorials on all of these.
Okay. Well, it's CL1S49, the product code. CL1S49. We're going to go below a tenner on this. Can you believe this? £9.99. And all those dies to make those three-dimensional rosettes and hearts and the stars is yours. Under a tenner, £9.99. These prices are absolutely incredible. Amazing deals. CL1S49. Lots of you coming in for this one right now. And it could be that you've got an awards ceremony coming up. Maybe it's the best dog in show or sports day for the kids at school or whatever, and you want to do rosettes and award prizes.
Yeah, to make your own rosettes for those sort of events is really cool, isn't it? You can alter the size of it as well, because, of course, if you think the die itself, it's just a straight line. So if you chop into that, you can make it smaller if you want to make smaller rosettes.
Perfect. Okay, well, that's under £10, saving you £8 off what the price should be. Next one. Okay, next one we've got... I'll tell you what. Let's do the pillow boxes. Yeah, let's do this. Because these are perfect, absolutely perfect, to make little pillow boxes which are perfect for jewellery and that sort of thing. You make your own jewellery with HobbyMaker, our sister channel. These are the dies that will let you make your own pillow boxes really effectively and cost-effectively. So £17.99 is your price. Already, this is an amazing price as it is. You've got the little envelopes, the little wallets that you can use there, of course, as well. What paper or what vellum you use to make these out of is entirely up to you. £17.99. This is your Vault pillow box or bag. Under a tenner today to make your own pillow boxes.
It's great. And you've also got a treat bag in there as well. So you've got your pillow box, you've got a treat bag, you've got a little card that can slot in either of them, and then you've got two little labels as well. So he's really crammed a lot into these sets, you know, as he's gone back to revisit them. I can't remember if I think this pillow box is smaller than the original one when it came out.
Big size, though.
Great size, as you say, great if you're a jewellery maker and you want to sell your mates. These are just so fabulous if you, like me, leave it till the last minute to buy a gift for someone and you just want to pop a gift card in something other than just putting it in the card.
That's not a tiny pillow box. That's a really good size pillow box. You can get a necklace in there, all sorts of things. And then if you want something a little bit smaller, there we go. Look, you've got the little envelope.
The little treat box. This looks lovely if you cut it from vellum.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's really cool. And then you've got little cards that can go in either of them.
Yeah.
And then you've got two little labels, so if you want to sort of decorate the outside, you can. And the labels have got a really nice kind of border on them.
So, you know, this is going to save you money. If you normally buy pillow boxes, or maybe you want to make pillow boxes to sell, loads of you thinking that's a great idea, especially when the price of the dies to make them is only £9.99. There's no measuring, there's no cutting. Just choose the card you want to use or choose the vellum that you want to use and just run it through the machine. Yeah. And again, it's Tim Holtz, an original Tim Holtz for under a tenner.
Great deals today.
It's about 45% off.
Yeah,
these prices are absolutely crazy. And I've still got a big stash here to go through. Right, this one is the Vault Bunny and Chick.
You like this one, don't you?
Yeah.
It's really cute. Very, very fun, this set. You've got your bunting, you've got the little bunny with his specs, and the chick, you've got an egg. Now, obviously, this works really well for Easter, but that bunny I've used on loads of different cards.
Well, you know what they say, don't you? They say when it gets to January, always buy your wrapping for next year in the sale. because, of course, if you buy it in October, November, it's not going to be reduced. Buy it in January, it will be. Same with this. If you're thinking, well, Easter's been and gone now, yeah, but it's going to come around like Christmas every single year. Stock up while we've got them in these sale deals. You will not regret it. And you can use the hare and you can use the chick all year round, really.
Yes.
The bunting, of course, is really usable all year round too. BU 1S83. £17.99, and you can actually build the character. The bunny is not just one die, it's about 4 or 5 dies that make him.
Yes, he layers up. I love his little specs as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a very versatile one that you can use for kind of new baby cards, all sorts of occasions, really.
This is going under £10 too.
Wow.
These Volt dies are absolutely flying today. £10 or $9.99 for your bunny, your chick. You've got the egg there as well, of course. And if I just quickly open this one up so you can see exactly what I mean about how you layer the characters. And by the way, if you want to keep them in their protective cellophane wrapping, you can undo each packet at the bottom. You don't have to snip the top up, and you can reseal it. So it's like a cello bag, really. And then in here, you've got all your elements in your plastic wallet.
Yeah. Handy wallet.
There we go. And they're all in there. Look, all the elements to make the bunny. The outline of the bunny's there, but then you've got all the other parts to layer him up. His belly, his eyes, and of course his glasses are all in there as well. So you can make each one different colours and make each one slightly different. And it's under a £10 note to get your bunny and your chick. My favourite, though, is... Can I find my favourite? Am I allowed?
Oh, yes.
It just makes me laugh.
It does make you smile, this one, doesn't it? You can just picture them sort of hopping away. Very cute.
Hibbity hop. Hibbity hop. The Volt Hibbity hop. You've just got them dancing up. And that's like, you know, a night out without any cares.
It is. It really is. I love the fact that they've got the little... So it can either be a bow tie or a hair bow. You've got a butterfly. And you've got a full alphabet and number set in here as well, which, you know, you would pay more than that just for an alphabet set, really.
In a hibbity-hop style.
In a nice font, yeah, it's a nice size. You get that little sort of string as well that you can sort of use as bunting to put whatever
honestly,
you want.
This is crazy. It's $9.99 for a full alphabet set and the numbers and the 2 characters with the butterfly as well. But I just love their position. I love their pose.
Yes,
it
does make you
like
smile.
dad dancing, but bunny's dad dancing.
It does, yeah.
Really cool. Volt Hibbity Hop. Put that in your basket and check out if you'd like it. HW1510 is your item number. Or no, it's not. It's 1S10, isn't it? HW1S10 is the product code for Hibbity Hop. These are iconic.
They are. They're, you know, all of these sets are really. They're very much classic Tim Holtz.
Now, this next one. This one is going to be right up everybody's street. Now, we showed you and talked about a 3-dimensional heart earlier on.
Yes.
Well, these are dies that are going to give you a 3-dimensional star in different sizes and a 3-dimensional heart. So there's lots of...
Yes, so these are larger than the ones that came in the other set, because obviously they were sort of add-ons in the other set. In this set, they're big focal size dies. Again, very easy to put together. Pop to Tim's website, because he's got, for all of these, he's got not only instructions, but he has the most amazing design team and the inspiration. One of his design team, I remember this heart, she did like a whole plaque where she'd gone through the whole rainbow with the hearts going down like a wooden MDF plaque, and it looks amazing.
Well, there you can see it's a much bigger heart than the one that we showed you in the previous collection. But again, all of this is going to do the cutting and the scoring, and it's the way you fold it, basically, that makes it a 3-dimensional heart.
Yes.
And then you've got your 2 different sizes of star, the big one again there. So you've got the cutting edge on the outside, and then all of these are score lines that you just fold in the appropriate way.
Yeah,
and it makes
you kind of
3D
pinch
star.
it and it pops up into 3D. I use the star a lot for Christmas cards.
Yeah, I can imagine.
They're lovely for Christmas cards.
Well, that's it. $21.99 is the price for this. But today we're going to do half price. Exactly 50% off. It's £11 for all 3 dies to make these 3-dimensional ornaments for decoration, for frames. You can hang them. You could stick them back to back to make them 3D.
You can put them back to back, yeah, because they have a flat back, so they'll go flat onto a card front. But yeah, if you place 2 back to back, of course, instantly you've got a 3D ornament.
Only £11. RI1S98. These letters look like numbers. RI1S98. There we go. £11. Lots of you coming in. Pauline in Warwickshire's in. Hello, Mary in Herbert Road. Dee in Manchester. Christine in Hampshire. Margaret in Lincolnshire. There we go. So there is your set of dies to make your 3D ornaments. They're £11 the price. OK, what's next? Next one. Let's do this one.
Yeah,
this takes me back to my childhood.
I love this one. I just made a birthday card with this actually for my stepson because he is a big film buff. So I thought, oh, I know what I can use for Dave's card. Really lovely. And I love the detail and the thought that's gone into this because you've got that sort of reel. But if you look at all those little squares, those will inset in. And you've got...
They go in there?
Yeah, you've got 6. So there are 12 on there. So you've only got to run those through twice.
Right.
To have all the elements. I think there's a card there somewhere where I've done a rainbow with it. And of course, it was only 2 passes of the machine for me to get the whole rainbow of colours. Perhaps it's... No?
Is it on the front?
No, it's not. It'll be the last one you find.
It will be. Oh, here it is.
Oh, there it is,
here it is.
Right at the bottom.
Oh, look at that.
So in 2 passes of the machine, I was able to die cut all those little squares in the whole rainbow of colours to pop in there. Then you've got that lovely film strip. Those would be great for scrapbooking, journaling, because of course you could put your own photos in there.
Yeah,
if you want
absolutely,
to.
you could. Brilliant, eh? Absolutely superb. So it's up to you what you put in them and how you actually, what you make them into. But £13.49. There's a lot of dies, a lot of metal in there. We're in the vault of Tim Holtz, remember. YK1S73 is the product code. Half the stock of this has gone. And this reminds me of the viewing glasses that you used to have, and you clicked your finger in it.
Yes, you clicked it to go to the next
rotated. Yeah. Weren't they great? So again, a real kind of blast from the past. YK1S 73. Now, single figure stock on that one, please be quick if you want to put that one into your basket and check out. It doesn't matter how many times you check out. The phone call is free. It's free to order on the website and the app as well. And 1 P&P, no matter how many orders you make between midnight last night and midnight tonight. Now, this one is something a little bit different. The Vault Boutique.
This one I feel is a little bit more feminine than some of the others. A lot of Tim's dies have a bit of a steampunky industrial sort of feel to them. This one can be very feminine. And you've got so much in here because you've got a lovely doily. Now, the texture of that, if you scrunch it up, is just beautiful. It looks like a real proper vintage doily. You've got a little sentiment strip, a banner strip that you can fold to create a banner, or you can just have one long strip. You've got flourishes. You've got a frame. You've got all those butterflies, and they're all individual dies, so you can die cut those, in whatever way you want to. You can just pick out one if you want to. And then you've even got a 3D rose as well.
Wow.
So the amount in one die set is mind-blowing.
Now, this is starting price, £17.99. We're going to go down. RO1S38 is the product code. I've just heard from Laura, my producer, we're going to go to a brand new lowest price, £11.99. There's a lot in there for that price of £11.99. And again, like you said, something a little bit more feminine maybe, if you're not really into the industrial and that sort of that sort of look. Maybe this is more up your street. Beautiful butterflies, wonderful flourishes, and of course that lovely kind of doily in there as well. All of that for just £11.99. That's RO1S38. Now, we did this one in the first show, didn't we?
Yes, we did. I did a demo with this one, and I know...
OK. Well, we had a big stock at 1 o'clock, and half of that stock went. The Wildflowers, one of Sharon's favourite collections of Tim Holtz. We sold an awful lot of these at 1 o'clock, but we still have a few remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... There's 6 dies in there. 60% went at 1 o'clock. We have a few remaining. It's, again, an iconic selection of dies, whether you're using your cardstock for colour, whether you're cutting out of white cardstock and adding colour with your ink pads or sprays, it's entirely up to you. And you used that one in the demo at 1 o'clock, didn't you?
Actually, this is the different... We've got 2 Wildflower. There are 2. I'm just looking at that. Yeah, this is a different one.
OK,
This is the Vault one. They're very similar, and if you've got the other one, you'll probably want this one as well, because it just gives you more...
Oh, so this one's
flowers.
the Vault Wildflowers. We got the right details
We
on the
had
screen.
Wildflowers 2 in the previous
okay.
one I demoed with.
So if you bought Wildflowers 2 in the first show at 1...
You might want this one as well.
You might want this one because they will complement it, OK?
Yep.
TS1S78. So there we go, TS1S78, £9.99. I think this was the one that we did in the 1 o'clock show. We haven't got Wildflowers 2, so it was this one we did in the 1 o'clock.
Was this one? Oh,
yeah.
OK.
Yeah.
Sorry,
so
I'm confusing you all.
At 1 o'clock, if you bought this, this is what you've got, OK? £9.99, loads of you coming through. Mary again, Crafter in Lincolnshire, Jackie in East Riding of Yorkshire, Karen in West Midlands. The stock remaining, a quarter of that's now gone. Very, very busy. They're all individual dies, OK? Separate dies, which you can make in whatever colours you wish and make your own kind of wildflower meadow, really, can't you?
Yes, and I love the versatility of these because you can use them all together, you can pick out just one of them, you can colour them, or do an inky background and cut them from black cards as a silhouette. They look absolutely stunning. Oh yeah, there's the card I made earlier.
There we go.
Yeah, really pretty. And the scale of these is great because they are big enough to kind of be your card front.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So $9.99 the price, TS1S78, nearly half the remaining stock of the wildflowers has gone. I've got 2 more to show you that you haven't seen yet. This is Volt Scribbly Butterfly. Now, butterflies everyone loves. This has got the Tim Holtz twist and the Tim Holtz edge to it. Very kind of angular rather than kind of curvy.
A bit different. You know, scribbly is the way to describe them. They have got that sort of sketchy feel to them.
Yeah.
You've got 2 different sizes of butterfly there. That bottom one is really quite big. And then you get the background piece as well, so you can do a different colour for the background.
Shall I take it out?
Yeah.
If it is big, let's show you how big it is.
Big, bold butterflies.
And remember, the actual plastic wallet, this is your storage. So, you know, normally when you buy things and they're in storage wrappers, you kind of discard the wrappers, throw them away. The whole idea behind this is these plastic wallets become their home. That's what you can put into storage binders. We've got ring binders and things like that you can use. But look at the size of that. Huge.
Yeah, big, bold butterflies. So many different ways to use these again. I like the fact that you've got the background piece because if you want to cut that from one colour, do an inky background, and then do the butterfly, sort of the detail part. You can go in with black or something to make it really striking.
Okay, well, we're going to go, as you can see, below £10. With 1 P&P, you saved yourself a fortune on the postage every day with us at HobbyMaker. Now, for less than £10, you can start your Tim Holtz die collection or add to it with 4 dies, 2 great size, great detail butterflies. £9.99 for a Tim Holtz Sizzix die set is absurd. It really, really is. Even at the normal price, it's great value at $17.99. WC1S18. Now, the last in the vault that we've got for you. Now, we didn't get to this in the 1 o'clock show either. This is allowing you to make your own little matchboxes.
Yeah, there is one next to you there, Dave, a finished one. It's really cute, very, very easy to make. And those 3D flowers that are on there are from the set we just looked at as well. So these...
What could be in there? It could be a little piece of jewellery, a trinket,
yes.
A baby's first tooth, something like that.
Yeah, and of course you could stack these to make your own little drawer unit if you want to. You've got dies to do a cutout into this. So if you want on the lid to have a heart cut out and perhaps put some acetate or vellum behind it, you've got a heart, an oval, a rectangle, and then that little shield.
Oh, now before we go on and start a demo, there are some other dies that we had in the first show, which I think we still have stock of. Have we still got the World Travel? Oh, that's gone. Okay, World Travel's gone. What about the Volt Lovebirds? Okay, we had a lot of stock of that, and that's still available. So we did show you this at 1 o'clock, but if you didn't see it then, if you were out, if you're at lunch or something, didn't have a chance to see it, here we go. There is your Lovebirds. There we go. So Volt Lovebirds is what it's called. MX1S87. So you've got the angular birds. There's your beautiful feather, and then you've got your branch as well. Oh, I found the other wildflowers.
The other wildflowers, yeah. Bit confusing, because one's called Wildflowers 2, and then we've got Wildflowers Volt.
Wildflower Stems 2.
Yeah, that's the one I used.
That's the one we used in the earlier show. So Wildflower Stems 2. That's what we used in the first show at 1.
You need both of them, though, to be perfectly honest with you.
All right. But if you want the birds, there's your Volt Lovebirds. 3 beautiful birds. Again, the feather is there, the branch is there. They different sizes of hearts going up and down in incremental sizes. $9.99 for that one. And again, they're quite big. The birds are a really lovely size. There's one of the birds, look, put into the middle of the wreath.
Yeah, they work really well with the wreath. They're just the perfect size to pop in. I really like the feather die from that set as well. So I really love the fact that all of these sets have got so much crammed into them.
Okie dokie. Now, demo will be coming soon, but we're very keen, bearing in mind how busy we were in the 1 o'clock show. A lot of the stock is limited stock from what we showed you in the 1 o'clock show. But Liam, this is not the vault. This is completely separate to the vault. But what Liam did, he was able to put together some Tim Holtz items and do a bundle. So this has not been done apart from our show that we have at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
It's never been done before. So when you see where we're going to go with this, all of these dies are coming, and their value combined is $123.94. Now, 3/4 of the stock went in the 1 o'clock show this afternoon. So let's start with our media marks. So tell us about these, Sharon. How would you use these? You were saying about scrapbooking and mixed media?
Scrapbooking, mixed media. I very much think of mixed media with these because these are your kind of little finishing touches, your little layering elements. That scribble is great to just sort of tuck behind little elements. You've got that lovely, it almost looks like waves or scallops. You've got the little stripes. These are all sort of very much hand sketch feel to them, just that little scribble down the bottom, and then the little, almost like borders.
Yeah.
So this is a set that I think if you are someone that likes to journal, do anything mixed media, this is going to give you the elements to add that texture to your project.
Then I love this one.
Yes.
This is your scribbles and splat. So you've got that kind of paint splat or ink splat. You've got what looks like a hand-drawn, very rustic sort of heart. You've got the circles and then the squiggly lines as well. So when you want random, and I'm not very good at random.
It's very hard to do, actually.
Yeah.
And look at that splat. I mean, you'd never get, with real paint, you'd never get a splat looking so cool
or
as
be in
that.
the wrong place. Or
a nice, solid sort of ink colour. So these are great for those sort of extra elements where you want to add a bit of a sort of hand-sketched look to your projects.
Okay. Now you're already checking out. We're now getting
there is
towards
a board
limited
for this
stock.
one, actually, Dave.
Oh, yeah, here.
That I found at home.
So here we go. So you've got the finger, you've got the letters of the alphabet, you've got the numbers as well, you've got the honeycomb too. So this die set, it gives you a better idea of size as well.
It does, and also you can see here what ability you've got to make stencils with these.
Yeah.
Because most of them sort of cut directly into the card, so you can just use a panel of card, run the die through, and you've got a stencil. So it gives you the positive and the negative for all of these.
Beautiful.
But look at that alphabet. I mean,
I
that
know.
is really fun. For me,
Really
that is
unique.
just a background in one go.
Absolutely. Then we go on to this. Now, I took these out of the packaging earlier on because it makes it look as if that's just one big die, but they're not. They're all separate dies, but they all say very, very profound things, like make today count. But look at the size of them. That's going to cut into your cardstock.
These are your cards sort of focal point in one go, where you want the sentiment to be the focal point and perhaps want to just add some little flowers around it, or maybe some of those sort of mixed media type elements.
So you got this as one die, lucky as a state of mind is another die, choose to shine is another die, love with all your heart is the other die. So they're all separate dies, but big, bold letters that cut into your card. So you're going to get those. And then it gets even better, because then we've got these, which are the funky foliage.
Funky foliage.
Now, this has also been a hugely popular one on its own as well, but look at this. And it gives you loads of colouring ideas on the front, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And I will say, with most of these, when I get my sets like these, I tend to just make them up as they are on the packaging.
Yeah.
And then it gives me a starting point. But you've got lots of elements here that you might be mixing and matching with other things you've got. Like, I think that toadstool, how many of us have got sort of fairy stamps and things that would work beautifully with? The florals in this set I love because they've all got a bit of an autumnal feel. But of course you can change that by the colouring.
Yeah.
But they've also got that sort of quirky, I mean, the Funky range from Tim is a series that he's done lots of different die sets with, and they've all got this sort of quirkiness to them.
And finally, the icing on the cake,
Yes.
you've got all of these tags in different sizes. You've got also panels that you can decorate the tag with or use on boxes or files as well, on the spines of maybe books that you've made, anything like that. But look at the sizes and the quantity
Look at the
you've got
size of these, yeah. Look how much you've got. If you are a mixed media fan, that big tag is probably going to be something you're going to work on its own.
Sure.
Just as an element. But you've got smaller tags if you want to add them as sentiment pieces for your cards. So, yeah.
So all of this is a unique bundle that Liam in our office has been able to put together. And he is not expecting you to pay $100 or anywhere near that. Its value is $123.94. We're down now to single figure stock. It's yours today for $54.99. That's all. It's better than half price. It's about a 65% reduction, something along those lines. And loads of you are putting it in your basket right now. I mean, that's a complete Tim Holtz collection in one, isn't it? Really?
It really is. And I love the fact that it is a classic Tim Holtz selection, spanning through a few years, actually, because some of those die sets are a few years old, some of them are very current. So. Right. You've got a really nice mixture of what I would call classics there.
And there are no duds in there either. There's nothing that you're looking at thinking, I'm not going to use that, but I'd use the others. You know, all of them have got great usability. And to get them saving basically about £70 off the price, Half the remaining stock is gone. It is on split pay as well. So it's £27.49. With everyone checking out, we've got about 3 of these left, and then that will be it. The bundle will have sold out. UWXC14. We hoped we'd have enough stock of this to last 3 shows. This isn't even going to last the second show. So, Linda, check your basket out. Merle in Gwent, hi to you. Lorraine in Northamptonshire. Leslie in Inverclyde's already checked out. Loads and loads and loads of you coming for this. I'm not surprised at that price.
It's a great deal for what are classics. And as I mentioned earlier, you know, Sizzix don't keep all of the die sets forever.
No.
I quite often see on the second-hand selling sites Tim Holtz die sets that aren't being made anymore, going for ridiculous prices because they're the sort of classic designs that you're going to come back to, and dies that Tim's going to bring out this year, next year, will all work with these because they're always a Tim style.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the next few of you to check out will be lucky. When everyone checks out, it has now actually got more people wanting it than we actually have stock, so it's a case of who checks the basket out first. Go on, Elizabeth. Come on, Lorna. Come on, Merle. Check those baskets out to get the last. This is the last stock. This is all the stock we've got, OK? When this is gone, that will be it, certainly for the time being anyway. OK, now, have we got any of the wreaths left? We'll have a little look at the wreaths. I'll tell you what we'll do, though. Before we go on to talk about that, we'll do that a bit later on. The bundle of the embossing folders, this did very, very, very well earlier on. I've got to find them now. Oh, there they are.
Yes.
After a show that I've been doing and presenting, bits and pieces are everywhere. OK, now, I couldn't believe, actually, that all of these embossing folders are just so useful because they're going to recreate the look of like an industrial panel, like metal.
Yes.
Also different types of wood effect as well.
Yeah, you've really got a good selection here of very, very classic Tim. They're all very textural. They're all quite industrial. They're going to give you your backgrounds. And as you say, we've got a really good mix here. We've got some sort of metallic-looking ones, some wood.
So that one is your mini foundry. This one is your wings. Now, this is a die and an embossing folder.
Yes, it cuts out, there's a die sort of inside the embossing folder, so it cuts out the wings as well as embosses them with all that detail.
Isn't that gorgeous?
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Stunning. And such a deep emboss too. So that's that one. Then we've got... Now, this one I love because this looks like you're looking at the side maybe of a ship or it could be the side of a factory or whatever, wherever you've got kind of riveted panels on walls or something like that. And when you see the board that Sharon's done for us with that, look at it. Isn't it so effective? The copper and the verdigris finish is so believable.
It's so realistic. When you're using these on your projects, you won't believe the detail. Because these are 3D embossing folders, you literally can see all the little lumps and bumps in them. And it does look very realistic, like metal.
And then we come on to a firm favourite of mine, brickwork. You can make it look
I love this one.
Like that, or you can make it look like that. It's entirely up to you. Different effects achieve, of course, with different products and different sprays and different inks and so on. How beautiful is that? So you're going to get your brickwork. And then we come on to the wood. Now, I know the wood's a firm favourite of yours.
Lumber.
This one is the lumber.
This is, I'm making a very bold statement here. This is my all-time favourite embossing folder. And I've even got 2 of these in case I lose mine because I would be heartbroken. I would be heartbroken if I didn't have this embossing folder. I love the realism of this. I love playing around with different colourways because you really can get different looks from this because wood isn't always just brown. You know, if you look at that there, I've gone for a bit of blue and green in the background and it gives it that sort of bleached wood look. So this is one that I think wood grain just goes with so many different types of cards.
OK, so that is your lumber. Then the last one, still very much with
kind of
wood,
like wood,
but this is a cracked.
More like a tree trunk, this one, I think.
Exactly.
And it's got that sort of cracked look to it. It can just be a textural background. You know, you don't get really gold wood, but with gold wax, it still looks beautiful. So I think this is a really good everyday embossing folder, this one.
Yeah, totally. OK, now the value of all of those, I mean, all of those you're going to use, you really, really are. I think it's a brilliant bundle. Whoever put that together, hats off to them. You're going to use all of these.
Good mix there.
A really good mix. You've got wood, you've got brickwork, you've got industrial panels as well. £65.94, CVXC 93. That wasn't the price we did at 1 o'clock. This was the price we did at 1 o'clock, and what we can do for you now. $32.99, and half the stock went in the 1 o'clock show. And we're supposed to have 3 shows. Half the stock went, and we've got 50% of the stock left. That is all. If you want all of those embossing folders, $32.99 is your price. CVXC93, Sharon in Virginia is coming in. We do ship to estates, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you're watching in America, and I know lots of you will be this time of the afternoon, it's kind of early morning in the States. Yes, you can order with us, and we cap your shipping and handling at $12.95. You can go to our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk, and where it says at the top, you see a UK Union Jack flag. If you click that, it allows you then to actually transfer into US dollars and pay in US dollars, and you can order in the States. So yeah, midnight to midnight, your time, we cap the shipping and handling at $12.95. In the UK, it's just £3.95 P&P. But yeah, you can order anything if you're watching this in the USA as well, and we can ship it to you. We'll get it to you as quickly as we possibly can. So just $32.99. We'll keep checking out on that one. 2 different textures of wood. You've got, of course, that brickwork. Then you've got the 2 of the metallic panels, and of course those beautiful 3D wings as well. Now, a lot of interest on the machine today. Lots of you are still checking it out from the first show. This caught John Scott from Sewing World's eye, and he was a little bit envious, to say the least. He's seen the white version, but he saw the black and he went, "Ooh,
yes,
chic, very stylish."
He was very impressed with it. He was really impressed, actually, with the Switch in general, because I did a show on Sewing Street.
Yeah.
And I think we sold out 3 times of the Switch because it just went crazy.
Well, this is the same machine, but it's Tim Holtz Classic Black, okay? So you've got the chrome on the edges, you've got the Sizzix logo in chrome, the Tim Holtz signature in chrome as well. This is a machine, though, that will do all of your thin metal dies, but the big game changer for me is that it's a machine that will do your big dies too, the cartridge-type dies, the ones that have got the concealed blades. Now, there are only a few machines on the market that can do that. Most of them, to be fair, are Sizzix machines, the manual Big Shot.
They are.
And this one. But this is electronic. It is so elegant. Now, the price of this should be $258.98. You're going to get, which you won't get anywhere else, a bonus die down the bottom. Now, if you look at that die set down there, that is worth £18, okay? That, just down there in the corner, you're going to get that with the butterfly. What was that called again? Nature Flourish, was it?
Nature something. I can't remember.
Back to Nature.
Back to Nature.
Back to Nature die set. That is £18. Elsewhere, if you find the machine anywhere else, it won't come with that die set. It won't.
Nope.
This is a great deal. $249.99. It's in a sale. I don't know what website that is, but somewhere else that's selling it.
I think that's the Sizzix site, I think.
Oh, it's Sizzix's website. Okay. So they're charging $249.99 for it, down from 270 odd. Our price at the moment is $258.98, but you are getting £18 worth of die included. It's quiet. You can really tell the quality of the motor when it purrs. And it's like when you stood on the road and a nice limousine purrs by.
It is just like that. It's incredibly quiet.
Yeah, it really is, and incredibly strong. Now, a third of the entire available stock that we have this afternoon went in the first hour at 1 o'clock. We had a massive surge of interest for it. I'm not at all surprised. And we've had lots of you checking out in between shows as well. So it's not 200 anything. $199.99. And take the value of the die off, that takes it down then to about £181 for the machine, and it's on 4 interest-free split pays. Hello, Renee in Greater Manchester, in straight away. With split pay, you only have to pay us $49.99 today, plus the P&P of $3.95, unless you've already paid it. And do bear in mind, that locks the deal. You don't pay the 4 split pays over the higher price. You pay and lock that lower price of $199.99. So for less than £50 today, you can experience the brilliant Switch from Sizzix. All the plates are included. The plates have got all the plate formations printed on them, which makes it so easy. It's one of the easiest die-cutting machines to use as well.
It is. I think because Sizzix invented die cutting, basically. They were the first company to bring out a die cutting machine. Sizzix machines have always been easy to operate.
Yeah.
The Switch is no different. The only difference between this and the manual machine is that it's electric. The principle is the same. The plates are the same. I'll talk you through it in a bit more detail. So the first thing to mention, which actually I forgot to mention earlier, is you get a really good long power lead with this, because obviously crafters, we're not necessarily next to a PowerPoint when you're in a craft room. in my craft room, I craft on an island in the middle of the room, so I need a long cord. So you've got a long cord. It comes with a UK plug, but you also get an EU adapter with it, so you can use it in the EU as well.
Okay, great.
Very simple to use. So on the top, you've got an on-off switch and a reverse switch. That's it. So it's not difficult to use. Your plates and platform are basically A4, sort of slightly larger than A4, but you're going to be able to use A4 embossing folders, A4 dies. You're going to be able to use your bigs in here. So pretty much any die on the market is going to work in this machine.
Cool.
Exactly the same with the manual and the smaller machines. Everything's on the plates and the platform. So you've got your base platform. You've got your thin metal die adapter. Now, you're probably used to seeing this in a mint colour because that's what it is for most of our machines. Because this is a Tim Holtz one, he wanted it in this really cool black so that he didn't want green with the black, he wanted it all to tie in. So that's got slightly different colourway, but it's the same. Then you get your two clear plates with it, and these have got a chamfered edge, so when you feed them through, they're going to work beautifully. And while I'm talking about plates, if you are upgrading today from, say, the standard size Big Shot, you can still use these plates in the bigger machine, which is going to save you time. If you're just running through one small metal die, use your smaller plates. The other thing to mention is, your plates are a consumable. You're going to need to replace them at some point. Don't use your A4 plates that are more expensive if you can get away with the smaller ones.
Good point.
Even if you don't have the smaller machine, you might want to add in a pair of standard size cutting plates because you can use the smaller plates on the bigger platform.
Ah, right.
Like so.
Okay.
Because the depth, the mouth of this machine is the same as your manual Big Shot. So all the plates and accessories that you've bought for your standard size Big Shot are going to work in here.
But I'm just thinking, if you have been the proud owner for maybe many years of the cartridge, the Biggs dies, and you haven't got a machine that takes them, they're redundant. Maybe you were thinking of selling them. I can't use them. Well, in this machine you can. And, of course, the Big Shot and the Big Shot plus the manual ones, they will work in there as well. But this is the electronic version.
Yes.
And if it's going to be in your craft room on display, you want it to look good? I haven't seen a machine look any better than this. I mean, it's piano black with chrome on the sides as well. You've got Tim Holtz's signature in silver, the Sizzix logo in silver as well.
Yeah.
But it's incredibly whisper quiet, but very, very strong. And also, another point, when you put the plates through, they don't drop out the back.
Yeah.
Well, they do come out the back, but they stay there. They don't fall
I'll
out.
just pop them through. So you've got this handy ledge.
Yep.
You've also got a little storage compartment in there as well.
Yep.
But when you're die cutting, you could even rest that on there, put your dies on, play around with them, then you know they're not going to shift. And all you do is gently push towards, and the machine takes the plates from you. It'll go all the way through, and then when it gets to the other end, it will hold the plates for you. They're not going to drop out the other end and fall on the floor. So it will hold them for you, like so, until you're ready to take them, and then you can just lift them out.
Perfect.
Now, if you're die cutting, and perhaps you start to feed through and you think, oh no, my die's moved on the paper, you've got a reverse switch.
Good.
Also, some more intricate dies you might want to run through and run back again. You haven't got to take the plates out, feed them back in at the front. You can just hit the reverse.
But can you hear the power of the motor? It's not straining, it's not whining, it's not screeching or screaming, it's just purring.
It is. The other thing to mention is if you try and put too much through, if you make your sandwich too thick, perhaps you get your plates wrong. Perhaps if I put an embossing folder in with one too many plates, it just won't take it from you. The sensors will sort of recognise that it's too thick to go through.
Yeah.
So you haven't got any issues with jamming your machine or anything, because it just won't take the sandwich if it's not right.
Superb. Well, I know many of you have ordered it in the 1 o'clock show. Many more of you are ordering it in this show. We have a limited quantity available. When that stock is gone, that is it. We will hopefully get it back in the future. But this bundle is exclusive to us at HobbyMaker in that normally you would get your plates and the machine and that will be it. And elsewhere, that's what you'll get. With us, we're giving you an extra die set worth $17.99 or $18.99 it is, included with the machine. So you're going to get, was it Back to Nature?
Yes,
Back to Nature. That die set down there, Back to Nature, is included in the machine. You're not paying anything for it at all because we're giving it with the machine. It's worth £19. You get your plates with all the plate formations printed on the base, which I think is a game changer. You're never going to have to worry about losing your instructions or trying to remember what plate for this, what plate for that. And today, not only are we giving you that extra £18, £19 die as a bonus, we're letting you have it, and everyone can have this, provided you can give us a call or go to the website and order. If you've got a debit or a credit card, you can enjoy split pay. It doesn't go to a finance company. It's us as a business saying, give us a quarter of it today, and of course, Sizzix will send out your machine straight away. Actually, we'll send it out because all these machines are in our warehouse.
Yeah, they're
here
literally just around the corner from here.
So £50 plus your P&P, or $49.99 plus your P&P, unless you bought something already, and it's on its way. It will be sent first thing Monday, so you should get it hopefully a couple of days after that. But it's coming directly from our warehouse. All of the dies that are in this show are coming directly from our warehouse, direct to you. DTXC95. Maybe you've got a birthday coming up, or a birthday's looming in the horizon for someone in your family, and you're thinking, well, his birthday's not till, or her birthday's not till August or September. Get it today, keep it somewhere safe, spread the cost of it, because it's locking that price at $199.99. It should be $250 odd plus, and see online elsewhere you can be paying that sort of price for the machine without the split pay either.
Yes.
Okay, we'll leave the details of the machine on the screen, but we'll do a demo if that's all right, Sharon.
Yes, I thought I'd show you how to create that realistic red brick look.
Oh yeah, please.
Brickwork. So what I've got is some watercolour cardstock, and for this technique, I did the wood one in the first show actually. You might want to watch that back. With that one, I coloured this first. With the brick, I'm going to do the embossing first, then we're going to make it look like bricks.
All right.
So the first thing to do is talk about the 3D embossing. The depth in these, you've even got like the little speckles on each brick. So there's a lot of detail in this. Because there is a lot of detail in this, I'm going to give it a helping hand by spritzing my card.
Okay.
This is watercolour card, and I'm just going to give it a spritz with water.
Does that just loosen the fibres then?
Yeah, it just softens the fibres so that they can mould to the embossing folder a bit better. So I'm going to sandwich that in. And then if I grab my plates will tell me what I need. So this bottom platform shows me what I need for an embossing folder. So I need this grey plate, then my embossing folder, then one clear plate on top. And because this is A4, I've got loads of space to put this in. I will say, when you're using, this applies to really any die cutting machine, don't put your element right at the front of the plate.
No.
Because your machine has kind of got to grab here. So place it sort of midway.
That's why I love the fact they've done the chamfer.
Yeah, it helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really helps. And the fact you've got all this space on an A4 platform means you can also put it at a bit of an angle, which also will help it go through more smoothly. So I'm just going to pop that to the machine.
And also, it's a machine you can be proud of owning. You know, it looks good, it does a brilliant job, it's doing all of your dies, cutting all of your dies now and going forward. You can hear just how quiet, well, it's like a contradiction, isn't it? You can hear how quiet
You can't hear it.
You can't hear it. But, you know, that's a big deal. If you want to craft in the middle of the night, or you've got a young one that's trying to sleep, or a husband or a partner that doesn't appreciate whirring machines and noisy machines, this is whisper quiet. You can't hear it across the room. Look at that.
It's amazing, isn't it? And you can see, you know, some of the bricks are further set back from the others.
I want to do graffiti on that now.
Yes, it would be perfect for that kind of look, wouldn't it? Now, I'm going to use a few different things to give this that realistic colour. I'm going to create the look of a kind of red brick, like a Victorian brick. But of course, you can go with any look you want, really. And the first thing I'm going to do is give this another spritz of water so that when I add my sprays, they can move about and blend together. And I've grabbed a few. Now, really, you just want sort of orangey reds and browns. So whatever you've got. Also, you can mix and match your normal distress spray and your oxide sprays. You can also use your ink pads. Use whatever you've got from the distress range. It's gonna work.
Okay.
Another thing I'm going to mention, because I like to give credit where I've got an idea from someone else, Zoe Hillman, who's one of Tim Holtz's design team, she did a whole blog post. If you go to Tim Holtz's website, you'll find it there. She did a whole blog post.
Was that on Facebook? Just search for Tim Holtz?
Just online. timholtz.com, and then go to the makers pages. Zoe Hillman, she's on his team. She did a whole blog post where she showed you lots of different colour ideas and how she did it. So that's where I sort of got my inspiration from.
All these distress oxide sprays and that sort of thing will be on the website as well.
Yes, you'll find
Go to the Sizzix
a good
brand
selection
shop on our website. Yeah.
There we go. So bit of brown, bit of red, and then I've got rusty.
Looking pretty realistic already.
Yeah, it's fabulous. And because we've got a mixture here of, let's go with a little bit more red there.
And can you see how deep that emboss has been because it's a 3D embossing folder? You can see all the kind of colouring setting into the grooves where the
and
cement
as I heat this with my heat tool and it starts to dry, because I've got one of those as an oxide, you get that oxidisation where the colours change. You can see here on the brown. You get other colours appearing. And because you've got quite where the mortar would be on these, it kind of settles in.
Look at how effective this is. It looks
Cool,
so real.
isn't it?
And this is one of those embossing folders in that bundle. If you want the bundle, it's on the website right now for you, but it's going quickly.
This is the coolest technique. I mean, you give this as a card to someone, they're never going to believe this started out as a piece of white card.
Now, Sharon, the die bundle we showed you that Liam put together, that now has completely sold out. The Liam Dickens special has gone. Congratulations if you got it, sold out. We've still got, though, a lot of the Volt dies on special half-price discount prices. Check out the website. They're all there, the ones that are available. If it has sold out, the website will tell you it has. But it's going very, very quickly, everything. The embossing folders, remember, that's a set of 6. So you're going to get the panels, you're going to get the angel's wings, you're going to get this one, which is the industrial one, and you're going to get the brickwork, which is what Sharon's using at the moment, and then the 2 different barks. You've got the lumber and you've got the cracked. All of those available as a bundle of 6 on the website right now at a better than half price deal. Amazing. Look at this.
It's amazing, isn't it? Just about there. It does take a while to dry because obviously I've put a lot on there. And that's why it's important to use watercolour cardstock because obviously you are adding a lot of water.
So
cool. Let's just move that out of the way for a second. I'll just get all of this off my mat.
Okay, the embossing folder, if you want them, all 6, 3D embossing folder, nearly down to single figure stock now, I've just been told. It's down from $65.94 to $32.99 for all of those. And remember, you can use every one of them. Each one is a winner. You've got that one, the smaller one, which is the mini foundry. That's got a die in the middle of it, as well as, of course, an embossing folder with the wings. I love this one with the rivets. Makes it look like metal panels. Absolutely brilliant. Brickwork, which is what Sharon's using. And then the lumber and the cracked wood. All of that, $32.99. It's CVXC93. Please check your baskets out. I don't know how many of these, if any, we're going to have left when we see you at 6 o'clock this evening.
So I've ended up with a nice proper red brickwork.
Love it.
I'm going to add a little bit of brown here and there because bricks, I live in a Victorian house. You do get quite a lot of sort of darkness on the red bricks. So just go in. I'm using a distress crayon. And I'm just adding a little bit here and there and smudging it with my finger, and that just adds a little bit of depth to them. And the way this embossing folder is, with the sort of undulations, it couldn't be more realistic, could it?
I know. It's not just the way it looks. You just want to touch it. It just makes you want to feel.
It's so realistic, isn't it?
Brilliant.
Now, you might be wondering how I've got the white in between. This is a bit painful. This is definitely a patience job, but what I did is I used some Sizzix white acrylic paint, and I'll just do a little bit to show you. And what you're going to do, you can use white gesso as well, actually, if you haven't got.
You know what, though? It looks good without the white as well.
Yeah, because the way the oxide sort of settles in the creases, it does look like there's mortar there anyway, doesn't it?
Single figure stock now on the embossing folders. Good luck however you get them.
But you're just going to trace along roughly, and then if you just smudge it with your finger, it settles into the cracks. And you're going to do that all over. So it does take a while. The other thing to mention is because distress products are water reactive, you are going to need to keep sort of cleaning your brush because it will pick up the colour.
Right.
So in order to keep your paint white, have a bit of tissue next to you and just wipe off your brush every row. Otherwise you'll end up with orange instead of white.
Gotcha.
But you're just going to work your way through until you've filled in all the cracks, and then you're going to end up with this very realistic looking.
It's a labour of love, but it
grey
does look amazing
instead of white if you wanted to. Yeah, it's worth the effort.
Okay, well, remember that bundle of embossing folders. I've got a funny feeling when we come to the 6 o'clock show later on, this will have sold out. So grab yours if you'd like it. All 6 of them, better than half price, $32.99. Single figure stock now, CVXC93 for all 6 of those 3D embossing folders. Sharon, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you at 6 with what's left.
Back at 6 with what we got left.
Oh, well, we've got enough time, hopefully, to make a plan. If we haven't got much stock of something, we'll come back. Don't forget to check out your Switch, because that machine is proving hugely popular right now. I'm not surprised, at less than £200 and on 4 flexes. A double show on the way with our Craigie, though. 2 different shows. We're going to take flight, and then we're going to show you how you can lay out fantastic cards with a back-in-stock item that sold out literally its first airing. So I'll see you with Craig after a short break.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
What sets Dalton Manor apart, that it's predominantly paper and card. A lot of us forget how important paper and card is, especially when we start to make cards and other projects. That is your base item. So I think we sometimes use inferior products to use as a base, because we know we're going to be putting things on it. So it kind of feels like that's the smaller, less important part of the project. To me, that is probably one of the more important parts of putting a project together. So I think if we can get a really, really great base card and base paper for you to start creating with, I think that's the important thing, and I'm hoping that that is something that people will look at before they start to craft. I would like the HobbyMaker customers to get exactly what I get from it. So I want them to, see it, buy it, get it home, take it out of the packets, open it up and see that, they can make what they've just seen myself make. I want them to be comfortable, and I want us to go on like a little path together, where they'll look forward to what's coming from Dalton Manor next month, and something that everyone will look forward to when it appears on HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click, and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker, and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
we've got double Craig. 2 hours of Craigie back-to-back. It's, of course, Crafter's Companion for the next couple of hours. 2 different shows, though. I've got to let you know and to give you a heads up. The thing that's coming up at 5 o'clock this afternoon sold out in its debut airing. It's the Layout Collection. It's one of the things that I think Crafter's Companion do so well, where they give you, basically, it's like a course in how to kind of compose cards. There's about 30 different layouts, and it's just brilliant. It sold out in its first airing about a month ago. Hasn't been back in since. It's going to be here at 5 o'clock. Craig, that is one not to miss.
Definitely one not to miss. In actual fact, it launched before that, but every time I brought it back to air, it sold out the quantities that we've got. So with this show that we've got coming up, I've asked for it. This is now about the 3rd time, maybe the 4th time I brought it to air because I personally asked to bring it back. We've got some more stock, so it's like, can I please have it back? So that's why we've got it.
If you're not quite sure what to put where to make the card just look amazing, that's what the Layout Collection's all about, and it's going to be brilliant at 5 o'clock. What we got for you first, though, is another very, very popular collection. This is the Creator Card Take a Flight collection that we had recently, and it absolutely flew, pardon the pun. You've got 4 dies in here that have all got a kind of a flying theme. So you've got your bumblebee, you've got your butterfly, you've got your dragonfly. Look at these. Each of these comprises of 2 big Creator Card dies, and we've basically got 2 options for you. You can either buy the dies on their own, or you can go for the big bundle that's going to give you lots of other additional goodies, or you can buy them individually. It's entirely up to you. So let's start with the bundle of the 4 dies without any of the extras. Then we'll come on to the bundle with the extras, which is the most incredible value for money. But the bundle of dies to start with, look at this. It's literally 1 pass through your die cutting machine, you've got an instant dragonfly card. That's why Creator Cards are so popular, because it's literally 1 pass, job done, there's your card. The butterfly, it's magnified, it's in zoom, which is really different, really, really unusual, and I like it for that. Then the other one, the other butterfly, is completely different, and then you've got the bumblebee, which we absolutely all love. Again, zoomed in, so you're getting like a zoomed-in shot, probably taking about 2/3 of the actual image of the creature and making that the focal point on the card. These are gorgeous, Craig.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. Anyone that knows the sort of craft that I love when it comes to die, I love big cards, bold cards, dies that is, and Creator Card dies. Absolutely incredible. The size, the idea, the concept, exactly as you said there, Dave. You've got 2 dies within each set, so if you use the decorative die on its own in your card blank, that's it, job done, add the sentiment, nothing more. But of course, you can then cut into your card, but if you use the outer edge die that comes with it, then that then releases it out. But you could be inking, you could be spritzing, you could do paper piecing at the back, you've got some illusion film, we're going to be using that into the backdrop as well. But you've got your dragonfly, you've then got the most gorgeous butterfly as well. I mean, they're huge.
Huge.
They are
palm
absolutely
size.
huge.
They 5 by
absolutely
7?
Massive. So 5 by 7.
5 by 7,
5 by 7 in size. You've got, now some say moth or some say still, within the realms of the butterfly. Whichever way that you want to use them, they'll actually work for either way. But you've got, let's say, the moth on this occasion, and then absolutely everyone's firm favourite was in the bumblebee here.
Okay. Now, if you just have a little look at how you can use them on box tops. You can use them as shaker cards if you want to as well. You can use them in all sorts of ways. They look great in picture frames too, on the wall as wall art. If you wanted to put acetate behind the wings and colour them in with the alcohol pens.
They cut into your project. Whether it is, of course, your card blank, or because they cut in, they could be into your boxes. But layer with your inks on the back. Do your drop shadows. But then your cards with your shakers and paper piecing. This is one, Dave, I cannot remember the date. Check out my social. I'll remind you later on tonight or over the weekend. This one here I done on our education shows on YouTube with the bumblebee going in with some vellums onto the back and paper piecing. So you'll be able, once I double check the date, I'll put it on my social later and you'll be able to go back and watch the education. But cutting in, cutting out, but then you can start to do your theatre card, your diorama cards. You're using that outer die, then that releases it. Now, this is one where we put the illusion film at the back, which we're going to do just shortly.
Our favourite thing.
Absolutely, our favourite thing. But look at the size of your double gatefold cards that you can do as well. More of your luxurious films that you can put. Do your inky backgrounds and overlay. Your metallic ink pads look absolutely fab, which means you can turn them into your easel cards that you can see, or maybe you're going to be going in with your sunbeam or moonbeam, which, you know, I absolutely love Sheena, but I was meant to have the shimmer ink pads on my show today as well, but she sold them out all yesterday. So. But I'm still going to use them, Dave.
Okay, fine. Right, now, let's do a deal. If you just want all 4 of those amazing creator card dies, they should be $67.96. Not today. You can go for those for $59.99. That's $14.99 per die, and they're big. They're instant cards. They're instant wall art. Whatever you want to use them for, however you want to use them. We have them on split pay, so that's only £30 or $29.99 to pay today, plus your P&P if you've not paid it already, and $29.99 in 4 weeks' time. But hang fire for a second, because if you want everything that I've got here on the table, what do you get included with this? The value combined for the creator card dies and every essential extra that's here on the stand. You're going to get 41 of your finger daubers in a case. They're about £20 alone on their own. You're going to get 3 big jars of Spectrum Noir gilding flakes. You're going to get 3 ink pads that you can see in fantastic colours. You're going to get your die cleaning brush and the foam mat with it as well. And you're going to get your illusion film in the yellow, which would be perfect to use.
What colour is that?
The yellow.
Oh, yellow.
Yellow.
Okay.
You'd be perfect to use the yellow for the body of the bumblebee. Now, if you were to buy the film, the brush, the ink pads, the 3 jars of gilding flakes and the finger daubers, you'd be paying $67.96 for all of that. Take the dies away, forget the dies. All of those accessories, extras, would be £67.96, which takes the price to $135.89. Okay, this deal is not just a deal, it's a mega deal for a Saturday afternoon. It's got to be good to be worthy of a slot on a Saturday afternoon, and good it is. You're going to get all 4 of the creator card dies, and you're going to get all of the extras: the film, the die cleaning brush, the 3 ink pads, the gilding flakes, the finger daubers. All of that's going to come with those 3. The reason I put all that together is it all works with the main creator card dies brilliantly. All those cards that Craig showed you and finished products that Craig showed you has been using those products. You can have the lot for $89.99 and on split pay as well.
Nice.
For the lot. You're paying $67.96 for the accessories, so that means you're only paying £22 for the dies. That's incredible. And with split pay, your first split payment, is it on 2 split pays? 3 split pays, okay. So in other words, for the same deal or the same split payment that you'd be paying just to get the creator card dies on their own, okay, it's 3 split pays, not 2, but you can enjoy all of this. You pay $29.99. You're paying exactly the same amount to get all of it home over a 3 payment opportunity. So it's 1 payment today, another payment in 4 weeks, final payment in 8 weeks' time if you want to have everything that works so beautifully well with the creator card Take a Flight dies. If you just want those dies on their own, we can let you have those at a special price, and that's on 2 split pays. But the whole thing, where you save the most money and you can enjoy 3 split pays, is only $29.99 today plus your P&P to get all of this home. TR2087 is the product code for all of this. Isn't that a great deal? What a bundle.
So good, so good. What an incredible bundle with those dies, but everything else as well, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to use the finger daubers, you'll use everything. The ink pads, very, very usable, you use them all the time. The gilding flakes, absolute luxury. And the 3 colours of gilding flakes you get in there, I can't remember. Oh yes, you get basically the outer space, which is the black one, the blue moon, and your starlight, which is like a champagne gold, okay? 3 full jars of gilding flakes, plus the 3 ink pads, plus the finger daubers, and the illusion film and the die cleaning brush. All that, plus the 4 creator card die sets for $89.99, and on 3 split pays, you only pay $29.99 today to get that home, plus your P&P. What a deal.
It really, really is. I was just looking at the side, across next to you there, Dave, because, of course, with all of these, they're all going to work really, really well together. But the finger daubers, you can use any brand of ink pads, whether it's water-based, whether it's pigment, anything like that you can use. Our Duet ink pads, you can use any other brand of blending tools or brushes. You don't just have to use ours. The gilding flakes, any brand of adhesive, so you don't just have to use ours. The die tool, any company's dies that you use. You can use that tool to then, of course, release all the bits.
Yep.
And then the illusion film, you can put that onto the back of any die-cut die of any brand as well. So the fact is you can then absolutely just open that window of being able to use every component wherever you want, however you want, or of course they've been put together within this bundle to work well together.
What a deal. Worthy of a Saturday afternoon without a shadow of a doubt. So you can choose either the dies on their own or go for the big bundle, and you choose whether you want 2 split pays for the dies on their own or 3 split pays for the big bundle where you save the most money. Okay. Demo time then, Craig. What do you want to show us?
Right, so we're going to go in with the moth, if you want to call it the moth, but we're going to adapt it slightly just to show you can still manipulate all your die cuts. Now, okay, I know Sheena sold out of the Sunbeam and Moonbeam, but I'm still going to use them because I love them. So if you got them yesterday, then this is another lovely way to use them. And you'll hear us say, when we do have them in stock, what we say with the Moonbeam, show really well on your dark card, and then your Sunbeam show really well on your lighter card.
Yep.
But you can absolutely use them any other way, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the Sunbeam, the lighter pastel palette, in with the dark card. So I'm going to go in with 3 colours. Let's go in with the Sunset. So it's this one here. Now, what you could do is just spritz with your water spritzer and then pick the colour up that way. But because I'm only going to be using a few, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to go into the colours individually. So let's go over the top. Now, Dave, this could be white cardstock, and then you could be blending some of the duet ink pads that are in that bundle. But even then, if you got these yesterday, I mean, look at Shimmer and Shine that's coming off the Sunset alone.
Yeah, we did try and get more stock
today,
but sadly, no joy.
We
so
did.
We got them yesterday. Look forward to them arriving, but...
So I'm going to go in now with the chiffon. So I've got my titled acetate just here. So that's where I'm looking. So I'm going to go in with the chiffon, which is kind of like your purpley tones. And I'm going to go into the middle. And this is just our kind of standard matte black cardstock. And I'm just going to then take a little bit more, go a little bit heavier handed here. And then even before that dries, you can start to see it starting to dry through and shine through.
You wouldn't think it would show up on black card at all,
You
would you,
wouldn't,
those
no.
colours?
No, but it really, really does. You know, the accent of the colour really will showcase better on the lighter card if you're using the Sunbeam, but it's just a really good way just to show that you can absolutely use them onto your lighter card if you want. And then we're going to go in with the Jade Pool, which is kind of like a minty colour. So let's pick that one up. The brush I'm using is one of the brushes you would have got in that set with Sheena yesterday. So still, essentially, the set that Sheena had on yesterday, I was hoping to have on today as well. So I'm just using what Sheena had on yesterday. And then that's all that I've done. A few wafts back and forwards. And I'm going to set that to the side just to let it dry to start with. The bottom here, we'll start to see it close.
Yeah, the effect is even more impressive as it dries. Yeah,
it is. So as that continuously dries, but if I bring this one in, Dave, once it's dried...
One you did earlier.
That is one that I done maybe about an hour. It doesn't take an hour to dry, but it just happened to be about an hour.
Could you force dry it with an air?
You can do if you want.
Yeah.
You can do if you want. You will find if you force dry it can start to bend and buckle. But if you're just using a strong adhesive to stick it down, you'll be fine. So that's now going to be the base for my Take and Flight Creator card. So let's simply add that on. So anyone that was wanting to know that size and work the measurements around, I'd cut that to 5 by 7. And I'm just adding my tape runner onto the back here. Little white, then black matte layer, and then that's a lovely base. So the dye that we're going to use is then that's going to then start to shine through.
Oh, look at it.
From the backdrop.
Amazing.
So white card and then black card, and we're going to go in with the Admiral Butterfly. Now, both of these ones here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use both the outer dye. So Creator card dies, that just means if we use this die on its own, Dave, that will cut into your cardstock and stay in your cardstock.
Okay, right.
But because I'm using that outer die,
that's then
going to cut the whole thing out.
So if you want that moth or that butterfly to be the focal point in a big box lid, and you didn't want to cut the box lid down, just use the die itself without the outside frame.
Yep. It's just great. It's having that option, which is fab.
What amazes me is just how fine all the lines are on the die cut. They're so
100%
dainty.
So dainty. The detail within this, for me personally, this is some of the most detailed creator card dies that I've seen.
Yeah.
When you see like the span, the distance between the detail of the wings.
So striking as well.
Very striking. Really, really is. So this is just white card, but if you were to use that in maybe like Centura Pearl that we've got on the show, I'm going to turn it that way because what we tend to say, Dave, is if you see like a pencil line, you can see that that's cut to perfection, that you can see there. So it gives you that sort of pencil line. What we can do is, if we just bring in our mat and the tool, so you get this within the set. So I'm just going to take some of that excess away just now. So take that away. Any of these little bits can come out. And then our tool, we're just going to set that onto the mat, and then what will happen is all of these little bits are just going to then pop out. So work that over the back. You can start to see them starting to come out. But as I prise that out, Dave, what we have got is all of these little bits, and we're just going to spend just a few moments to pop them out. Don't be scared to go over your die cut with the brush. It's not going to damage it. It's not going to scratch it or anything like that. But that is all cut to perfection.
Do you know what? That looks like the paper cut kind of technique.
Yes, it does.
As if someone sat there with a very, very precise craft knife, cutting every element out individually. But the die's done it for you.
The die's done it for you, so you don't need to worry about any of that detailed cut yourself. It's all done. Now, what I'm going to do is I still want this die. So what I'm going to do just now, if you're going to do what I do, you'll see many of us do it, tap the back. You can still go over with your tool.
Don't tap the blade side.
Don't tap the blade. So if you're going to do it, tap the actual back. Tap the back where you've got none of the blade side.
Yeah.
If you tap that side, you're potentially going to damage it, and then that's going to stop you getting that perfect cut. So I'm going to pop just that little few bits out, which is done. And then let's bring in a bit of black card, and we're going to do exactly the same. So we're going to layer them both together, and I'm going to take that bit of tape off so that we can secure them. And we're just going to then line that, because what we will also do is drop shadow, Dave. Love doing
I love a drop shadow.
Drop shadow.
Nothing better.
And the black with the white just really does make it stand out.
I mean, there aren't many dies for card making that I would say put them in a picture frame and put them on the wall, but these I would. Without a shadow.
Yeah.
In a conservatory, going up the hallway, up the staircase, they'd look amazing because you've got that kind of magnified, zoomed-in effect. They're so different.
That are.
Very arty.
Because they're that arty look, they're that professional look. A simple 5x7 little frame.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even have to be a box frame. You can keep this completely flat, Dave, and then you've still got... I mean, I've not even had to use that tool. And look at that. Just what? Two bits there, just to pop that out. Now, that onto the black... How beautiful does that look? So let's move that out the way for now, and then we can then bring in the white that we've already done. So I'm going to put the white over the black. So we're going to I'm going to use our dotty tape runner.
Now, this is where the dotty tape pen comes into its own, because if you look at the butterfly or the moth's wings, look how fine those lines of card are. If you try to do that and stick that down with a glue gun or whatever it might be, or a tube of glue, it would go everywhere. But the dots of glue are only sticking to where the card is. Where it's open, it won't leave a dot.
No, just where you need it, the fine detail, right away into tiny, tiny bits, and then we're going to bring in the black.
And we've still got the buy one, get one free going on all the dotty tape pens and the straight-sided tape pens too.
So I'm going to go and lay the white over the top, but what I'm doing is I'm pulling the white down to the bottom right-hand corner slightly so that we're left with our black drop shadow. So if I bring in a bit of white, that really showcases it better. How fab. Really, really is fab. Now, what I'm then going to do, so the only difference here, Dave, is I've put foam on the back.
Right.
That was the only bit. It would be a little bit time-consuming, so I thought, we'll do that. Nothing different other than foam on the back. However, this area here, which is down in the bottom right-hand corner, I'm just going to put a bit of non-stick because I've already taken the back off. I've put no foam pads onto the back. Now, you get this set of nesting dies within the layout collection in the next hour. So the two of the largest straight edge circle dies, I've used these together and used that into white cardstock, and that just gives me a really nice thin lit frame. And then using one of the smaller dies, also into white card, and I've just stamped out thanks. Now that thanks also comes out, or comes in the layout collection.
The layout collection is coming up at 5, only 35 minutes to wait.
So I'm going to go around the back here, once again with my dots, so this is still perfect for the dots. I'm then going to then bring that into here. So I'm going to, you know, kind of position it into place. Now, Dan's just said in our ear, which is a really good idea, and you can absolutely do that.
I didn't hear what he said.
Because these are quite simplistic shaped dies, if you've got our big sheets of foam pads, you know, our A4 foam, you can cut them into your foam. Oh. So then that's going to give you, if you want that circle on a raise, then you can absolutely do that.
And also some of the foam strips are quite thin and you can bend them round a circle as well. It's another way of doing it too.
Absolutely. Now, in that aperture of the circle, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to then just follow around.
Okay.
And I'm cutting out that little section.
I wasn't expecting this.
But following that inner die cut. So we're just working our way around. And then that circle, die cut ring, will have just got that really nice rounded edge, die cut edge, that then gives us an additional focal point on our eye. So if we snip that away, so I know, you know, bear with me at the moment because it's still it's just changing it. So because I've got my foam on the back here, Dave, what we can do is we can then pop that straight over the top, press that in. So we're starting to get that shimmer from the sunbeam shining through, but then the little circle die cut with thank you, that can sit nicely, and we're now creating that accent, we're creating that visual. We're not taking anything away from the moth because we're still starting to get that framed work around the sentiment, but we've got our 5.5 by 7.5 card blank, but then we've just die cut and we've adapted it slightly. So don't be scared to adapt it with your nesting dies and change it slightly.
Stunning. I love it. Absolutely love it. So that is using the Moth Creator Card die, but remember you're going to get 4 in total. Plus the deal on the screen at the moment is all the extra goodies as well, which are being added into it, which is the most incredible value. The value of the extras, take the dies away, the value of the extras are $67.96. So that's what you'd be paying for the illusion film, the die brush, cleaning brush. You'd be paying for, of course, those 3 ink pads. You've got the Spectrum Noir 3 jars of gilding flakes, and you've also, of course, got down there your finger daubers as well. Okay. Now, all of that is worth $67.96. If you buy the whole collection, that means you're only paying about £22 for the dies, because it's $89.99 for everything, and we've got it on split pay. So if you go for the main collection, the big collection, you're looking at basically $29.99 your first split payment of 3, over 3 payments, 1 today, 1 in a month's time, and then the final one in 2 months' time. But you'll get the whole thing, okay? TR2087. Now, if there's any specific one you want to see die cut or whatever, let's run through them. The B, if you want that one on its own, They are only $16.99, and that's a big die. These are 5x7 in size. But what I love about them is the fact that they're kind of zoomed in, they're magnified in. So it's a really bold, very different sort of image. And the bee achieves the impossible. That's evidently what they stand for. So that could be a nice idea if someone's maybe going for a job interview or going for a qualification or a promotion or something like that. Yeah, you can do it. You can achieve the impossible. The bee's on your card. They're on your side. So $16.99 for that one. AF 2020, if that's what you want, and that's all you want, that's fine. The next one we've got down here is the Dragonfly. The Dragonflies, just see them flitting along the riverbank. Really gorgeous, really, really beautiful. Again, you've got that magnified, zoomed-in effect, which is something a little bit different. That's RZ 2081. RZ 2081 for your Dragonfly, $16.99. Then the one that Craig did in the demo is this one here, which is technically a moth, but it could be an exotic butterfly as well, depends on how you colour it in and so on. But that was the one in the demo. We've called it the Admiral Butterfly, but it could be a moth as well if you wanted it to be. Probably more romantic to be a butterfly than
maybe, probably.
YR 2040, some moths are magnificent, I know. $16.99 your price for that one. And then the last one is over here, if I can reach for it. There we go. So this one is your Lady Butterfly. There we go. That's also $16.99 as well. XQ 2086. So if you times $16.99 by 4, you're looking at a complete price for the dies on their own of $59.99, basically. Yeah, penny short of £60. Now, a lot of you are loving this one on its own. I'm not surprised. I mean, imagine that coloured in with acetate. Imagine it paper-pieced if you've got the time and the patience to do that. But the detail in them, the fine detail is superb. Do treat yourself to the dotty tape pens as well, because if you're trying to stick these down with glue, you could end up with glue kind of coming out of the edges. With the dotty tape pens, it's the perfect way of getting a flush surface connection to the card that you're putting it onto or whatever it might be. $16.99 for that one. XQ2086 is the product code. But remember, the price for everything is $89.99. The price for the dies on their own are basically $59.99. So a lot of you are going for the dies on their own. Okay, fair enough. If you just want the dies, $59.99 on split pay, and that's 2 split pays, isn't it, for the dies on their own? So that would be £30 today, £30 in 4 weeks' time. If you just want the dies, that's fine. But if you want the extras, that's where you get the incredible extra value. The extras are worth $67.96. If you were paying that for them, you're only paying £22 for the dies. Whichever way you look at it,
it's great. It's really good.
It's a really good deal. And all of the extras you'll use with the dies, won't you?
100%, 100%. You might end up just using them completely individually, which you can do, but yeah, they work well together.
I mean, the illusion film for the butterfly stripe, the bee stripes would be amazing.
That would be really good, yeah, or a full backdrop. The next demonstration we do, we're going to use the additional butterfly, but with the illusion film onto the back.
OK, well, this bundle at the moment is in the lead, I believe, at $59.99, £30 today, £30 in 4 weeks' time. That's just the dies on their own, though. OK, don't mislead anybody. If you want all the extras, that's the bigger bundle, which is $89.99, but you get $67.96 worth of extra additional products. Now, the tape pens that I was talking about, especially when it comes to these dies, because they are so super fine. That's what Craig and I love about them so much. But when it comes to sticking them down, doing that drop shadow that Craig showed you, to stick that down without the dotty tape pen would be a pretty mean feat and pretty tricky to do. So what we've got at the moment, for those of you that didn't realise this, we've got a buy one, get one free deal. So these are normally $4.99 each. You get 22 metres of dotty adhesive on each tape pen. If you buy NS2036, you're not going to get one. You'll find there's 2 in the box, and you're only paying $4.99 for both. So £2.50 a tape pen for the dotties.
Brilliant. So good, so good. And they are double the length of other standard tape runners out there in the industry. Yep. Ours are 22 metres in length. You know, other company branded ones that can be between 10 and 12 metres. So getting in some most cases more than double.
Yeah,
than usual.
Or I've only got one here, but you'll get 2 of these for £4.99. So if it's something that you get through maybe one a week or one a fortnight or something like that, and you're thinking, well, I've got one in the drawer, I don't need one yet. Next time you order them, they may not be on a buy one, get one free deal. And if you're buying these dies today, these are going to be your new best friend, to get them to stick down and no bits sticking up or anything like that.
No, really good.
Yeah,
really
perfect.
Good.
So buy one, get one free, NS2036. We have got a deal whereby you can get the straight tape pen and the dotty tape pen together. So you'll only pay for the dotty. You'll get the straight one free. The straight ones are normally $3.99, but you'll get for $4.99 both the dotty and the straight. So that's EY 2050, best of both worlds. Obviously, you'd use the straight one for things like your matting and your layering when you want to have, larger surface areas stuck down. For really intricate sentiments and dies like the Creator Card dies we've got today, the dotty is going to be the way forward because it only leaves the dots where the cardstock is. So you're not going to be left with streaks of adhesive that you can see that will be unsightly. $4.99 gets you both. That's product code EY 2050. If you just want 2 of the straight-sided tape pens, they're $3.99 each, so do the maths, you'll get 2 for $3.99, not $7.98. £3.99 gets you 44 metres of straight-sided adhesive tape pens, MO 2064. I don't know when this offer ends, do you?
I'm not too sure either. Not too sure, no, because there's many ways. Obviously, yes, you're die cutting, of course, you're card making, you're doing your wrapping as well. And just in a moment, I think maybe it's worthwhile just showing you something else I love to use them for, which you can use them with the Gildan flakes that you get within the set.
Oh, yeah, great.
We'll do that?
Let's do that, yeah. Okay, we'll do another demo then with Craig. Actually, you just reminded my mum, especially at Christmas time, uses this all the time for wrapping up presents.
Really good idea.
Yeah,
a lot of people do.
If you've got dexterity issues, then this is your new best friend. Really is.
Yes.
Okay.
So the demo we'll do with these Creator Cards just shortly. This is just kind of like an impromptu one, just to show you how you can use your tape runners. And these are the 3-coloured Gildan flakes that you get within the Take and Flight bundle. Now, what I would say, I always say this with all Gildan flakes, get yourself inexpensive takeaway containers, because the Gildan flakes that you get within the set, once you open them, you will not get them all back in.
Right.
Because they
kind of expand. Yeah.
They expand. Now, in this one, I don't want anyone to be deceived. This is 2 tubs worth. Right. Of the gold that you get. So this isn't just, in case you think, you do get a lot, Dave, but this isn't 1 tub. This is 2 tubs worth,
right.
Just so that you know.
And if you do want the actual gilding flakes on their own, we have got them available. You're going to get, remember that, the black gilding flakes is so incredible. And you get the blue, and you've got the gold, champagne gold. $14.99 if you want those, £5 a pop. They come in a box of 3.
They do indeed. So let's just quickly do this demo just to show you before we go into the Take and Flight. We've got our straight tape runner, Dave, and I'm just going onto the black card. This shows off well with the Starlight Gold, and I've also got the dotty tape runner. I'm just going onto my card. Now, if I go in, now some of our Sarah Signature collections in the past, you know that you get the little sponge applicators in there. I always say chop them down because you don't need that full rectangle for one. So all that we're going to do, just make sure the air con's off, just make sure that the window is shut, don't sneeze, try not breathe. If the cat is about, then of course make sure it's not, because as you can see, they just fly and they float away.
Proving that our air conditioning is working.
It's definitely working. It's definitely
or heavy
working.
breathing, one or the other.
And then all that you're going to do is just one of the scourers that you'll have got from one of the adhesive bundles or the Gildan Flake kits, even the tiny dotty tape runner. Now, you will just need to go in with your little scourie and just take out all that detail just by rubbing back and forwards. And you're still going to have a little bit of connection when it comes to the dots, but it's just a really nice way, Dave, to show that you can then come along with your mats and your layers. Maybe you don't have lots of luxury cardstock, then go around the edge of your cardstock with your tape runners.
Look at that.
And then go in with your Gildan flakes. So that's both the straight, and then with the dot, you can kind of make out there. Yeah, you can that one there.
How else do you get such a straight adhesive edge other than a tape runner like this?
It's fab, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's fab. I always like to show that if we've got Gildan flakes on the show, it's always a good one to show, because I don't want people to just think that your tape runners you're only going to be able to use for things such as your die cuts. They're great for creating that fancy foiled luxury edge because it gives you that solid edge, and if you use the dots, then you get the tiny, minute little dots.
You're covered now.
I am absolutely covered. I will just say, at home, I am a lot more careful. But
you are going to get some
strange looks. I'm trying to say if Lauren's about.
You're going to get some strange looks in the hotel when you walk in there later.
I know, yeah. Where's he been? It's been the Crystal Maze. Crystal Maze. Well, we'll go straight into the next demo.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do that. I tell you what, let's show you the boards first, because just give anyone a recap here with the 4 dies that you've got. You've got your dainty dragonfly. I can hear in my ear Dan is landing me in it to Lauren, who's just walked into the gallery and just told them. So now the next demonstration I'm doing is actually going to be this one, the lady butterfly.
Yep.
So we're going to use that one next.
Now, the lady butterfly is on its own, individually, flying, really, really proving very, very popular. The bumblebee always popular as well. But the lady butterfly in particular is in the lead. That's probably the most classic of the butterfly. A quarter of the stock of the individual has checked out, OK? So if you want the lady butterfly on its own, it's $16.99. It's XQ 2086.
Right, and we're going to use it with the illusion film as well.
Oh, our favourite.
So I've got white cardstock. I've cut it, Dave, to 7.5 by 9.5. And on my box lid side of my scoreboard, I've scored at 1 inch all the way round. So we're going to go in with the lady butterfly, and I'm only going to use the cut indicative die. Okay. We're going to sit that into the middle. We're going to use our low-tack tape.
So without using the outside cutting edge, it doesn't matter how big the box lid is, it will still stay the same size?
Stay in. It will stay completely in. And I'm going to use my low-tack tape. Now, although our tape is low-tack, with the pressure and the power of the Gemini, what can happen is the tape can catch on the card. So what I would always recommend is pop your tape onto any of the areas that would be waste parts. So these bits are going to be waste, so therefore that's where I'm popping my tape. But with the Gemini, our plates, it's our base plate, and then it's our frosted shim magnetic, and then our top plate, obviously with our card and our die on the top. Letting that run through. You can do this with any of your other larger die cutting machines. Maybe you've got the one that Sharon had on, just to obviously check the plate configurations, but any other die cutting machine these will work with. So we can then peel that one out, and we're just going to be careful, but it just shows you how,
gorgeous?
Even into what will be a box lid, Dave, that's it cutting into your cardstock.
Amazing.
With all of that phenomenal, phenomenal detail. Now, we're going to then take a few of these bits out, and for speed, I know I've got my die tool, but for speed, let's just tap all these bits out onto the back. What we're then going to do is we're going to do that one again into black cardstock. Now, the size of the black cardstock is actually irrelevant, because we're going to do a little bit of cutting. Okay. So we can then take our plates once again, and if you're just doing an individual panel like this, Dave, that will fit on your junior plates. That'll fit within your junior, and if you're doing an individual like that, it will fit within your Gemini MIDI as well.
I just love the versatility of these images, because they make wonderful cards, they make fantastic pictures to put in frames, they make wonderful decorative box lids as well. There's so many ways of using them. And they're so striking. They're unlike any other creator card die I've seen, that kind of zoomed-in effect.
We were all in complete awe when we heard about them, but we hadn't seen them. But Leanne had kind of explained. It's as if like a magnifying glass has been kind of really focused onto a positioning or a part.
And that's the sort of image you'd expect to see in an art gallery.
Yeah, yeah.
It really is.
And that's how, going back to what you said earlier on, Dave, why not, just pop them into a box frame, and that's all that you need to do. But that's it now done in black. What we're going to do this time is we're just going to follow along the bottom.
Or you could actually make them into box frame pictures and sell them.
And sell them.
As long as you've made something.
As long as you've actually made it, which of course you have done, you've cut it, and then you have popped it into a frame, you can absolutely do that. You can cut. So, looks a bit odd at the moment, but it will all come to fruition just shortly. So, we're going to take that out once again, take these little bits. I'm going to take away my tape. And now I have brought in from our, I'm trying to think now, Dave, where I took, I'm trying to think the collection I've taken this mint green cardstock from. It'll come to me later on, but it's a mint green linen cardstock.
Okay.
And
you love linen cardstock.
I love it. Absolutely love it. And I've cut it to 5 1/4 by 7 1/4, and there's a reason for that. So we're going to take our die and our outside die, and we're going to kind of get that as even as we possibly can. And then we're going to tape that down. But what I'm wanting is, I'm actually, for this bit, Dave, I'm wanting the outer frame, but these waste components here, that's what I'm wanting. I'm not actually wanting the butterfly for this.
It's like big paper piecing.
Exactly,
right.
Yeah. I'll be able to use that another time,
yeah.
But it's the waste that I'm wanting for this. So we've got cut into our box lid. We've cut it into black, and then all that I've done is I've just trimmed up and all the way round the black. And then if we take our mint green, so I want that one, which is the waste. I want that one, which is the waste. That's the waste. That's the waste. And then if I take that one, that's my waste. I want that. And then that outer frame. So this one, Dave, I can use another time. But even within that pastel, how beautiful is that? So now that we have got all of these bits, let's move that out the way. Let's bring in our iron, and let's bring in the coral illusion film.
Okay. Now this illusion film is included in the big bundle, but you can buy it on its own as well. There are lots of other colours that are available in the illusion film too. And I've just been given a heads up. We do have some exciting news, evidently, about the actual watercolour shimmer palettes that we thought we hadn't got any stock of. And bearing in mind it's the weekend, we thought we wouldn't be able to get any more stock. We've done some rejiggering around, and we've been able. Well, I've got some good news, and we'll tell you in a minute. But it's good news if you want those palettes.
Excellent. We'll have a look at them in a moment. Now, what I've done here is I've taken the coral, and I've taken this sheet and I've folded it back on itself. But I want to make sure that the size is going to fit the back of my butterfly.
Okay.
So just making sure
Do you always
that I've
have
got
to
enough.
use 2 layers?
No, you can use more than one if you want to. Sorry, more than 2 if you want to.
But you don't just use one. One won't be effective.
No, the point and the purpose of it, Dave, is to, that illusion of colour together,
right.
The film together. So do 2 together. And what you will find, one side has more of a shiny side and one side has more of a matte side. You can actually see the difference there. Nice and shiny, and that one's more of a matte.
Yeah.
Now, what you're going to do is you're going to do matte to matte. That's going to, in my opinion, that's the best result.
So that's the glue side, yeah?
Do you know, it will work either way. There's not actually like a fine adhesion. It's more the film, the production of the film. So I just like to I like to do it matte to matte. So therefore, you've got more of that shiny side on each side.
Yeah.
You can do it either way, but it's just my personal preference. And then we're going to go in with some greaseproof paper. So just inexpensive greaseproof paper.
Look at those colours. It's like an amazing sunset or sunrise, isn't it?
So you can imagine when that starts to burst through a die cut, like we're about to do in a moment.
So yellow kind of fusing into orange and that sort of thing. Really nice.
Really, really lovely. And then we're just going to go with a hot iron back and forwards over the illusion film, making sure.
I brought my shirts in.
You should have. You should have. I don't iron my own shirts, so it's not much chance of me ironing yours, Dave. But, it's very, very creased under this jacket. Very creased. Now, the more that you go over the back and forwards, the more crinkled it's going to get, which can look really, really smart. But home iron, craft iron, travel iron, anything like that is going to be absolutely fine. And now what we've got...
Oh, look at this.
Is we've got that, but then it becomes a bit more thicker and substantial. So now this is where we've got the fun. So let's go in with our butterfly. So this is our box lid. Now I'm going to go dotty tape runner once again, Dave. This is absolutely going to be your best friend when it comes to this die set. and we're going to go over the full lot. So over the back, we're going to go with our tape. Now, if you're using illusion film, please don't think you can only use our tape. If you do love your tacky glue, like I do, you can use that. You just need to let it dry, of course. But let's add our tape.
Now, the illusion film, by the way, we've got it in the coral colour that we're showing you at the moment. That's back in stock. It's $4.99 on its own, and you get 5 metres of it, if my memory serves me correctly. 5 metres or 4 metres?
So you've got 4 metres,
4 metres
on each roll. Yeah.
4 metres on each roll. But look at what you can do with it.
Yeah, there's loads. Really good for any of your die cuts or aperture dies, silhouette dies. Beautiful, but good to back like I'm doing now. So all that I was doing is I just trimmed it, Dave, just so that it doesn't go over the edge of my box lid. And I'm going to press that all the way round. Now, if I turn that around, now we've got that beautiful effect. Now, that will work like that. Absolutely perfect, Dave. It's just a little bit too much for my liking. So this is where our waste comes in. So I'm going to use my tacky glue, because I just find that that's my favourite. So where we've got all the waste, we're going to then paper piece that back in.
So you just want the illusion film on the wings of the butterfly?
I do,
right.
Yeah. Yep. And for me, that visually, that just makes it stand out or pop that little bit more, because your eye is only focused onto the film within the body of
the background's
butterfly.
Not a distraction now.
No, nope. And that's what can sometimes happen. It can be that distraction. So we're going to then press that in, and then we're going to come in with that one there.
That's amazing, isn't it?
And then that one there, we're going to pop over the top. Now remember that frame, that's then going to frame all the way round. So let's add our glue all the way around, or whatever it is if you want to use. That's now going to nicely frame it, like so. I'm going to press that in, and then to really make it go wow, if I just at least show you that at the moment, so you've got more of your pastel tones. So you've got a beautiful, beautiful effect.
See, you see green, you see yellow, you see orange and pink, all coming from the illusion film, but like you'd see on a genuine butterfly wing.
Let's just start to finish this off. So that butterfly that we cut in black and just trimmed all the way around the edge, we're going to do my favourite, which is our drop shadow. So I'm now going to come into here. Let's just line these bits up, and then I'm going to pop that into here. So let's pop that one onto there. Now, the only difference here, I'm going to jump ahead here, Dave. Now, the only difference is what I'm going to show you in a moment. I've used a darker green cardstock from a collection that's not launched yet. It's coming very, very soon. So if I bring that one in, and I've just added it around the edge. So the only difference, Dave, was the darker green, and then I've just added strips around the edge. So let's add our tape.
I mean, this is really showing off what these creative card dies could do for you with the illusion film. That's why the illusion film's in there with the dies, because it works together so beautifully. And if you want to put a little bit of illumination, little string lights or something behind at the back, you could do that.
Of course you could. And then if you think that it's a little bit messy on the back, take a bit of black cardstock, 5 1/4 by 7 1/4, and then just use that outer die there. Cut that out. You've then got that nice frame. Now, I would stick this in before I assembled the box, but I know that we're running out of time, so I just want to show you. That's going to neaten the inside, Dave. If you are a little bit pernickety like me, and you just want it to look a little bit neater on the inside, you can do that. And then I am just going to finish off
What a demo.
Vintage butterfly stamp set we've done in the past when butterflies appear when loved ones are near. I'm going to go right into the middle, and I'm not going to put all of these ones on, Dave, but I've got our tiny little butterflies that we've done in the past. I've done a black one, and then I'm just going to do just a couple as if you've got the kaleidoscope of butterflies working our way up. Press that in. Let's do one here, there, and I tell you what, let's just do one more scene of Huddit, and then that is it. So let's pop that down into there, move that down, and then there we go. So although that's in a box lid, Dave, that could have been on a card blank if you want it to be.
Could have been.
It doesn't have to be, but you've got that illusion film, creating layers. Remember, that's what we've done. The only difference was the colour of green linen cardstock. Everything else was done in the exact same way.
And it's not only kind of showcasing how beautiful the creator card dies are, but also how wonderful the illusion film is as well. Now, I did mention we had a little bit of an exciting announcement. All day today, we've resigned ourselves to the fact that yesterday we sold out of these pallets. Now, we've had to do a lot of jiggery-pokery. We've had to move a lot of things around, and thank you to Andy. He's on his day off, but he's been able to work his magic to get us more stock of this, because we sold out of it yesterday with Sheena. It was such a busy afternoon for this. Now, these are the palettes that you saw Craig use in the first part of the show. So these are your shimmer watercolour palettes. Now, as Craig quite rightly pointed out, the Sunbeam is designed to be used on lighter cardstock. The Moonbeam is designed to be used on darker cardstock, but there's nothing stopping you using them on both, to be fair. But you have got the most incredible, your packaging will be pristine and new. You have got the opportunity to get the 2 palettes and the 3 paintbrushes from Crafter's Companion as well. You've got the wide brush, the medium brush, and the thinner brush. Now, they should be a combined price of £55.97, but that's not what we had yesterday. We didn't do that price yesterday. We're going to match the deal that we did yesterday. Come on in, check out your baskets. Everyone will pay the final low price. We've got a limited quantity available, £27.99. Everyone, hands on deck, has managed to make this work this afternoon when we thought we couldn't really get any more. We've literally got a handful available of your Sunbeam and your Moonbeam for £27.99. We had the phone call about this literally about 10 minutes ago. A third of that stock is now gone. You've been waiting for them, hoping for them. You saw Craig use them earlier. They're brilliant. I mean, the colours are magnificent. You saw the Moonbeam on the dark cardstock, and when it dries, it's even more magnificent. And then, of course, the Sunbeam is for lighter colour cardstock, but you've got 2 palettes for basically the price of 1. You get one of them absolutely free if you order this deal right now. SY2097 is the product code. And you get your brushes as well that Craig was using in the demonstration. You've got some boards there, Craig, yeah?
I do, yeah. So, just to, reiterate what you said, Dave, you can absolutely use them on either coloured cardstock or tones of cardstock, but you're going to get the really lovely look of the Sunbeam being on your lighter cardstock. I mean, look at that. All colours just bursting off your lighter card, and then you've got your Moonbeam that is on your darker card. So it really does show it off well, all of them being that water base. So whether you're just going to then be colouring over the top, whether you're going to be doing your stenciling work, maybe you're going to be then doing all your different stamps, your backdrops you can do. Last one for now, there you go. Just into here.
Okay, well, inevitably, not everybody's going to be successful in getting a hold of these. We've got more people want it than we actually have stock now. I did warn you, we had a smallish quantity. Please check your baskets out. If it checks you out and it doesn't say it's sold out, it means you've been successful. If it suddenly says, sorry, the item is now gone, sorry, this is all we could do for today. SY2097, it's the only chance we've had to get stock in. Everybody's kind of hands on deck to get this sorted for you this afternoon. But we've got more people want it than we actually have stock. So good luck. Now, don't move an inch, because in the next show at 5 o'clock, we have got for you the layout collection, which hasn't been in stock for about a month. It came on air for one show, sold out completely, and it's not been in for about a month, I believe. We've got it back for you. If you struggle to know how to compose a card, what looks balanced, what to put where, you've got dies, you've got embossing folders, you've got ribbon, you've got 30, is it 30 projects, Craig?
So 30 projects, 30 recipes, but thousands and thousands of different ways in which you can use them.
Okay, we've got that coming up, okay? That's in a few minutes after a short break, so stay tuned. It's going to be, I reckon it's going to be another sellout. The pallets have gone, so join us for the layout collection after this. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hi everyone, Andy here from HobbyMaker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, HobbyMaker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel, Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Redditch. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From HobbyMaker, we have Sandra Russian, who'll be focusing on an introduction to sandtangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia Craft websites. So that's HobbyMaker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hello everyone, it's just after 5 o'clock. Normally there'd be a kind of presenter change and shift change. Well, there's been the shift change, but you got me through till 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, Yes!
Double bubble!
Yeah, double bubble.
Let's introduce you to the crew. We've still got Dan, who's directing through until 8 o'clock. We've got Alex in the control room. There he is. He's taken over producing duties.
Yay!
Still got Lauren in the studio, floor managing brilliantly. Thank you for the demonstration here and the layout here. We've got fantastic. Craigie's here. There she is.
Boo!
Levi's doing my drink for me. Bless him. He's on camera too, so he's a star. There he is. There's Levi. Brilliant. That's your crew for Saturday evening through till 8 o'clock tonight. Everything to stay tuned for because, Craigie...
Yes!
I've not seen this until today because it came in stock, sold out. I've not seen it since.
You've not seen it, yeah. So we've probably, since we first launched it, probably brought it back. I want to say, for me anyway, I think this is maybe my third or fourth time. I specifically asked for it to come back again today. We managed to get some more quantities of it. So it's like, can I please have it on one of my shows today? I absolutely love it, that idea. I know we're going to go into it a lot more detail, but Dave, if you don't have the confidence of the layout of your cards, how to position your stamp, your dies, your backgrounds, 30 recipe cards. We're going to step you through it within the next hour. You've got everything to make the projects there, but you can use any stamps, any dies, any collections, any products, any mediums, anything. There is 30 recipe cards, but thousands of ways in which you can use it.
Yeah, thousands of permutations. So basically what Crafter's Companion give you are all the stamps and dies to recreate the recipes that are on the cards, like for like, but you can adopt all the kind of layering techniques and how to put the card together across all of your card making and crafting. I mean, if you look at a blank card, you think, I don't know where to put that. Does it go top left? Does it go in the middle? Shall I put it down bottom right? Sometimes you look at a card that you put together and think, it doesn't look right, but I don't know what I've done wrong. The serving suggestions, the recipe ideas in here are going to show you how you can really layer and combine designs to make an amazing card at the end of the day. And it also works for when you put things in frames too, for that matter.
100%, 100%, yeah.
Now, the whole thing, as you can see, is so comprehensive. You've got this really attractive ring binder that you can keep your recipes in, of course, as well. You get the papers, you get the dies, the embossing folders, the stamps as well. It is so comprehensive. It is jam-packed full. And it should be £190.74. Now, when this was on last time, it sold out in a single show. We've got it back today. Is it going to do the same again this evening? 5 o'clock on a Saturday is a very, very busy time for us.
I think it's always one of those as well, certainly going by the past experience, Dave, is sometimes you think, right, do I need it? You know, it's like, right, I'm an experienced crafter, do I need it? We all lose our mojo, you know what I mean? Even us on the team. It's one of those things, when we get to the point that we no longer have this in stock, I can promise you, because both Debbies have said it themselves, they'll continuously use this in the future. So if you see us doing a layout, go, oh, where did you get that? Well, you know, we don't have the layout collection anymore. So whether you're a beginner, absolutely, I wish, like 25, 30 years ago when I started, I had something like this. Because the point of this is you don't just have to use what you get inside. I've got finished example, I've used hunky-dory collections as well. Everything in here is exclusively designed for the layout collection. You know, you're not going to find the folders elsewhere or the dies in other collections. The papers are everything is just for this collection.
Now, that price is not what you're expected to pay. Already, before we've dropped the price, 10% of our stock is in baskets. You know you want this. You missed out on it last time maybe, and you're kicking yourself, and you remember where the price went last time. We're going to go to exactly the same price again today. But to put it into perspective, you've got 48 dies here. You've got 11 die sets. You've got 19 stamps in an 8x8 acrylic stamp set. You've got a 4x6 acrylic stamp set with 20 stamps in it. 30 recipe ideas for how to put your card together, what to put where, which is an absolute godsend. Lovely binder to keep it all nice and neat. You've got storage panels, magnetic storage panels. You've got stamp storage panels, embossing folders, 2D and 3D, printed papers, linen cards, satin ribbon. All that you need to complete those 30 projects are in the box. But you're taking away, of course, the brilliant tutorial and brilliant ideas that the Crafters Companion team are giving you, and you can adapt that and use it with any of your existing dies and stamps. So the permutations are literally endless, but it's giving you the blueprint, it's giving you the ideas. Now, Josie's getting in touch, messaging us in this afternoon. Hello, Josie. No, I can't read it from here. I have this collection, it's wonderful, so easy, all in one place.
Brilliant.
Looking forward to the second collection. Josie. You don't know anything about a
I know nothing. I know nothing.
nothing.
I know nothing.
Well, this is still the first, yeah?
This is still the first one, yes, the first one. Just to give you that idea, if you're saying, like, you say different, kind of permutations way, if you've got the layout of your card, Dave, you're maybe going to copy and replicate what's on the recipe card. The same sentiment, if you put it in top corner, or in the middle, or at the bottom, or the opposite top corner, or in the middle, or in the bottom. There are 6 different ways from one recipe card, and that's just moving the sentiment. Move the topper, change the linen card, change the pattern paper, move the positioning of the ribbon. So that one there, you could turn that on its side, turn the teacups on their side, and then you've got a different way. You've got 6 pictures, 6 written. This is the key point here. This is what we'll class as a sketch. So that is a sketch that you can follow in black and white form by following any collection, any card, any die, any stamps, anything that you want.
Step by step in writing and in photographs as to what to put where, to make that card a winner, to make it evenly balanced, to make it pleasing to the eye, not to make it a card that you go, I'm not quite sure what I've done there, but it doesn't seem to work well. That's the sort of thing you've got, 30 of those, but again, you can adapt it and use it in so many different ways. I think Crafter's Companion is so good at these sort of things.
They really, really are. And just before it had gone on our website, I had a meeting with Leanne for a couple of hours. It wasn't all about this. We ended up just chatting about life and stuff like that. But what she was saying, Leanne, for those that don't know, maybe you're new to HobbyMaker, new to us, Leanne is our head of product development at Crafter's Companion. Now, you might see some of these dies, like me, a lot of them I've got at home in some form or shape.
Yep.
I've got a love heart, I've got a star, some squares, some circles. But as Leanne said, it's not actually, although the price is exceptional that you're going to see, it's also about the education, the recipe cards, the concept. It's not actually about the tools that you get with it, but what those tools enable you to do is make the card exactly that's on the recipe card. You've got the exact size matte and layer dies that's on the recipe cards, they're there. You need the star die, you've got the exact one that's there.
And then you can adapt
all
going forward with what you've learnt from making that one card, with using what you've already got at home.
And all the dies go on the magnetic sheet, which then go in, of course, in the binder, and all the stamps go into the cling film that goes into the binder as well.
Now, 5 o'clock on a Saturday is a very busy time for us. Lots of you choose to come in from where you've been, sit down, put the TV on, have a bit of tea, and do a bit of crafting and watch HobbyMaker. Let's start your Saturday evening with an offer that you're not going to want to miss out on. Whether you've been a seasoned crafter for a long time, whether you're a brand new crafter, you're buying this for someone who said, I'd really like to start card making, but I don't really know where to start. I've got a blank sheet of paper, a blank 5x7 card, a blank DL card. What do I put where? I haven't got a clue. This is what you need. In 20 seconds, we are going to, if you've never seen this before, amaze you. If you saw it last time, we are going to match the price we took it to last time when it sold out in one show with Craig and Nigel, wasn't it?
It was indeed, yeah.
10 seconds, and we're going to blow your socks off with this price. 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go, buttons pressed. Look at this. $74.99. $74.99, and it should be nearly 200 quid. It's 190 pounds worth. Look at what you've got in there. You can see the quantity.
You can't. We're going to go through it when we go to the counter just later. We're going to go through it in a bit more detail here. But yeah, think of the dies, the core dies that you've got. You've got your ribbon, you've got your gems. Just to say as well, I know I said it at the start there, but the sizes of the dies, the embossing folders, the stamps, the sentiment stamps, these have all been designed exclusively for this collection. We've not taken it. No. It's not stock that's been sitting at the back of the warehouse and we've popped it in this collection. It's all designed exclusively for this collection.
Now, you may think, oh, $74.99, brilliant, I want it, I'm going to buy it. Fair enough, yes, you can. But it's also on split pay. So not only have we taken about 120 quid off the price, we're letting you spread the cost of this interest-free into 3 interest-free payments. So it's $24.99 today, plus your P&P, unless you've already paid it, $24.99 in 4 weeks, $24.99 in 8 weeks' time. But you'll get this in the next few days. Crafter's Companion will dispatch this first thing Monday. You'll get it probably Tuesday, Wednesday at the latest. I would have thought something like that. But what you've got is a whole world of education but fun, knowing what to put where to make the card balanced. And that's what I think an awful lot of people struggle with. They have a lot of white space down there and think, well, what do I put that? What do I put? I don't want it to make, lopsided or whatever.
Or, maybe you like, for instance, the recipe cards. You might want to do it exactly as it's set out when it comes to the recipe card, but the recipe card might say, Dave, 5x5. You increase the sizes. You say, follow the recipe card, layout is exactly the same, you've just made it a little bit bigger. or maybe you've made it a little bit smaller. I've done a couple of master classes across on YouTube on Crafters TV with this collection. I've shown you how you can take one of the recipe cards, Dave, that's 6 by 6, but turn it into a 12 by 12 scrapbook page.
Wow.
By following the positioning, I've just changed the sizes myself.
Okay, well, 20% of the restock stock has gone in literally a few minutes. The price has only been on your screen for about 3 minutes, so if you want this or want to buy it for someone
Levi's
else...
that shocked.
I know, he's choking.
Choking. You're all right, Levi.
Cough it up, mate. $24.99, your first payment of 3. It's normally me that gets that. Plus your P&P, of course. OL 2068. Hello to, let's see who's coming through. These are the people that have got it in their baskets at the moment but haven't checked out yet. Cynthia in the West Midlands. Rachel in Texas. Hello to you. Rebecca in Merseyside. Yvonne in Cambridgeshire. Dawn in Surrey. Checked out Veronica in Norfolk. Leslie in North Yorkshire. Wendy in South Yorkshire. Susan in Nottinghamshire. Welcome all. Welcome to HobbyMaker. And make sure that you put this in your basket and check out if you can. Make sure you don't miss out on this. It's an opportunity that's come around. It's taken a month for us to get this back in stock. And if the same thing happens that happened the first time it came on air with Nigel and Craig, it won't be long before this sells out again. So just pop that in your order, pop that in your basket, or give us a free phone call, 0800 001 4433. That will get you through to the call centre upstairs. They're lovely. They're just outside Birmingham. That's where our studios are. They're there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're brand new to HobbyMaker, they will set an account up for you. It takes literally a couple of minutes. Just need your name, your address, how you'd like to pay. Welcome to HobbyMaker. It's as easy as that. And this is the perfect gift for someone who maybe is starting out crafting, because you're not going to make any of those silly mistakes that maybe we all made and most people make when they start making cards, because they're not quite sure what to put where, how to get the balance right, how to make it look professional. This is going to give you all the hints and tips you need, 30 of them, plus all the goodies you need to make those cards from scratch. OL 2068. What a busy show.
Not surprised. I'm not surprised. And this is why I personally asked if I could bring the show back again, because I know so many people still miss out. You know, at HobbyMaker, you're getting new viewers every single day. So it's a great way to always showcase this. Everything there with the recipe cards. You've got the folder, the binder that we'll go through as well. Just to say, when you open the box, you are going to get a QR code card. Zap that. That will take you to a 2-hour masterclass that I done live at the time, so you can get started, again, go onto YouTube. But it's the fact it's all held together. Now, Dave, I don't put mine in the binder simply because it's easier for me when I'm demonstrating to have it all out separately.
Okay.
At home, of course, you can pop them all together in that binder.
And that's for the dies, is it?
That's for the dies, right, and also for the stamps. So your stamps will go onto the cling. It's that lever art, so it is simply the case of just closing it, locking it, and then that's it, nice and secure. You've got that there. You know, if you wanted to add other things to it, you can absolutely do that.
And also the build quality of the binder. It's really well manufactured, really well made.
Definitely. Right, let's have, I won't spend too long, because I know we had a look there in the camera before, but it just really does showcase how it all comes. Now, this is your 30 recipe cards. Now, you've got all 30 on the index here, which, of course, fits within the binder here. And as Dave showed you towards the start there with one of them, this is number 1 here. Hugs and Kisses. It tells us it's number 1. There is a picture of the finished example, Dave. Now, the point and the purpose as well of getting everything other than the card blank and, actually, I was about to say adhesive. The adhesive's in that. You get your 2 tape runners.
Yeah, you do, yeah.
Other than the card blank and your ink to colour, everything else is in this box for you to do. The folders at the back, the stamp, the dies, all of that is in the box for you to recreate.
And on the back, it's step by step, what you do,
step by
how
step.
you do it.
6 pictures, 6 written. You've got the measurements all there as well, and it steps you through. But this is what I was meaning. We'll go into it more within the show. Here is the finished example there, Dave. Now, that could go there, and that could go there.
Yeah.
There's 2 different kind of permutations. Take one of those square layers out. There's another one. That one is a traditional opening card. Turn it as it's a tent-fold. There's another one. Instead of 3 strips, do 2 strips, or do 1 strip, or change the colour of the ink, change the pattern paper. This is how you're going to be able to get thousands and thousands and thousands of different ways. Increase the size to become 7x7 or 8x8. Change that into a different stamp. You've got that option.
If you think about it, if you've ever been to like a craft class or a craft meet, you can spend maybe £20, £25 on a class to learn how to do one card. You know,
Absolutely.
This is giving you the tutorial to do at least 30 and some, and it's only $74.99.
And with all of these, you've got your black and white sketch in that top corner for you to then obviously follow. If you don't want to do that exact, you've got the vision there for you to look at. But then, as we said, you've got your 6 pictures and your 6 written. So I'm not going to go through all 30 at the moment, but what I do want to do...
Don't want to spoil the surprise.
No, but we want to show you everything. And I've got examples of finished cards that have been changed. But these ones being all of your dies that you've got. Now, you've got 11 different sets, Dave, that, as you said earlier on, that gives you 48 dies in total. You've got your 5x7 stamp sheet there, or 4x6, sorry, of your sentiment stamps, 20 in total of all these different sentiments. But use any other sentiments from any other collection, any other companies, not just ours. But there is all your other dies, your banner dies, your icon dies. You've got your tag dies in there. Your edgeable dies are in there. But then here are all of the stamps. So there is the QR code that comes in the top of the box. So you're just going to zap that. That takes you to that 2-hour live.
But honestly, the value for money for this is absolutely incredible.
Now, within the demonstration that we're going to do shortly, Dave, I'm not going to use what you get within the box. I'm going to use our new collection, the kitchen collection, earlier on.
From earlier on.
To show how you use old and new. But there's all of your stamps, 19 stamps. Remember, these all cling to inside that binder there.
And by the way, the kitchen collection was at 2 o'clock this afternoon. You can watch that show back when we finish at 8 o'clock. Watch that show back, by all means, on our app or on our website.
Satin ribbon there, you've got your gems in there, you've got your 4x6 here, that is your 3D embossing folder, so we're even giving you 3D. You've then got your 6x6 2D floral folder, you've got your 5x7 2D butterfly embossing folder, you've then got all of these pattern papers as well, and then you've got all of your linen cardstock as well. Absolutely beautiful colours. Fresh colours, and that is everything that you're getting in that box for you to make all 30 of the projects within the recipe cards. That's if, Dave, you want to follow along with what are on the recipe cards, but you can start to change them. So if I move that out the way for a second...
It's just so lovely to know that you've always got that quick reference guide.
Always
if you
there.
ever have like a blank moment, you don't necessarily have to use the same stamps or indeed the same dies or anything, but you want to maybe follow the same layout of that format using different things. Like you heard Craig say, he's going to use some of the dies and some of the images from the kitchen collection that we had at 2 o'clock this afternoon. You don't have to use the same flowers all the time. No. You can put your own twist on it.
Well, the prime example here, Dave, so once again, I'm not going to show you all of them, but I'm going to go to a select few that's been changed. So you've got number 1 there, that's the finished example. You've got number 2 there, that's the folder that's been cut using the nesting dies. So turn that on its side, use a different design. There's one way.
Yep.
Take one of those strips out. There's another way. Change the paper. So, you know, you're starting to look at 10, 20, 30, 40 different ways in which you can use it.
It's so much better looking at that than looking at a blank card thinking, I don't know what to do.
You don't know what to do, where to start. Start by positioning it out. And we'll talk you through it within the first demonstration. But it just builds that confidence, Dave, to allow you to have that freedom and flexibility to change. Now, if I go and jump forward to this one here. So this is the finished example, Dave. But what about using your Cheers to You collection? So using your Cheers to You collection instead is going to give you that look. But then what about using your other stamping papers at home? So I followed everything that is there within that recipe card and the steps. The only difference is I've changed my stamps and I've changed my
totally
papers.
Different card, but it's the same layout.
It's the same
balance
layout.
is right.
Doesn't look the same, it looks different. But then this one here, this is a prime example. This one here, have I got my finished one? Here we go. There it is there. But look at this, Dave. That's been made using all my own stamps and heat emboss.
Same layout idea, but a totally different look.
But I could change that layout. I could have turned it on its side and turned the stamp the other way there. I could maybe remove one of these die cuts. All of the die cuts are using the dies that are in the set. I've just chosen to use my own collections. If I then go this one here, so if I go into this one...
A quarter of our stock has gone in 20 minutes on the hour, so grab it quickly.
If you are, and I am twisting arms to try and get this back in if we get them in stock, and that's our foil press. I've only ever brought that to air once when we first, well, actually when HobbyMaker first started, so I'm hoping I can maybe bring it one day. But this one, Dave, is a 4x6 card.
Right.
Now, I've done the exact same layout. I've increased it slightly, but used my foil press. So it's exactly the same. It's just that little bit bigger. And then I think this is also when people think, I've got it, Dave. This one. So that one there is that one there. So that one is 6x6. What about bringing in Hunky Dory?
Yeah.
Now look at that. It's the same layout. I've got my square. Where I've got my butterflies, that's my topper. Those 3 squares there, there's your 3 squares there. Your sentiment there is your sentiment there. And where we've got the gems there, we've used the horseshoe. Now, I personally made that, and I checked with Anne-Marie. She didn't mind me showing it on here. And it is the point and the purpose that it doesn't have to be your stamps, your dies. It could be any collection.
It's basically a layout system, a style system that shows you how to get the balance right, how to make the card look right, whether you're using Crafter's Companion, Hunky Dory, whatever you're using. It's basically the concept. And I'm sure we've all been there. I've been there myself, where I've watched TV and I've seen a demonstrator put a card together. I'm thinking, wow, that looks amazing. Yes, I'm going to order that collection. You order the collection, you sit there at home and you think, what do I do? You make it, you make a card, you think, mine doesn't look anywhere near as good as that one that I saw on TV. What have I done wrong? That's why this has been basically put together, so that you at home can have that instant reference to know what to put where to balance the card, to make it look interesting and to follow like a journey of the story. You often hear kind of Carla, our lovely Carla Bagshaw, talking about composition, about how to get the grounding right and all that sort of thing. And you know, she's had years of experience. But if you are a new card maker, or you just make cards sometimes and think, I don't know what I've done wrong, but it doesn't look right to me, I'm not happy with that, this is going to help you in the layout. It's going to get everything in the right place. It doesn't have to be a flower. It doesn't have to be a vase. It could be a plane. It could be a glass of champagne. It doesn't matter. But it's what to put where to make the card work. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's exactly what it's all about. And it's that fun that you've got as well, because it's just giving you that foot in the door. If you don't have the confidence, if you're not sure about filling space and layout, hence the name, of course, start off, replicate exactly. Use the papers, use the card, use the dies, do exactly what's on that recipe card. And maybe you just want to change the sentiment, or maybe you want to do it exact, then do it again and change the sentiment or change the positioning or change the collection. It's just about giving you the key component, which is, in my opinion, it's that confidence as well, Dave, to allow you that freedom, that flexibility. Nothing's wrong. Nothing is wrong. It's just what you perceive looks good. If you want to change it slightly, then you can do that.
I would say for what you pay to go to maybe one workshop, maybe you pay more than £25 to go to a workshop. I don't know. They vary from place to place. But if you're going to make a card with a group of people so you can be taught how to make a certain type of card and you're paying £25, that's what you're paying for your first split payment today. OK, there's 2 more payments to go, but you've got at least 30 tutorials. I don't like that word tutorial. It makes it sound very kind of school-like.
I know what you mean,
right?
yeah.
I mean? You've basically got 30 projects that you are taught how to put what where to make it work, and it's there as a reference with all the other dies, with all the other embossing folders, the fantastic ribbon, the papers as well. So you can literally make exactly the same card that's on those tip sheets, those 30 tip sheets. You've got everything in the bundle you need to make every single one of those cards exactly and precisely. But then when you've made it as is kind of intended, you can then go your own way and look at other dies you've got, look at other stamps that you've got, look at other card stock you've got and papers you've got, and adapt what you've learnt but with different themes. So, you know, it's an invaluable tool to learn about layout and construction of a card. What works, what doesn't. That's what this is all about. And I think it's a grey area for so many people. I know some people are very, very frightened of white space, but there's no need to be, really, with white
Never.
space.
No, you know, and it's easy for me to say that. You know, I always say, and I'm a big believer, don't be scared of white space. White space can frame your card. It could be that kind of additional visual focal that draws your eye in. But until you've got that confidence of the layout, sometimes you don't always see it as framework or that visual. So maybe you want something just to guide your eye for you to then just have that layout. And as we say, you've got the 30 of them there. By changing them ever so slightly, world's your oyster.
I mean, I reckon this will be the first and the best $24.99 you could spend, because, you know, the box is going to be with you in the next few days. That fantastic journey of learning another aspect to card making. I mean, card making, I think it's underestimated, card making. There's an awful lot of thought goes into it to get it right. And if you're just a kind of, topper on there, that's it, done. Okay, yes, it is still a card that you've made by hand, but it's not going to set the world alight. It's not going to make people go, oh, that's amazing, how have you done that? Whereas these are the sort of cards that will make people say that to you. Oh, you know, you've done that yourself. Wow, that's incredible. And everyone will love it. They won't necessarily know why, but it all works, and all the kind of the putting the thing together and the construction of the whole image and the story on that card. That's what this is going to teach you. But you get all the dies, all the embossing folders, all the embellishments and the ribbon, everything you need to make all of the projects that are in the book, and then you can adapt it with other things that you already own.
Absolutely.
Right.
So we'll have before we delve into a proper demo, we'll kind of just have a little bit of a play when it comes to this first one here. So this one, I always think, number one, it's always, if you've not seen them before, it's always a good one to start. Just to say as well, forgive me with the glass mat, of course, we've gone straight in from the 4 o'clock show into the 5 o'clock show, so I've not been able to get the Gildan flakes off just yet.
Oh,
so
okay.
That's what if you didn't see 4 o'clock show, that's why it's covered in the Gildan flakes. But number one, you've got your finished example, you've got all the components there to make it exactly as it is. All you need is your ink for your sentiment, your stamp, and of course to colour in. But you've got everything else, the folders, the dies, the images, the measurements, all there. But let's say you change that with your other collections. So same size cardstock that we've got that tells us within the actual step-by-steps there. But then instead of using pink linen cardstock like it says, I've gone into my Daisy collection that we've had within the past there. So followed the same measurements that are on here, Dave. I've just changed the colour. Then when it comes to the pattern paper, instead of using the pattern paper on the recipe card there, I've just used the pattern paper that came with the Daisy collection.
Okay.
So still following along exactly as the recipe card says. I've just changed the cardstock. Then the next step here, it says to put 3 strips of your colour cardstock.
Could you also use the same sort of tutorial with scrapbooking pages? Would that work similarly? Or
Of course you can,
yeah?
Absolutely. This one here, Dave, follow that same sketch, follow that layout, but all that you're just going to do is increase the sizes yourself.
Okay.
So, for instance, you know, the pink cardstock right there at the back, okay, it's saying there to cut it to 5 3/4 by 5 3/4. That pink, you might cut or have to 12 by 12, and then your pattern paper, you're going to then cut a little bit smaller. So you're following visually the steps and the positioning. You're just either increasing the sizes or decreasing it if you want it smaller. You can absolutely do that.
So these are tips that can be adapted for scrapbooking,
Definitely,
but
yeah.
also journaling, that sort of thing too?
And just to show, not to kind of go off piece there, but that's one of them there. But then what I've done is I've followed along, Dave, but I've turned it into a box lid instead, and I've made it that little bit bigger. So, yeah, you can absolutely do that. But, yeah, this is saying add 3 strips of cardstock. Well, actually, I just only want to add 2 strips. I've got that choice. So add the 2. Then it's saying add 3 embossed squares. Now, the square that's been used to die cut, you've got that die in the actual collection. The butterfly folder, that's in there as well. But what I've done is instead of using the butterfly folder, what I've done is I've used the Daisy folder that came within that original collection. Now, I'm not going to add any ink to it like it says within the recipe card, but what I am going to do is I'm going to position it exactly as the recipe card says. The next point here, it says to stamp out your rows, you colour it in and die cut it. Well, instead of doing the rows, I've taken my daisy die from that original collection.
Right.
And then it says to mat and layer that onto your die-cut circles, the dies that you get included. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that, but instead of putting the rows on the top there, Dave, I'm going to put the daisy, and where it says to pop it down in that corner, that's exactly where I'm going to pop it. And then last but by no means least, says to stamp out the sentiment and die cut it with the banner die and pop it to the top left-hand corner, which we can do that there. And other than those strips, I've followed exactly as it says. But, Dave, this is where you've got all the different permutations, all the different changes. You might want to turn that like that. You might want to come along, pop that into the middle, maybe pop that underneath.
And because you can put your own twist on things, you're not going to find it boring. You're not doing the same card, making the same card every time. You know what looks right and what doesn't.
Exactly. Yeah. Just play. Work the way. I've lost count now. What was that? 4 or 5 different ways there that we've just shown you. Maybe you want to then take that one just down into there. Maybe, Dave, you want to take one of them out and pop it that way. Maybe.
Does it kind of focus on the fact that the rule of 3 is quite big in card making?
You will find that there's a lot of kind of nods to 3s, accents and 3s. But if you don't want that, you don't do it. You don't have to do it at all. Then you might want to change that way instead, that you can see here. Maybe you want to take that off and just put that there.
So the layout collection points you in the right direction, and then if you want to put your own twist on it, you can do that. Change the colours, change the flower. Don't have a flower at all. Make it whatever you choose to do, but it gives you that kind of foresight and gives you that advice. If you do this, you're not going to make a bad card.
Nope.
But if you want to put your own twist on it, feel free to do that. And that's what this is all about. So
all about.
I think that's why so many of you are going for it today, because I've been there myself where I've made a card and thought, OK, I'm happy with that. But I don't know why. It just doesn't look right. And I don't know why.
No, you just don't know.
I haven't got Craig next to me to tell me why. So there, you've got the layout collection that will, kind of point you in the right direction. For what you pay maybe for 2 or 3 crafting classes or meets or whatever, you've got the complete collection here with all the dies, all the stamps, and all the embossing folders, and those beautifully illustrated and photographed tutorial sheets. 30 different projects in this for £74.99. And don't think this is just for beginners. I know people who bought this last time it was on who've been crafting for a long, long time, but just wanted to do something a bit different.
Yes. Exactly.
And
even when I'm not, prepping demos for HobbyMaker or our education shows, it sits at the side of me there, Dave, because, as you can imagine, as well as doing a little bit of crafting for fun when it comes to family and friends, birthday cards, celebration cards, but obviously I need to do the education, and I need to do prep demos, and I need to do all that. I lose my mojo. Sometimes I just don't know. Or I find that I've done my own layout a number of times. It's like, I just want something different. So I keep dipping back to then. And sometimes my project looks nothing like the way that the recipe card shows, but that's because it's given me that crafty mojo back. It's given me, I know, I'm going to change it. I'm going to move that here. I'm going to twist it here. So it might not actually end up looking like what's on the recipe card, but it's just giving you that kind of, it's giving you that confidence, as I say again. It's just giving you that, just that kind of little push.
Points you in the right direction.
Points you in the right direction, yeah.
OK, well, if you ever wake up in the morning and you think, I know what I've got to make today, I know what I want to make today, but I'm not quite sure how to go about it, that's what you reach for. Go for your layout collection and be inspired with every page you turn. But remember, it's got all the contents you need to make all those projects, all 30 of them in there. And as it's on 3-way split pay, that's for everybody. You can opt for split pay on our website. You can opt for split pay via the call centre. Call the guys in the call centre, so I'd like split pay, please. They'll only charge you a third of what they should today, $24.99 plus your P&P, and it's on its way. If you don't want split pay and you want to pay in full, of course you can pay in full. It's entirely up to you. But this has not been on air for a month. Last time it was on, it sold out within the hour. We've got more stock for you today, and it's proving so busy and so popular right now. Everybody likes it, likes the idea of just being given ideas and information of what looks good, what would look good on your card. OK, now, we've also got not just the layout collection in the show. Now, I've left my sheets over there, so I can't remember what you get with the Mojito. You get these two. Okay, so you're looking at the folder, the Baroque frame 2D embossing folder, and you're looking at the elegant lace border die as well. So these two are coming with the Mojito. Now, this is a brilliant, thank you, Craig. This is a brilliant machine. It's a hand-operated machine. The gearing on it is so easy to use. It really, really is. But this machine, there we go. This machine has got go anywhere portability. It will go literally wherever you want it to. But unlike other machines that are relatively quite small, this has still got a really good sized mouth. But it doesn't require batteries. You don't need to plug it in. You can take it into the back of the car if you've got like a lap tray. You can be die cutting on the train. You could be taking it to little weekend retreats and that sort of thing. But this MIDI is only available through us at HobbyMaker. This was made exclusively by Crafters Companion for us. Even Craig at Crafters Companion cannot buy this machine. It's only through us at HobbyMaker.
And that's exactly what I done. I bought one from HobbyMaker and had to buy it because we don't even have one at head office because we can't use it on our education shows because it's exclusive to the guys here at HobbyMaker. So for me to get one, nothing like that. So for me to get one, I needed to purchase one. It's one of those things there, Dave, because I've got obviously all the Geminis. Do I need it? No, of course I don't need it. But did I want it? Yeah. Absolutely. It was that exclusive colour, that Mojito colour. I wanted it, so that's why I went ahead and got it.
I think what a lot of people love about the MIDI more than anything else is its strength, its power, but also it's got one of the simplest plate formations for any die cutting machine. It really is so simple and easy.
So simple, absolutely. Yeah, so the mouth of it is essentially it's the same size of your Gemini Junior, but instead of plate formation, what it is folder base. So you do get a folder. Now, mine has been well loved, so yours will become crisp and clean. Although the more you use it, the more yours will become like this as well. Now, flip and rotate them. So die cut into all four sides, Dave, and then it's going to prolong them for you to use them a lot longer. So all that you would then need to do, let's just show you actually. So I've got a die here I'm going to use within our next demo. But if I take this love heart, so this could be any die, you're just going to pop the die onto your card.
Now, we've got a lot of you putting this in your basket already. We haven't even dropped the price yet. That price is not the price you're going to be paying, okay? It's VD2043. Rather unfortunate product number, but there you go. VD2043, $69.99 is your price, down from $83.97. That's a nearly £15 saving, and it's on 2 split pays. So all you have to pay today is £35. £35 today, and you're going to get 2 extra special gifts as well. You're going to get the border die, and you're going to get the embossing folder and your die cutting folder as well.
You are indeed, yeah. From potentially today, my favourite Sarah's Signature collection. It's not overly old. It's from our vintage rose, Sarah's Signature vintage rose, the most beautiful edgeable, and then you've got your 2D folder. So when it comes to your 2D folder, I showed you there a moment ago, Dave, that's how you're going to use your dies. Yeah. Any wafer thin dies, silver dies, not just ours, any wafer thin silver die, that's how you're going to use it within your card stock. Now, a 2D embossing folder, which this one is, so any 2D embossing folder, pop the card in the folder, and then what you're going to do, Dave, is you get this shim in the box as well. Set the folder on the shim, and then all that you're going to do is you're just going to then roll that through. Now, that's going straight through because I've not got a folder on it. But that's all you do. Folder onto the shim, and then run it through. If your folder, for instance, like within the layout collection has both a 2D and a 3D folder. If it's a 3D folder, get rid of that. You don't need that. Pop the card in the 3D folder and just pop it straight in, Dave.
See what I mean?
Just turn that around, and then that's going to do the embossing. So it's 9x6, but incredibly strong suction as well. So if you want to have that stability, the cut, same amount of pressure, Dave, as your Junior, as your OG, your G2. The pressure's the same. It's just within that manual form instead of the electric.
The thing is, you know, not everyone is near a plug socket all the time. You know, it's lovely having a big die cutting machine in your craft room, fine, but you don't necessarily want to unplug it and take it down the stairs every time you want to use it. You certainly can't take it away with you and use it on the train. You can't use it in the back of the car, whereas this you can, but it's still not sacrificing the size. But remember, dies just go into the die cut folder. That's all you need to do, the thin-net dies. When you're doing a 2D embossing folder, just put the plastic shim in together with it. It will work. When you're using a 3D embossing folder, you just put it through with the cardstock. That's all you need to do. So it's the simplest system. It really, really is. No batteries needed. Nope. It packs a punch, but it's an incredibly easy mechanical movement as well. The gearing's really, really good on it.
It is. It's what you already know and love within the Gemini range. It is the Gemini. It's just, of course, manual form here. Now, the simpler the die, or the simpler the die, for instance, let's just take one of these dies again, and then a bit of card. So the simpler the die, you can quite easily, Dave, get that started and just run one-handed. Now, more detailed die, I automatically, even simple dies, it's habit, Dave. I'll just put my hand over the top. But yeah, the simple die, you don't need any pressure whatsoever. And then detailed dies, I just then tend to just hold and stabilise for you to get that perfect cut.
Now, remember,
intricate die cuts.
This machine is called Mojito. I call it a pistachio colour myself. That's what I would rather call it, because it's a kind of a lime green, but not a yellow. Sometimes on TV it can look a little bit yellowy. It's a lovely, lovely designer green. That's the best way I can think of describing it. Mojito is what it's called. Now, it's on air today for $69.99. Now, last time I did the Mojito, it didn't come with any extra freebies. You're going to get that Baroque embossing folder as an extra. You're going to get your Elegance lace border, which is a die from this collection from Sarah's Nature's Garden. Now, I don't know what the value of that would be. That's got to be about £25 worth, I would have thought, between the two.
I doubt it'd be far off that, actually, yeah.
Between 20 and £25 worth. So that's included with your Mojito, and you get the plates that you need. $69.99, and you only have to give us half of that today. It may well be you've got an all-singing, all-dancing machine up in your craft room upstairs, or maybe downstairs, but you want one that's portable, that you can take to crafting events, you can take to, maybe weekend retreats if you're going away with the family for a weekend. Then this is the one. This is the one to go for. Loads of you coming through right now. VD, sorry about the item number, 2043 $69.99. Then you and me were going to be on. I thought, we'll make them crack up, we'll make them giggle. $34.99 is your first payment of two.
We'll bring in the illusion film as well.
Oh, no. I can't go. Okay, right, so that's the Mojito. What else did you want to see, Alex? It was the shimmer ink pads. Now, these are cool. These are really cool. Imagine having an ink pad or having an ink that is going to give you the look of like a Centura pearl finish to the ink. That's what these are all about. You've got this shimmer ink pad in all of these colourways. How many did you get in here?
8, is it?
8, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, we got them all. So, right, you've got your Majestic Ruby. You've got your Cosmic Purple. Cosmic. You've got your, I like that, Secret Garden, that one. Look at that for a colour. Isn't that amazing? And that's got like this is Golden Honey. You've then got your Flame Pink, Gilded Sky, 2 more, Midnight Shore, and then your Peach Terracotta. Now, you've got some boards there.
I do, yeah. Also, Dave, could I pinch? You can put any two, and we'll just show you, just go straight over cardstock, how it can look. But yeah, this is just onto just white cardstock, but you can look at that. Perfect, thank you, Dave. Very similar to the Sunbeam and Moonbeam, as in, if you use them on the lighter card, they look fab, but you use them on darker card, they looks fab as well. So that's all of the 8 colours. Now, if you were to just mask around onto the light cardstock, look at the gold bursting through there. You might want to then just stamp with them.
Isn't that incredible?
Absolutely do that. You can stamp with them. Outline stamps you can use, but then paint with them, because they're water-based, onto your dark cardstock. They look fab. Or what about just the most finest detail within a little stamp that you've got? It's so beautiful.
So basically, this is going to give you the effect of Centura Pearl cardstock, but in an ink form. They really are phenomenal. Every time we've had them on air, they've absolutely flown. You're going to get 8 of them for $47.92. We're taking them even lower. This Saturday evening, we're going to go even lower. All 8 you can get for just over £5 per ink pad because it's $42.99 for 8 of them. IY $20.93 for all these wonderful colours. And they're different colours to others that you're going to have in your
Absolutely, yeah. And in actual fact, they're more like an enhancement of what you just said there a moment ago, Dave. Absolutely, it's like creating your own Centura pearl, but it's like creating your own Centura pearl with a hint of gold.
Yes.
So we're very, very limited in the hint of gold Centura pearls that we do. This is giving you 8 that you can do at home. So if we were to, I've just got a scrap bit of black as well, but here's a little bit of white cardstock, and I've gone in with 2 that Dave's chosen, Majestic Ruby and Secret Garden. So if we go straight over our card, straight over as well.
That's my favourite colour, that one.
These 2, as you can see, that's just white card. Now, of course, Dave, that will need to dry for the gold to really, really stand out. But look at that onto your white cardstock.
Honestly, there are no other ink pads like them. I love them to bits. First time I saw them, I just thought, brilliant. How on earth have you been able to do that as a company? How have you got all that shimmer?
Doing it onto the black as well. Now, this could be grey card, this could be blue card.
Yep.
Play with all the different shades and colours of cardstock that you've got, but then that onto your black, which looks absolutely phenomenal. So you've then got the colour, the Centura pearl, this shimmer, but then you've got that pop of gold as well, which will then just enhance even more as it dries.
$42.99 for 8 ink pads, all really unusual, beautiful colours, but all with a hint of gold, as, of course, Craig did say. OK, now we're going to go back to our layout. Now, the layout was a massive success and still is a massive success. It was about a month ago that we had it on last time. And this is all about getting the composition of a card right, getting, you know, your toppers in the right place, making sure everything is beautifully, evenly spaced and everything's balanced so that when you look at it, it goes, yeah, that works, rather than, oh, not quite sure what I've done there, it doesn't look right. That's what this is all about. You've got basically 48 dies in 11 die sets. You've got 19 acrylic stamps in 8x8. You've got 20 in the 4x6. There's 39 stamps in total. You've got 30 recipe cards. Now, that's a lovely way of describing them because it's a recipe as to how to put your card together. A recipe of ingredients, put that topper there, put those stripes there, put that background there, all that sort of thing. So you've got 30 inspirational, beautifully photographed sheets to go into your binder. You've then got your 5x5 2D embossing folder, another 2D embossing folder that's 5x7, and a 6x4 3D embossing folder. You've got printed papers, 8x8, linen card, 8x8 in 6 colours, satin ribbon, 9 pieces, and gems, 100 gems in there as well. So it's packed full of all of the items you need to make the inspirational projects that are featured on the layout pages. $74.99. And it's on 3-way split pay today as well. It's been a month since we had it available. Craigie pressed to have it back today. Saturday evenings is always a busy time for us at HobbyMaker. So 5 o'clock in the evening to have it back today at $74.99, down from £190 odd is a great deal, and on 3 split pays as well. Now, we've had a message from Moira. Hello, Moira. Good evening to you. Moira's in South Yorkshire. Hi, lads and the team. I have the collection, and I've been crafting for over 27 years, and it's so educational. So there we go. You know, you never stop learning, do you? You never, ever stop learning, Moira. So thank you for that. And you'd think after 27 years, there wouldn't be much more to know about crafting, but obviously this has been valuable to you, so that's brilliant news. Thank you for that. Another message coming in from Donna in Cornwall. Hello, afternoon all. I've only been card making for a short time. I found I kept making the same card with different items on. The layout set helps with that. Yeah, you can get stuck in a rut, can't you? You think something looks good, you think, oh, I'll make another one of those, but tweak it a little bit. Yeah, so brilliant you've got the layout, and it does help you to look at cards in a different way, through a different eye.
It does. It really, really does. And to reiterate what I said right at the start as well, if you are an advanced crafter, you know, please don't think it's not going to be any good to yourself. It's been a godsend to me on those days that either, and I say lose the crafty mojo, sometimes, Dave, we've just got so many demos and prep packs that we need to do. We need that helping hand, and it's great just to go to that layout collection, tweak it if we want, and then that is the good thing with it, because you've got the 6 steps, pictures, and then written. What you've got within, for instance, this one here is number 9. It's the Hello Sunshine. Now, that one is actually a little 4x4 card that you can see there. Yeah. Now, you've got all the components to make that card. All you need is your ink to stamp out the sentiment and your card blank. You've got the 2 tape runners in there. Everything's there, the paper, the card, the dies, stamps, all there for you. And then you've got the steps. Now, say you want to follow that, Dave, but you want to make it bigger. So you can do that. So if you got our kitchen collection earlier on, what I'm going to do is I'm still going to follow the steps, but I am just going to kind of expand it that little bit more. So I've made my own sizes. So whereas it says the square of pattern paper is 3 3/4 by 3 3/4, I've just extended that little bit bigger. And instead of using a yellow linen, I've used just a grey cardstock. So we can see that I've changed the paper and I've changed the size, but at the moment, I've still stuck to step number 1. The next one we've got here, now that just says there to take your white cardstock and emboss it with your embossing folder. I've expanded that, made it bigger, and just stamped using the cupcake stamp that comes within the kitchen collection.
And, you know, what you're getting from this layout collection as well is literally years and years and years of experience from people like Leanne, Craig, you know, experts at Crafters Companion that have been doing it for a long, long time. You're getting all their knowledge and know-how in this collection.
It's all there for you to then use your old, your new. Like this one here, if I come in, so follow the next step, and then it's got all of these triangles, Dave, which you get included. So I'm still following. I've made it that little bit bigger, but let's just say we don't want to do all. Actually, let's just pop these ones there underneath. But then, instead of popping a sentiment stamp within the middle, Dave, what about coming in with the dies that you got within the set, and we can then just
they were from the 2 o'clock show.
Readjust it. So we've gone from a 4x4, we've followed the same steps, we've just changed the paper, the card, and the dies that we've used.
But because the actual structure of the card is the same, it still works.
It does. It absolutely does.
So it's full of facts and lots of ideas. It is. I think every single crafter I've talked to over the years at some point lost their mojo and lost their kind of inspiration and maybe lost their confidence a little bit. Maybe made a bad card and that put them off making any more. This is going to be a godsend. It's going to help you. And everything. This is, I think, what Crafters Companion do so well. Whenever they do, I like to say it with style, you know, binders with all the fantastic verses in and things like that. These are presented so beautifully well. It makes you want to, you know, delve in and have a go. That's basically what we're saying here today. But like Craig has so brilliantly kind of quoted and talked about, it's with you adding your own little bit of flair to it too. It gives you the basics as to what to do and what to put where to make it work. But then if you want to change the colour or change the papers, change the theme of it,
you can absolutely do that. You can do that. You've got everything there. It's just saying, it's been saying through the last hour there how you can use whatever you want. So whether it's what's in the box, whether it's what you've had within the past, or maybe, and how I got this launch on Monday, I do not know, but I am absolutely buzzing. Maybe you're going to treat yourself to the new launch on Monday. And these are just some of the papers. I've put them in the photo frame, so the launch aren't photo frames. It's our brand new collection, Dave. It's our Flamazing Flamingo collection.
See what you did there?
So by using the Flamazing Flamingos, you're going to be able to use them within the layout collection. But look how fab these papers are, Dave.
Are they destined for your house, those?
And these are going to be staying in my house. Look at that. That's just our 12x12 paper pad. Some of them I've chopped down to fit within these frames, but chop them down, use the collection with the layout collection. So using what you've got, using what you've got within the box, or using the new launches coming, 3 o'clock Monday, Amazing Flamingo. I can't believe I got that
3
launch.
o'clock on Monday. Make sure you're watching for that. Now, Craig's not here tomorrow, are you?
I'm not, no.
Got a day off?
I do indeed. I'm sticking down here because, as I say, back on Monday, and I'm away to see the boys. I'm away to see Take That.
Take That.
I am, yeah. Looking forward. I was saying to Sharon earlier on, Sharon's just come in the studio there. I wouldn't say I'm a massive Take That fan. As I've got older, I appreciate their music. And while I'm down here, they're just, half an hour away in the centre of Birmingham. So I thought, do you know what? Treat myself. So I'm going to see everyone that I know that I've seen them in the past. I'm going to see their videos on TikTok. Looks like a cracking show. So I thought, like you know me, I like, the big ballads, Leona Lewis, Celine Dion, etc., etc. But I thought, do you know what? Let's go and let's have a good night out. So that's my plan tomorrow.
Enjoy it. Well, you'll be back on Monday.
Monday, 3 o'clock, and then 7 o'clock with you.
With me?
7, yeah.
On Monday, absolutely. Now, whatever you do, if you want this lovely collection that is back in stock, it's been out of stock for about a month. It's $74.99 down from £190. It's all about getting the layout of your cards right. OL 2068 on 3 split pays. That's only £25 to pay today, plus your P&P, and then the next one in 4 weeks, the final payment in 8 weeks' time. Sharon is here for show 3. We have got the most incredible collections from none other than Tim Holtz and Sizzix. And then Lottie will be here at 7 o'clock with a little bit of Mama Makes still to come on this Saturday on HobbyMaker.
What sets Dalton Manor apart, that it's predominantly paper and card. A lot of us forget how important paper and card is, especially when we start to make cards and other projects. That is your base item. So I think we sometimes use inferior products to use as a base because we know we're going to be putting things on it. So it kind of feels like that's the smaller, less important part of the project. To me, that is probably one of the more important parts of putting a project together. So I think if we can get a really, really great base card and base paper for you to start creating with, I think that's the important thing, and I'm hoping that is something that people will look at before they start to craft. I would like the HobbyMaker customers to get exactly what I get from it, so I want them to, see it, buy it, get it home, take it out of the packets, open it up and see that, they can make what they've just seen myself make. I want them to be comfortable, and I want us to go on like a little path together, where they'll look forward to what's coming from Dalton Manor next month, and something that everyone will look forward to when it appears on HobbyMaker.
Hi everyone, Andy here from HobbyMaker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, HobbyMaker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel, Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Redditch. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From HobbyMaker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to zantangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia Craft websites. So that's HobbyMaker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
name you know. Tim Holtz. He's not here. I mean, one day he might. You never know.
You never know. Wouldn't that be cool?
That would be cool. But we do have his fantastic dies here. We've got a mixture of dies. The prices that we've been able to do on Tim Holtz dies today have blown me away. We've got some that are from the vault, which are basically previous dies that he's released but now brought back in a different size maybe, or maybe they were originally the Biggs dies and now they're Thinlet dies. So it's like a reinvention of...
Yeah, it's a reinvention of old favourites, because the thing is, Tim's worked with Sizzix for many years now, and over that time he's come up with some really beautiful die sets. Technology has changed in the time he's been with us.
Yeah.
When Tim first started designing for Sizzix, we only had Biggs dies.
Yeah.
At the very beginning, it was all about Biggs dies. And for a long time, Tim stuck with the Biggs dies, even when Sizzix were bringing in the wafer thin dies. So what's been great is he's been able to go back and look at some of those Biggs dies. And of course, you think of the price of a Biggs die. Some of these collections that you've got in a Thinlets die set with loads of other dies at the time would have been a Biggs die, and some of those Biggs dies going back were like 50 quid.
Yeah, they were.
So the value for money is ridiculous now, because you're getting reinvention of some of those and lots of extras.
Now, I believe all of the dies that we have on the show are available on the website. So if you want to have a little look and shop ahead of us to get these bargains before we actually get to them and show everybody else. What we're going to start with, though, is we were really excited. It's funny, this afternoon when John Scott was doing Sewing Street, we came off the back of Sewing Street, and he said, "Oh, I like that machine. I haven't seen the black one before."
Seen it in black.
This is the Tim Holtz Sizzix switch. Now, the normal Sizzix switch is white, which is lovely, but the Tim Holtz one, because all of Tim Holtz's, mats and that sort of thing are black. So this is the piano black switch die cutting and embossing machine. But the big game changer about this machine is it not only cuts thin metal dies of any brand, it will also cut your big dies too. Now, there are only a few machines on the market that can do that. One of them is the manual Big Shot, and the other is the electronic switch. I think there's one more machine. I think the Platinum Spellbinders can do it.
Yeah. Platinum Spellbinders.
But there are only a few.
Cut and Boss, I think, is another one you can get Biggs through.
But the deal that we have today, just have a little look for yourself, look around. We will let you have this machine, and it's a brilliant machine. It's so quiet. You can tell the quality of it. You can have it today with split pay, and you're also going to get an extra bonus die set as well. Back to Nature. That down there is going to be included with your machine. It is $18.99, that die. So whatever this price goes to, take $18.99 off and then just see the value of what we've got. We're going to drop that price today. It should be $258.98 for the Sizzix switch, the Tim Holtz switch. Look at what we've done. $199.99 with a value of $18.99's worth of Back to Nature die as well. So that takes it roughly to about £180 for this machine. When you hear it in action, it purrs like a luxury limousine. It doesn't squeal or squeak.
You don't hear it, really.
No, you don't. You really don't.
It's very quiet for an electric machine.
And as with all Sizzix plates, they actually print the plate formations, which is fantastic. So, whether you're doing an embossing folder, 2D or 3D, the printed plate formation is on the bottom of the plate. Whether you're doing a die, a Biggs die or a Thinlet die, the plate formation's printed on the plate. So you never have instructions to lose because it's all printed on the plates. And it's a really simple plate formation.
It's a very simple machine to use. I think Sizzix do this so well because Sizzix have been around since the beginning of die cutting.
Yeah.
And it's one of the most simple machines to use. The other thing is, as Dave said, everything's already printed on the platforms, so you don't have to go looking for your manual. We all forget, and I know lots of you have got lots of different die cutting machines because lots of us have multiples, and you forget. You use a different die cutting machine, you come back to your Sizzix, you think, oh, what do I need to do? It's all here. Because we've got the Tim Holtz limited edition, the plates have even been coloured to match. So you've got a black thin adapter instead of, usually it's a mint colour.
Now, obviously, when you've got a machine in your craft room or in your home and it's going to be out on display 24/7, I don't know many people that put their die-cutting machine away. No. It's out on show. You want it to look good. Time. You don't want it to look industrial. This is piano black.
It's very sleek. I love the idea as well of having the two options because Tim Holtz, to me, I instantly think of mixed media. I think of messy crafting. A white machine, if you're someone that is very, very inky and painty, you probably will be cleaning it all the time. So the black is probably more geared towards those of you, but it kind of depends on your craft room, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
And I think the black looks very, I mean, they both do. The white looks very sleek as well, but there's something about the black that's quite beautiful.
To get it today for $199.99 with that extra bonus of the $18.99 die, and to have it on 4-way split pay. You may not want split pay, that's fine. It's an option. You don't have to have it if you don't want it. If you do want it, everyone is entitled to it. It's something we offer as a business here, and you just pay $49.99 today plus your P&P unless you bought something already, and it's on its way. It comes in this rather attractive box. It's got Tim Holtz's signature in silver on it as well. The Sizzix brand is in silver.
Yep.
And of course, you've also got this drawer at the front, which opens so smoothly.
It does. I'll close mine actually, so we can, when we come to look at it, we can.
And you've actually got a storage compartment in the bottom there as well. It's difficult to see in the studio as it's black exactly where everything is, but I think Sharon can show it to it a bit better.
Yeah. So when you get your machine, the first thing to mention is the power cable. You've got a really long cable with this because obviously you might not have a power socket right next to where your craft desk is. The other thing is it will come with a UK plug, but you will also have an EU adapter with it.
Okay.
So this particular version can be used in the UK and Europe.
Perfect.
The footprint of it for an A4 machine is pretty small actually, because the front folds up. It does take up less space on your desk. The other thing I find, because the top is flat, I'm usually storing my plates on top, so they're out of my way. Yep. So that's another great thing, because we always end up working in the tiniest of spaces left on the desk. Mm-hmm. So when you start to use your machine, the first thing is the power switch is on the top, so on/off. That's very simple. And then the other button is a reverse button.
And that's the only buttons there are?
That's it.
Yeah.
So it's very simple to use. And then, as Dave says, when you open it up, it has this soft opening. Oof. Very slick, like a posh kitchen drawer.
Exactly.
You've then got this little storage cubby here, so if you want to put your pokey tool and bits and bobs in there, you can do. And then in terms of using it, if you've already got a Sizzix machine, the standard Big Shot, the Plus, there's nothing new for you to learn here.
No.
The plates are the same. So you've got A4 plates for this machine, which basically means you can pretty much use any die on the market. I won't be as bold as to say any die, because there might be some. There are some that are slightly bigger than A4 or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I will say 99.9% of the dies on the market you'll be able to use with this machine. The other thing to mention is if you already have a Sizzix machine and this is an upgrade for you, perhaps you've got the standard size Big Shot, you can use your plates in here. So when you're cutting perhaps smaller things, if you've got the standard size Big Shot, grab your plates from that machine and run them through, because obviously this small platform is going to go through quicker. Also, the standard size cutting plates are cheaper to replace than the A4.
Now remember, if you've bought anything today already, you've paid your $3.95, so that's a delivered price if you want split pay. $49.99 is your first payment of 4 over 4 interest-free payments. So $49.99 today. That machine will be on its way from our warehouse. We've got all the Sizzix goods in our warehouse here, ready to be shipped first thing on Monday morning. So just give us a quarter of it today, or pay in full with a debit or credit card, and that machine will be on its way. The Switch from Sizzix, it's a beauty. Now, also, aside from the dies, we will get to fairly soon, I just want to show you this, because this is a storage solution. I won't spend too long on this, because it's instantly obvious whether you want this or whether you don't need it. But it reminds me a little bit of like a bum bag to a degree, but it doesn't have a belt loop on the back. But this is for your storage, and it's Sizzix embossed as well. It's got a lovely kind of east to west grain going through it. But of course, it's also Tim Holtz endorsed as well. His signature's actually been embossed in there. But you get 2 compartments, one at the front, which you could put all sorts of tools in, and a much taller compartment at the back. But as well as this, you're also going to be getting this multi-purpose tool, which is a die cleaning brush. You've got a pokey tool. You've got a magnetic pickup down the bottom as well there. So if you've got a die that's maybe you can't find on your desk, it will find it in next to no time. So that comes together as a duo, and $28.98 is the price for both of them. And this is padded and really well.
It's really well manufactured, and of course all your tools are going to fit in there. You've also got a little mat behind there to run your brush over to get all the bits out.
Yeah.
They're all going to fit nicely in there. Now, this front pocket you might think looks quite short, but actually your pokey tools and things will all fit in there.
Perfect.
So you can get all of your tools. The other thing is it's all black. So
Yes.
it's going to look beautiful. If you're going for the switch, you might want to get it because it's nice to have your poker tool and everything to match.
Yeah, and it's nice to have everything in one place. When you lose a tool or whatever,
Yes.
you'll know it's in there, nice and safe and sound. $28.98 for the two of them. PJXC18 is the product code if you want that today from Sizzix and Tim Holtz. So that's our storage solution. Then we're going to move on to really the highlight of the day, to be honest with you, the dies. Now, which dies do we want to go to first of all? Okay, well, I know you're going to be demonstrating this one, aren't you, in a minute?
Yes, yes.
Now, the wreath die here, these, some of them are Volt and some of them aren't. This one is a Volt product. So the Volt Funky Floral Wreath, now this should be, and it is, £17.99. That's the discounted price, isn't it? Is it or not? Oh, not. Oh, that should be the price.
That should be the price.
Okay.
Which is great value because there's a lot in this set.
Yeah, basically what you've got here is the wreath itself, but all the flowers and the bows and the foliage and everything else, all of those are separate dies. So you can actually construct your wreath with a theme for autumn, a theme for Christmas, a theme for spring and summer.
Yes.
Look at where this is going to go. This is one of those iconic die sets from Sizzix and Tim Holtz. You can get this die right now for £11.99, and half the stock went in the 1 o'clock show this afternoon.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. This is one of my favourites. I do say it quite often. Floral's my thing, and I love a wreath design because it's so versatile. It can be any time of year. It can be Christmas. The elements in here as well can be used independently. I use the florals in this without the wreath quite a lot because they're just a really nice... They've got that kind of Tim Holtz, a bit like the funky florals that we looked at earlier. They've got that quirkiness to them. They're just a bit different and a bit sort of hand-drawn looking. I just really like that style.
I do too. Absolutely love it. Well, it's been a classic over the years, and here's your chance to get it for £11.99. Loads of you putting it in your basket now. TB1S73, so mixture of letters and numbers. Sometimes the S looks like a 5, but it is an S. TB1S73, £11.99 if you would like that one. And remember, all of Tim Holtz's Sizzix dies come in plastic wallets. Now, don't discard them. Don't throw those away. These are actually designed to be your storage.
They are, and they're really sturdy. They're a really good size. You can slip the illustration inside.
Yeah.
I'll show you one of my sets. So you can pop that inside and then literally store them like that and flip through them, and you can see exactly what you've got, and they're nice and sturdy. There's a good flap at the back, so you're not going to have any of your dies falling out either. They're really secure.
Okay. Now, let me just check something. Have we got stock of Volt World Travel?
Yeah, we didn't have much left earlier,
No, we didn't, no. Okay, we've got it. It is still available. Now, we didn't come to this in the 3 o'clock show, so I wanted to make sure we had a little look at this now. This is, if you're into travelling, this is right up my street. You've got a full alphabet set, A through to Z, and every number, but you've also got the globe, and look, you've got the... I was on a plane the other week, and it's like you're looking at the sat nav.
It's just like that little screen, isn't it? Yeah, it really is.
So you've got the plane, and then you've got a little arrow that points to a certain part of the world. So you can put that arrow and put that plane wherever you want on the globe, so it could be relevant for someone planning their honeymoon, going on holiday, emigrating, coming back home after emigrating, whatever it might be. You've actually got 45 dies in this.
There's a lot in this set. You know, if you think about it, you would pay that much just for the globe or just for the alphabet.
Oh, yeah.
To have all of them, the way these Volt dies have been done is so clever because we've really, you know, Tim's really crammed in a lot to get a full alphabet, full set of numbers. Think how often you're just going to use those, let alone the globe.
Okay.
And the font is that kind of... Art Deco-ish sort of style.
Yeah, it is Art Deco. Now, £17.99 is a bargain, absolute bargain for this. We're taking it lower. We're taking it to £13.49. If you love the idea of having the map of the world, the plane that you can place wherever you want to on that map of the world, all the letters for personalisation for different parts of the world that you want to name, and the numbers as well. I mean, where'd you get an alphabet die set from anyone for £13.49, let alone the one and only Tim Holtz, and the globe, and the numbers too? We're loads of you coming through for this. HW1S16. OK, we've got more people want this than we have stock now. I knew we didn't have many of them, but I'm glad we got it in.
Yes.
Grab it, check out your basket. You'll get one of the last few. It's going to be our first sellout of the show. I feel sure about that. OK, now, we had a bundle of dies earlier that Liam had put together. And it was awesome, absolutely awesome bundle. That sold out. We have got, though, we've got the individuals. Now, have we got the bold text?
Yeah, this is a beauty.
Okay, I'm glad we have, because this surprised me. When I saw this, I thought, okay, is this 2 big dies that basically just cuts everything out? You got this, lucky is a state of mind, choose to shine, love all your heart. Is that one big die? Or no. Each phrase is a separate die. And they're big, they're huge.
They are. The name is accurate, they're bold. So these, if you just want to use up, perhaps you've already got a load of inky backgrounds you've made up and you don't know what to do with them, these will cut directly into the backgrounds. So you can cut these into a background that you've already got, and you can paper beast back in letters. You can put a panel behind it if you want to. Really good for those cards where you want the sentiment to be the focal point.
So they're all big, wonderful dies. You've got to obviously read them back to front, which isn't always that easy. Love with all your heart, to the moon and back. So they're all positive verses.
They're really nice phrases in these. I like the lucky one. I use that quite a lot.
Lucky is a state of mind. Yeah. That's true, actually.
Nice, aren't they?
And then you've got shine, choose to shine.
Choose to shine.
Wrong way up.
Yeah, it's hard when they're backwards.
Yeah, exactly. So you get all of those, and there's a lot of metal in there.
There is a lot in there.
And start price $24.99. That's not your own price.
Which is a great deal.
Now, this is the only way you can get this now. It did sell out in the big bundle. You can have it for £12.50. Half price, because this sold out in the bundle. You can only get it now as an individual, but look at how many really positive quotes you've got there in this for £12.50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 dies in there, but they're big dies, and they'll make a difference.
Yeah.
Wall art. I can imagine this is wall art.
Wall art, yeah, lots
Positive
of different,
wall art.
home decor things, because they are such nice, big, bold fonts. The other thing is, of course, the letters are the fallout. So you can actually make up your own sentiments with the letters, as long as you've got the right letters there, which
you've got the
for
positive
all
and the
those,
negative,
you've got all of those to pick from. So, yeah, very, very usable.
Okay. Now, another one. I'm hoping we've got stock of this as well. Mixed Media Madness. Okay.
And there's a board for that one, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's just on the top there, Dave.
Oh, yeah, got it.
Because that shows the size. Cause
look at the size of these.
They always look small from the packaging, don't they?
Yeah, you look at the packaging and think, OK, they're not that big. But look at the size and what you could be doing with this. This is your Mixed Media Madness. You've got the pointy finger. You've got the... I liken the numbers to MASH. It reminded me of the TV series MASH.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And, you know, to have that whole alphabet, there's so much in this set. You've got a whole alphabet, you've got all the numbers, really cool fonts, you've got the pointy fingers, and of course you've got the positive and the negative. Look at that honeycomb. Because that cuts directly into the card front, you can use that as a stencil.
Yeah, love it. Really different, really quirky. Now, this price should be $18.99. As you can see, all these prices, I don't know how Liam has done this, but he's done incredible sale prices. Watch this. As Alex pushes the button, you can enjoy that set for £9.50. But look at the size of the dies.
There's a lot, isn't there?
£9.50 for all of this.
I love that font. The numbers are a great background.
Love it. Absolutely love it. That die set makes this for £9.50. SD1S07. Now, what about tags? You can never have too many of them.
You can never have too many tags. And this set in particular has got a great variety of sizes, going up to a huge tag. So if you are a mixed media person that likes to work on tags as opposed to cards, these are a great starting point for your projects, because that big tag is as big as a card, really, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So, you know, that can be your whole design if you want it to.
Now, at $19.99, I think you'll agree that's a brilliant price for all of these different tags in different styles, in different sizes. Plus, you've got that lovely kind of label there as well, which you can, of course, use on the sides of books and scrapbooks and that sort of thing, but also on the tags too. And plenty of ideas for inspiration on the back, again from Tim Holtz. What about if we halve the price?
Wow.
For frame dies that will cut out these amazing, amazing tags. £10. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 elements in there. You need never buy a tag again.
No.
Whether they're Christmas tags, whether they're luggage tags, whether they're tags to put in memory books and journals.
Great thing to have. It's like nesting dies, isn't it? They're the sort of dies that you're just always going to go back to and you're always going to use.
And you can make tags and sell them in packs.
You could, yes, yeah. And you can play around with colours because you've got the reinforcer as well, which looks really nice in a different colour. So, yes, very useful set, that one.
I mean, we should be singing from the rooftops with this. £10 for, I mean, for one die, for one tag, for a tenner, I think that would be reasonable. But to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you've got different styles. You've got the reinforcer there as well. Has that got a name? Is it a reinforcer?
I think it's a reinforcer, yeah.
And then you've got that banner there, or that bar, which can be, again, a little sign on the side of the tag or wherever you want to put it. But plenty of ideas how to use them on the back. £10 and it's yours, VR1S54. I think every single one we've got available is in baskets right now, so please check your baskets out. Lots of these are selling out now. This is the only way you can get them. They did sell out in the big bundle earlier on, but you can get them individually if you're quick for a tenner. And if you've already paid the P&P, that's it, a delivered price for £10 note. Amazing.
Not bad.
What do you reckon next, this one?
Yeah.
Yeah? Scribbles and Splat.
Scribbles and Splat.
Sounds a bit funny, but... This is making that kind of look of random achievable.
Yes, because random's actually quite hard to achieve, particularly that splat, you know, because it's nice, solid colour. If you did that with paint, it wouldn't be that nice, crisp look to it.
You'd probably get a splat, but in the wrong place.
Yeah, and it's very hard to get a splat exactly where you want it, whereas if you just die cut yourself one, you can put it wherever you need it. These are great as well, just as little... fillers, really. If you've got a gap in your design that you just feel needs something, particularly if you're doing journals and things like that, these are your perfect fill-ins. And they've all got that lovely scribbly, natural look to them, which is just really lovely.
Well, today it is $21.99 any day of the week, but it's not today. This is a ridiculous opportunity to get Tim Holtz dies at sale prices. That doesn't happen normal. £11, you've got the die for that really, what looks like a hand-drawn squiggly heart. You've got the circles, you've got the splat, and then you've got your scribbly lines there as well. The rose, yeah, that could be a rose, couldn't it? If you do it in red.
Yes, it could. Yeah. Yeah, nice size these, because again, the packaging's a little bit misleading. They're bigger than you think.
Okay, so let's just show you.
The heart is great for Valentine's cards.
Size of them. They're not tiny.
No.
There's your squiggles.
And that squiggles one can obviously be horizontal or vertical. It's great when you've just want something in the background. I love that splat.
There's your splat, yeah, and there's the heart. So they are much larger than they appear. You get all four of them, and your price today just £11 for all four. But the fact they've got the pedigree of Tim Holtz as well, and also the quirkiness, I think that's what I like about it.
Yeah, they're a bit different, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. One more. Have we still got stock of the embossing folders? OK, we'll do those in a sec then. Right, now we've got medium arcs.
This is another one of those sort of mixed media, little bits and bobs to fill in, layer. You've got that lovely scribbly sort of sketch that just looks like you've scribbled. Yeah. That's great for tucking behind other elements. It's that one with the tag. And that shows you one of the tags, actually, as well, that sample you've got there, Dave. So that's one of the tags. And I've just got that scribble in the background. So it's great where you just want something extra. If you look at that card and think about if I just put the tag on, it would look a bit plain, even with the stamping in the background. I felt it just needed something to fill that corner. And, of course, that's the perfect thing.
That's the job. And if you're wondering about the embossing on the tag and what that is, that's actually one of the embossing folders that we've got coming up industrial.
It is,
I think it's called, coming up in a minute. But if you want this one, I mean, these here, well, how would you use these?
Well, they can be border strips.
Right.
You can cut little strips of card and then put them in, but they cut directly into the card. So, again, these could be used as stencils if you prefer. So they are just your sort of fill-in elements.
Okay.
Great for journaling, great for scrapbooking. And then, you can stencil through them as well if you want to.
Let's get that price down then. On Saturday night, it's got to be a good deal. We're going to go below £10 for all of these dies. Medium arcs is what it's called, from Sizzix and Tim Holtz. £9, GR1S08, if you fancy those today. And remember, this is the only way you can get it now, because the big bundle did sell out in the second show this afternoon. So if you want to put together your own bundle, cherry pick some of the ones that are still available, please do help yourself. Now, another thing that I got really excited about earlier today were the embossing folders, because normally, you know, if there's a bundle of embossing folders, there might be one or two in there that I don't necessarily want, but it's a good deal, I'll buy them anyway. There's not a single one in here I don't want, or I wouldn't use either. That's why I loved it.
Yes, and you're right, because they're all kind of textural backgrounds.
Yes.
So these are ones, again, that you're going to come back to. They're classics. You've got, this first one is called Foundry. Now, this is a mini embossing folder.
Yep.
So this is what I used on that tag. And the detail in these is unbelievable. The little ripples in the metal, you can see every little bump. And if you cut these from metallic cardstock, you immediately have the look. It will be a little board, Dave. It gives you that look of metal without really having to do anything. We're at the point of where we've buried everything, aren't we?
that one's called Mini Foundry. The next one, this is your stunning, and I really mean stunning, wings.
Yes, the wings. Now, this is a clever one because it's an embossing folder with a die inside it. Now, when these came out, I can't remember the price, but they were pretty much over £20, I think, just for that one.
Right.
So you've got a die inside, it will cut the outline and then emboss all that detail on the wings.
Superb.
Really clever technology.
Then we go to slightly larger. Now, this is where it gets really exciting because if you love the texture of wood,
yes.
You've got two embossing folders here. And this one is
lumber.
This one is lumber, which is this one, which is your all-time favourite embossing folder.
It is. This is one of the first 3D embossing folders Sizzix came out with. And I was so excited about it that I actually got a spare one because if I ever lose it, I would be heartbroken. I use this so much because I do love my florals. And to have something going on in the background, this is just lovely. A wood background goes so well with so many different things. It works really well. It does. It's so realistic. Yeah. And, of course, you can mix up the colours to get the looks of different types of wood. You know, I've gone for a sort of bleached wood look there. It's so fun to play with, and it's one of those that I will never stop using.
So that is lumber. Next one is still wood as well, but this one's called cracked.
And this kind of looks more like the bark on a tree to me, rather than a wood slice. So this one I feel is also great. It's got that very textural look to it. You can go any direction with this one, but it's quite subtle. So it's just perfect when you just want a bit of texture in the background.
Now, the lovely thing is that whatever background you want, whether it's wood, whether it's brickwork, or whether it's metal, you're covered with these embossing folders. That's why I would use each and every one of these. And you did a demo in the...
Yes, the last show, 3 o'clock show, where we did the red brick. And this one is so versatile. Think about the dies you've got. Have you got any of the Tim Holtz Village dies where you create your little houses? Any other dies that create houses? Because this would be great for those. Also, take it beyond sort of card making. Have your kids got dolls' houses where you might want to create a pattern background?
Good thinking.
Really,
so that's your brickwork.
Really lovely one.
And then the last one, I love this. This is like you're looking at, say, the side of a big container ship or something like that.
It is like the side of a boat, isn't it? With that real riveted panels of metal. And again, the little dents and bumps in this are so realistic.
Now, if you are watching us in America, I can see Lisa is in New York. Yes, we can dispatch to the New York area. We can dispatch anywhere in the USA. If you're watching, obviously not all of our suppliers can, but certainly Sizzix can. So if you're watching us in the USA, you have your cap shipping and handling of $12.95. That's for every order that you make between midnight and midnight. So you don't pay it per item. It's for the whole day's orders. So if you buy something in this show, buy something in the earlier shows, you won't pay any more than $12.95 shipping and handling if you're in America. If you're watching us in the UK, cap P&P of $3.95. Let's get the price down then, because that is not your price you're going to pay. You've got 6 3D embossing folders. We've not got much of this left. We're single-figure stock, actually. $32.99 gets you all 6 embossing folders. The next few of you to check out will be lucky. Please, I know you're getting on the phones now you've seen the price drop. Check those baskets out quickly. That's why it's always worth coming in. Everyone always pays the final low price. CVXC93, $32.99. It's basically half price again for all of these texture 3D embossing folders that you are going to use again and again and again. Love them. Love them to bits.
They're fabulous, aren't they? These are some of my most used because I just like the industrial look to them.
Demo time then.
Yes, and we're going to quickly do one of those as a background before they go.
Great.
And then we're going to bring in the scribbly butterflies to use with it. So I'm going to show you how I created, actually, this very aged sort of patina look to this. So we're going to use that embossing folder. Let me just grab that from my pile. Here we go, it's this one here. And let me talk to you as well about the embossing folders. So Sizzix embossing folders, the 3D embossing folders are really detailed. It's really thick plastic and the detail is 3D. So there are lots of different levels within this. So the first thing I'm going to do is, although I'm using a coated card, I'm using some Sizzix Opulent card. The back is card, the front is kind of coated. There's no point me spritzing the front because the water's just going to run off. But I am going to give the back just a little bit of a spritz.
Okay.
Because if you can soften the fibres in the cardstock, it's just going to help it get into all these really, really detailed areas.
Okey-dokey.
So we're going to pop that in the embossing folder. And we're going to run that through. Now, of course, I'm going to be using my switch. And it tells me on the plates what I need for 3D embossing folders. So here we are, 3D texture fades. So I've got this grey platform, then my embossing folder, then one clear plate. So I'm going to pop that on there with one clear plate on top.
That's all you need.
And run it through.
No more scratching your head thinking, oh, what's the plate formation again? I'm confused,
No.
I don't know.
And with embossing folders, 3D embossing folders, we say run it through a couple of times.
Listen.
It's quiet, isn't it?
You can't hear a thing. It's whisper quiet.
So I'm going to bring it back. I've hit the reverse button and it's going to come back. So where you want to run something through a couple of times, say with an embossing folder or a really intricate die, you don't have to take your plates out the back, take it back round the front and read it, go through again. You just hit the reverse button and it'll come back to you.
And you know what? It's so reassuring to hear a motor that isn't straining.
It's smooth, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's no, you know when it's straining, don't you? The volume goes up a bit and it's like,
And
yeah,
when
none
I
of
hear
that.
something strained like that, I kind of think it's only a matter of time before something
Yeah,
goes,
I think this poor machine, it's going to die soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's none of that. So I've got a
look.
beautiful shiny, but it's too shiny. That looks like shiny, nice rose gold to me, which is not the look of battered metal that we're going for. So I'm going to use some acrylic paint, and I've got a really bright turquoise, which to me reminds me of that sort of patina look.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
lots of you have gone for the switch today, by the way. This is the last live airing of the deal. We never know when the deal's going to end. So if you want to get hold of yours today with a £19 bonus of a Tim Holtz die, Back to Nature it's called. That's it down there in the front of the box. You're getting that in addition to a brilliant reduction in the cost. And it's on 4 flexes or split pays as well. So you can split the cost if you want to into £50 payments. First one today, next one in a month, 2 months, final one in 3 months' time. But there you go.
And all I'm doing, I'm smearing this over with my finger, and I'm pushing it into all the little nooks and crannies.
Yeah, Dan, our director's saying it's a bit like the Statue of Liberty because she's
Yes, she's got that sort
verdigris.
of verdigris colour. Yeah, exactly that. So I'm making sure that I'm really squishing this in, and then once I'm happy that I've got into all those little sort of creases, I can come in then just with a baby wipe or a damp cloth and just remove some of it. And I'm going in lightly because I only want to take a little bit off the top. I don't want to take all of it off. But these little rivets and things would be shiny, I think.
Yes.
And then I just want you can always go back in and add a bit more if you feel you take a bit too much off.
And is that colour distress?
There is
painful?
a distress. This actually is I think this is a Ranger one, Dina Wakely,
Right.
which we do have on Personal Impressions. If you look on the Personal Impressions page, brand shop on the website, you'll probably find those. So we've got a really effective background. It instantly, suddenly looks more like old metal than a shiny piece of rose gold. So that's going to give me a perfect background. Now, to contrast, we're going to go a bit feminine. So I've got a really industrial background, so I'm going to pop that onto my card front. Now, if I were at home, I'd blast that with my heat tool, but to be honest, because I'm going to move on to the butterfly, that can dry while we're...
Okay, and the butterfly is another die set that we have available
Scribbly
from Tim Holtz.
butterflies, it's
We've actually
called.
got lots of others to go through. We'll go through them before the end of the show, just
Yes.
flicking through them. It's one of those things, as soon as you see them and you instantly fall in love with them, just order them because they're all sale prices. They're all incredible sale prices. Now, the butterfly butterflies, actually.
Butterflies, yeah.
Yeah, we've got two. It's this one here. This is going to be the demo in a second. It's the Volt Scribbly Butterfly. You get both of them, but again, you've got that really signature Tim Holtz kind of angular look to the wings. Really, really lovely. And it's 2 dies for each butterfly. So you've got 4 dies in total, and they're, as you can see, pretty big. They're much bigger, actually.
They're much bigger than you would think looking at the packaging. And Scribbly Butterfly is such an accurate name because when you look at them, they have got that sort of scribbly look. If you look at the lines, they're not straight. No. They're sort of varying in thickness, which gives them that sort of sketch scribbly look. And
that's the price. That's not your price. It's coming down now. It was $17.99 and should be. What about less than £10? For some of the most popular images in crafting, butterflies with a Tim Holtz edge, $9.99 today for all 4 dies. Just pick up the phone and go to the website and see, because all of the items we've had in the shows today throughout the afternoon are on the website right now. Some of them are out of stock, but some of these, like this one, are still very much in stock. And at $9.99, you cannot go wrong. WC1S18 is the product code if you want that one. And that's going to be the next demo. Do you want a few more before we do the next demo? Do you reckon?
Can do.
Should
we?
Yeah. We've got the birds still, I think. The Volt love birds. Again, look, to go with that butterfly, the angular sketching of Tim Holtz. They're great, aren't they? And I know you use those in the middle of the wreath.
Yes, the birds fit beautifully inside the wreath. They really do.
Look at where we're going with this one. $17.99 was the original price. Today, if you're quick, you can get all of them for £9.99. And this is another iconic die set. I remember doing this a good couple of years ago. And now it's back in the vault.
Yes.
And again, they're really good sizes.
They are. And the beauty of the whole concept of the vault is because Tim's resized a lot of these, in most cases, you're kind of getting more in the die set than you would have done originally. Probably, I can't quite remember this one, but probably originally you just got the birds and the branch. So he's kind of combined sets as well.
OK, now the next one, I think we've got a little box somewhere. Here it is. Now this die set, this is quite odd but lovely.
It's really
absolutely
sweet.
lovely. It's really sweet because you can make your own matchbox. Have you ever seen a die to make your own matchbox?
Great if you're a jewellery maker.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a ring box. It could be a child's first tooth in there or something like that. But basically, it's going to cut and score all the lines that are needed to make your own matchbox or jewellery box. And then you've got all these other dies as well that can decorate. You've got the pointing finger, you've got the shield, the love heart, the oval. So they fit on the top of the box.
They will either go on top of the box like a nesting die, or you can cut directly into the lid and perhaps put acetate behind if you want to see through the lid at what's inside.
So if you love the novelty of having a little matchbox rather than like a proper jewellery box, I think it's really sweet.
It's really cute and really fun to decorate.
Absolutely. So this one should be $17.99. All you need to do is pop this in your basket and check out. We're going to go down to £13.49 for this to make your own matchboxes and decorate your own matchboxes as well. Everything you need in there, and that's OT1S52. Next one. Now, this is a popular one, the Volt Wildflowers.
The wildflowers.
Your
my
fave.
faves. Yeah, I love the florals. These are so versatile. There are a few. I think we've got another one on the show as well, the wildflowers too. Tim has brought out quite a series of these wildflowers, and they're all similar look, but different sizes, different florals. They all work so well together. But look how much you get in this set. You've got 6 different types there.
I know.
They're great. Just cut from black card with an inky background if you want a silhouette type look.
Or cut from colour cardstock.
Cut from colour cardstock.
Cardstock do the colouring for you.
Or cut from watercolour card and colour them yourself. So lots of different ways, and they have got that lovely wildflower feel to them.
You've got 6 dies in here for $17.99. Nope. That's what it should be. It should be £3 each, which for a die of that sort of size is amazing.
Yeah.
$9.99, you get all 6. So that is £1.50 each.
Wow.
Thereabouts. Unbelievable. There's 20 minutes left on the show and still more dies to show you. This next one, I've got a few cards here to show you this. I love this.
Oh, yes. I love this one.
Now, do you remember... I remember when I was a kid, I don't remember what they're called, but you had like a viewfinder that you put up to your eyes and you pushed a button and the disc rotated and it played different things in the eyes.
Had little scenes in each one, yeah.
That's what you've got here. You've got your strip of film. You've got your single element of film there as well.
Yes.
But look at the sort of things that you can do with this. those there are panels that will fill in this. So
yes.
You've done a rainbow.
You've got six of those, and then you've also got the little individual elements that will fit into this film strip. So if you're filling it like I've done with that rainbow, I only had to run those through twice to get 12 pieces to go in the inside. So it's very fast to put that together. You've got an outline die for the sort of viewfinder. You can see I've got silver cardstock behind mine.
Okay.
So you just those little notches where you can see through.
Now, it's up to you if you want to put images, pictures that you've got of family, animals, friends, whatever it may be in there. It's up to you at all. Now, $17.99 should be the price, not today. Where are we going? £13.49 for that, to make cards as gorgeous as that maybe take you back down memory lane to when you were a child, playing with things very similar. Or maybe you're an avid, keen photographer or got someone in the family that is.
Yes, anyone that's into sort of films. My stepson's a huge film buff, and I made his birthday card with this set.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Did it go down well?
Yeah, he absolutely loved it because he couldn't believe I'd sort of made something so personal.
Brilliant. Okay, yeah, this is what I remember.
Ah, yes, yeah, that's it. And they were quite often red, weren't they?
Yeah, a lot of people probably less than 40 years old are probably going, I haven't got a clue what that is. But yeah.
Yes.
Oh, well spotted. Right, so that's going very well at $13.49. Then we've also got these thinlits, which are... Now, this is really lovely. This is the Vault Boutique.
Yes, there's a card there. You can see the flowers sticking up. Yeah,
that one.
That shows a few of them. So that shows the 3D flowers and the doily and the frame all on one card.
So the 3D flowers, that's basically a die that makes that...
Yeah, and I've used them on the Matchbox as well.
Oh, right.
You can alter the size of them depending on how tightly you... what's the word?
Twirl them?
Twirl them, that's the word. How tightly you twirl them, because it comes in a spiral,
right.
And you just use the tweezers and curl them round. So depending on how loose or tight you do them, you can get different sizes.
OK, so the Vault Boutique has got this beautiful distressed doily, which is obviously that one there.
Yeah.
There's another one used...
Yeah, there's the doily in a completely different look. Yeah. So you can go vintage with it, or you can go quite bright and modern with it. And
you've got your flourishes there as well, your different sized butterflies going in like a...
Yeah, and those on that bright one, those are the butterflies.
Right, got you.
So you've got a nice variety of sizes, really pretty.
Now, every one of these that we have available is in baskets. We haven't even dropped the price yet. So if it's in your basket, check your basket out, please. It's about to sell out. You're only going to be charged $11.99. Even if you checked out before that price drop, doesn't worry. Everyone pays the final low price because all your orders get processed at midnight tonight. So any prices that have dropped, everyone gets charged the same low price with one P&P. OK. Dimensionals.
These are fabulous. I use the stars on my Christmas cards. The heart obviously would be great for weddings, anniversaries, Valentine's Day. But these create 3D elements. So the back is flat, so you could put two back to back if you want to create like an ornament. But they're a really good size. They're very simple to put together. You just fold on the score lines.
So that's your heart that will cut out.
Yeah.
And that's the other elements. But where the lines on the inside of the actual structure are score lines. So that means you just fold them back on themselves, and then you make a three-dimensional heart. Same with the star. There's the big star.
Yeah.
How cool is that? So you can make your own ornaments, decorate picture frames, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So you get all three of them, and they are $21.99 normally. Not today. They're £7 each normally. So let's get the price down for you. We're going down to £11. £11 for both of those, all three of those in actual fact. And again, really handy that they're 3D, something a bit different, a bit unusual.
Bit different, bit unusual. I'll mention at this point, actually, talking about that, Tim Holtz has got a Tim Holtz Facebook group called Tim Holtz Addicts. There's a lot of inspiration in there. He's also got a website, timholtz.com. And on his website, he's got a page for all the makers. So all his design team and all their projects, you can search. You just need to put in the name of a die set and it will bring you up whatever inspiration there is for that. So, yeah.
Now, one more demo from Sharon coming in a second. I just want to run through as many of these as I know we've got stock of. The Vault pillow box and bag. Now, again, great for jewellery makers. A little bag as well, little kind of... these are great. I love them. Look at the size of the pillow box. That's not a tiny little thing. Look.
No.
Huge.
And so quick to put together because you just cut it twice, put red line tape down the score line, and you're done. 2 seconds to make a pillow box. And then you've got the treat box as well. I use that quite a lot for putting gift cards and things in, and I like to cut it from vellum or that sort of glassine type, like wax frosted paper you get.
So again, if you normally buy pillow boxes, they're not cheap. You can now make them yourself for probably what you'd buy, I don't know, a few pillow boxes for themselves. $17.99. We're getting that price down. We're going down to below £10. $9.99. They should be nearly 18. They're still a great price at 18, but at $9.99, making your own pillow boxes, you'll save yourself a potential fortune. And also, if you're looking for a presentation, a way to present the jewellery that you've made or whatever it may be that you've made, this is going to be the most cost-effective way. All you need then is decent quality cardstock to make them out of.
Yeah, it's just the price of a sheet of card.
Now, my favourite says something about my personality.
I know which one yeah.
Hibbity hop. I mean, this just looks like a couple of best friends having a right old knees up, not a care in the world, just got some good news or whatever, but the rabbit's going on a little bit of a bunny hop.
There's so much character to this one.
Yes, I do.
And in addition to those two beautiful bunnies, you've got a whole alphabet there and all the numbers. You've got that little bit of string that they're sort of holding, so you can customise that banner, so you could put someone's name on it or whatever, numbers if it's a special birthday, and then you've got like a sort of bow tie or a hair bow and then a butterfly. So there's a lot crammed into that set.
There is. And you could, let me just undo it. I want to show you the size of the rabbits actually, because, you know, it might be that you want to do like maybe like a dance invitation to a dance party or something like that. It could be a barn dance, something like that you want to do. But look at the size on them. They're really great sizes.
Really good size. They, you know, absolutely a focal point on a card. And you would pay that just for an alphabet.
Oh, yeah. So you've got every letter of the alphabet in there in that quirky, hippity-hoppity style. You've got the two rabbits or hares that are just kind of having the time of their lives. And this is $17.99, but not tonight, not today. You can get the lot for $9.99. One of my favourites of all time. I remember when I first saw this, it just made me chuckle.
Yeah, it's really fun, isn't it? Yeah. You can't help but smile when you look at them.
Absolutely. $9.99, they're having an absolute blast and a ball. Under a tenner for any Tim Holtz die is a bargain. The fact that you've got all the letters of the alphabet and the numbers in there as well as the two dancing rabbits, absolute steal. One more, and then I think we're going to do a demo, aren't we?
Yeah, we'll finish off the card I started with the butterfly.
So this one is going to be your rosette, your Vault rosettes. Now, this is a smaller version of the bigger hearts and stars we showed you, the three-dimensional ones.
Yes, so this would be a good set to grab if you've got that one, because it's going to give you another couple of sizes. But the rosette part of it is also very customisable, because it's basically a strip that you would then concertina fold.
That one.
You'd probably do a couple of them, stick them back to back, fold them and then put them in a circle.
So don't think, oh, my rosette's not in there. That's what makes the actual concertina, and then you basically gather it up and make a set out of it.
But of course, if you want to play around with the sizes, because one edge of that is flat, you can just trim it to shorten it. So if you want a smaller rosette, you can do that. So you can basically make various sizes.
This one's flying now. $17.99. We haven't even lowered the price yet. You can make your own rosettes. Maybe it's a rabbit competition, a dog competition, I don't know, fancy dress competition, egg spoon race competition, whatever it may be that you want to put the winner and crown the winner with a rosette, you can make your own. There we go. CL1S49 is the product code. $9.99 to make your own rosettes, and that could be the centre of the rosette. It could be like a little seal on the back of an envelope. But I love that three-dimensional heart and the three-dimensional star as well. All right, we've got a few minutes, Sharon, to do one demo on the...
Shall we put a butterfly on this? I've got this really industrial-looking background, but let's switch it up and go with something quite feminine to put on the front of it. So I've got some watercolour card here, and I'm going to colour this with Distress Oxide ink, because what I'm going to do is I want my butterfly to be this lovely sort of lilac-y colour. So I'm just going to add some of this to my card, and then let's show you the dies. So in this set...
Have we still got the butterfly dies?
This is scribbly butterfly.
Okay, we still got them in stock, that's good.
Just as well.
$9.99 today, unbelievable price.
I'm going to use this big one. Now you've got two different sizes to these. They're both big, bold butterflies. This one is great if you want the butterfly to be like really the focal point. And then you've got a background die for both. So if you want to have a different colour behind and perhaps just cut the butterfly from, say, black cardstock, you can do that. I'm just going to use the outline for this, and I want to cut it from this coloured card. So I'm just making sure I've got enough ink, because this is a big old butterfly, and then we're going to run that through. thankfully, I have already die cut one, so you haven't got to watch me poke out the pieces, because I always know we end up running out of time. So we'll run this through though, just to show you. So for a thin die, I'm going to need my base platform, this black adapter, and then my 2 clear plates. Now there's a lot of detail to these, so with these butterflies, I would recommend running it through a couple of times.
Okay.
So with my switch, it means I can just run it through. I always get the angle wrong when we're here. That's it.
There we go.
I'm going to run that through and back.
It's the last airing of the black switch, the Tim Holtz switch today. If you want it at $199 with that bonus die worth $18.99, we haven't got that many of them left now, and it's that piano black, classy effect with the silver writing with Tim's.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Signature. Yeah.
You're going to be polishing it all the time, if you like me. So the other thing is I love the flat top because it means I can just get my plates straight out of the way and clear my workspace. So they can go on there, and I'll just show you how well this is cut. But as I say, I have done one. I did one just before the show because I thought, if we're getting near the end of the show, you're not going to want to watch me poking all this out. So let's just take it out of here so you can see.
Oh, we had a message from GS in Durham, in County Durham. I love Sizzix and Tim Holtz products. I've been collecting them since 2004 and of many of them, including most of the products on the show. Oh, thank you. That's nice to know.
Yeah, I think Tim Holtz is one of those that we do collect, don't we? So there's my butterfly. I've got one where I've already poked out the pieces just to save those couple of seconds that we need. But for me, it's a little bit flat looking at the moment. I'm going to add a bit of sparkle to it. So I've got gold embossing powder here, and I've got a Versamark, which is just basically clear ink.
Yeah.
If you've just got the ink pad, you can use the ink pad to sort of smush around the edges, but this is a bit more precise. And I'm going to do 1/2 at a time so that I can hold it while I heat emboss it. And I'm just adding clear ink kind of around the edges of the wings.
Okay.
Then I'm going to
Are those pens quite juicy then?
Yes, they are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Again, they'll be on the website. I had these on a show just the other day for personal impressions.
Okay.
So you'll find them.
So Sizzix for all the dies and the machine, personal impressions for some of the range of products?
For the range of products, yeah. So they work so well together because they're all Tim Holtz, basically. And I'm going to let my gun get hot before I bring it to it, and then we'll bring that in, melt the powder, and it just gives a little bit of detail to the edges. It's quite subtle. There we go. And then we'll do the same on the other side. So just go over with your pen, just around the edges.
Nice little touch, that.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? And I think with the sort of chalky look of the oxide, it's nice to just have that bit of shine. There we go. And again, we'll just quickly heat that. And I've just then got a bit of a contrast to the chalkiness. There we go. Never gets old looking at embossing, does it?
Nope.
One of my favourite
It's
things.
one of the first things I saw that really got me into crafting, and I never ever tried it.
No, it's one of the first things I learned. And do you know where I learned how to heat emboss? From watching shopping television.
Ah, right. There you go.
Back in 2002. And I bought from that show some little pots of embossing powder, which I don't still have. This is 20 years ago. I've still got the heat tool.
I wasn't
it still
presenting
works.
then, was I?
You might have been.
Probably was somewhere. Don't know
Yeah.
where. How long have I been doing? What, presenting? 30 years?
It's a long old time, isn't it?
Yeah, since I was 3.
Since you were 3, yeah.
That's what they're saying to me.
Now, if I put the butterfly on there, I feel it gets a little bit lost. So, do you know what would be perfect? A little tag. Just to...
Like that.
We'll go with a small one. It's just to give it a bit of grounding, just so it breaks it up a bit. I'll just quickly cut this from craft card. Whiz that through.
I'm just being quiet so you can hear how quiet the machine is. Whisper quiet.
It's very quiet, isn't it?
Nobody would get annoyed if you're doing that in the lounge with the telly on?
No, you wouldn't hear it if you had anything else on, would you?
No.
If you've got the telly on, you'd definitely not hear that. There we go. So
now remember, if you've just switched on or you've been out or whatever, we do still have a few of the dies remaining from Tim Holtz. It's been basically a Sizzix and Tim Holtz sale all day with 50% reductions on virtually all of the amazing dies. So some have sold out, but a lot of them are still available and still have stock. So check the website. Just have a little look at Sizzix, our brand shop, on our website at hobbymaker.co.uk. And anything that's there, all the prices have dropped, so you can just take advantage and you can order at any time. All your orders get collated at midnight tonight, so you've got plenty of time to go and have a little look.
yeah, absolutely. So I've got a little tag there just to give somewhere to pop my butterfly.
One left of the tags. One remaining of the tags. See,
be
that's
quick.
how quick you've got to be to get in and get these deals.
There we go. And look at that.
Look at that. That's amazing. So the butterflies, we still have those available if you want those. The tags, we've got one remaining. Embossing folders, we've got a few, but not that many of those. They're going very, very fast. We've got a few machines left as well, that's all. So if you want the Switch in the limited edition black, the Tim Holtz Piano Black Switch, with the bonus $18.99 die as well, $199.99, and it's on 4 split pays. Have a think about it. Order it tonight. It's in our warehouse, ready to be sent straight to you in a matter of a few days. Thank you, Sharon. You've been a trooper.
Thank you.
See you when
I'm back on Monday.
Back on Monday, okay.
Paper Create.
All right, I'll see you on Monday as well. Coming up next, though, Lottie is here. It's Mama Makes. After the break, our last live show of the day. Don't go away.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
What sets Dalton Manor apart, that it's predominantly paper and card. A lot of us forget how important paper and card is, especially when we start to make cards and other projects. That is your base item. So I think we sometimes use inferior products to use as a base because we know we're going to be putting things on it. So it kind of feels like that's the smaller, less important part of the project. To me, that is probably one of the more important parts of putting a project together. So I think if we can get a really, really great base card and base paper for you to start creating with, I think that's the important thing. And I'm hoping that is something that people will look at before they start to craft. I would like the HobbyMaker customers to get exactly what I get from it. So I want them to, see it, buy it, get it home, take it out of the packets, open it up and see that, they can make what they've just seen myself make. I want them to be comfortable and I want us to go on like a little path together you know, where they'll look forward to what's coming from Dalton Manor next month, and something that everyone will look forward to when it appears on HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Everybody, good evening. It's our last live hour of the day here at HobbyMaker. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Dave. Lovely Lottie's back. Good to see you again. You all right?
Yes, I'm good.
Yeah, hot from the NEC. She's been over there today and then over with us this evening.
Yep.
Now, Lottie, I've known Lottie for many, many, many years, and she used to be a producer where I used to work. We both used to work there. So there's not an awful lot that Lottie doesn't know when it comes to crafting, but I've got so much kind of admiration for you because you set up your own business. You're a mum, busy mum, lots going on. And it's now 7 years old, is it?
Yeah, 7.
Where's that gone?
I know. Crazy. I don't know where that's gone at all.
But Lottie kind of develops these brilliant products and brings them to us and brings them to you, and her popularity has never been greater. So what we've got to start off with is am I right in saying this is one of your key products?
It's one of our hero products, for sure. So obviously we started off with making stamps, and a lot of people have got tons and tons of stamps, especially the smaller stamps. And we wanted to bring out a tool system which would make use of those stamps. Mainly for card making, but great for your scrapbooking as well. It's the Rotate Mate system. So you've got the Rotate Mate base, which is the L shape on the bottom there. Then we have 3 attachments now, so circle, square, and slimline. And this will help you make basically a stamp positioner, helping you make cards in various forms.
If I show you a few cards, this will probably get across the concept behind it. It allows you to evenly space your stamps when you're going around in a circle or in a square or in a DL shape. So this is the circular one. Very, very clever and very accurate and very precise. So that's how you do your circles. Then when you put the square template in, it gives you the same sort of effect, but in a square rather than a circle. And you can stamp on fabrics if you want to as well. Yeah,
great for your quilt blocks and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
just
perfect.
Using the VersaCraft inks and heat setting them. Yeah, it works great.
And then the latest one in the range is the DL. Now, how does this work? It's fascinating because you actually get an even print all the way around. Is it just one size DL?
It's kind of like getting your symmetry right in the DL cards. So when we went to a trade show to sell wholesale, a lot of people overseas, Netherlands and that kind of thing, were saying that they don't send square cards because they get charged more postage.
Okay.
So they tend to send the slimmer cards. So we decided to make this for those guys. And obviously DL and slimline cards are really popular. But yeah, these for your mats and layers are really handy. It's a standard size, so basically you get your template, you draw, and then you know how big the cardstock needs to be.
Gotcha. Okay. Now, this is, I know where this price is going to go. This is unreal because this is the Rotate Mate, but it's got the 3 attachments. So you've got the circular, you've got the square, and you've got the DL. Now, the main tool, I don't know if you can see it that well, is down here. If I angle it to the camera, it's a bit difficult to see. So there we go. Are we demonstrating this in the show?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, we'll show you how to use it in a second. So basically, that is the main Rotate Mate. That's where it all started. And then the others are additional shapes. So there's your square one, and you can see the points of those kind of fit into the base. And then you've got your circular up here. There's your circular one. And then lastly, your newest one is the DL. Now, every time this has been on, evidently, I've not done a show with you for a little while, this has sold out. Now, I don't know how much stock we've got. Oh, a few, not many. $44.97 for all that we've just shown you. We're letting you have it today, the whole thing, for $39.97 for all 3, the square, the circular, and the DL, and the main Rotate Mate itself, and there'll be extra ones coming on in the future.
Yeah, exactly. All you kind of need is a stamping platform or something with an L shape to butt it up against.
Right.
So just make sure you have something to stamp with to use it.
Okay, fine. So if you've got a stamping platform, anything with an L shape to butt it up to, it's going to work for you perfectly. And what a bargain. $39.97. Bridget's in Bristol. Cornelius is in Greater London. Whatever you do, grab this. It just makes either wreath making, square frame making, or DL-shaped card making, even an effective and a very, very precise, a thing of joy. It's so easy to do it, and it's so well manufactured as well.
Thank you. Yes. So me and my husband will keep coming up with things that fit into that kind of, once you've got the Rotate Mate base, we'll kind of keep bringing things to you for that.
Okay, so demo to come. If you're not sure how to use it, don't worry, we'll show you. What do you want to look at next? The Harmony, yeah?
Should we look at Harmony?
Tools. Okay. Now, these are released to celebrate your 7th birthday.
Yes, they were. So these are special edition colours. So these are 3D printed. We just had our 3D printer on display at the NEC showing people how they're made.
Okay.
So these are special edition kind of shiny colours, and they're a 3-in-1 tool. So you can have your domed foam on there, and that's for your ink blending. And that's a universal size. So if you've already got your foams, they'll work fine.
Okay.
Then you can also put your alcohol felts onto there. So if you're doing your alcohol ink blending and, you know, kind of like Sharon does with the Tim Holtz, that verdigris style, you can definitely use those. And then we also sell an acrylic block. It's not on the show today, but the acrylic block is on a hook and loop system, and it just pops onto there. And then you can use this as a mini stamper. So all of your smaller stamps that you get with the Rotate Mate system, you'll be able to use them on here.
Okay, well, they're a multi-purpose tool, not just a blending tool, but also a stamping tool as well, in these brand new colours to celebrate Mama Make's 7th anniversary. So you've got all 3 of them for £15. WK1M78 is the product code, and you get the hook and eye on the base of each one, yeah?
Yes, so they come like you've got them there.
Okay, so if you've already got your blending circles, maybe from other brands or anything like that, they should hook onto there, no trouble at all. You get your red, your purple, and your blue, all 3 of them, £5 each, basically, WK1M78. Now, if there's one name in embossing powders that I haven't seen in a long time, it's the next one. I'm so pleased to see them. Wow embossing powders are iconic.
Yes.
We haven't, I don't think, had them at HobbyMaker before.
Oh, really?
Unless you've brought them in your shows.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
So these were brought out a year or so ago, but not on this channel. So they're new to you guys. They are Wow embossing powders. So you've just seen Sharon embossing, actually. She was just doing some embossing.
Yep.
So these are the colours that we formulated with Wow. They are based on like a space and galaxy theme.
Okay.
So you've got black with silver, black with gold, and like an amethyst as well. And you would essentially use the sticky ink, heat it up, and you can stamp with the powder, and it gives that kind of enamel look.
Okay.
But you can also make kind of, if you've got jewellery findings, fill them and use them in there as well.
Oh,
or
I didn't
your
think about
mixed
doing
media
that.
techniques and that kind of thing. So yeah.
That's a good idea. Never really thought about that. So, yeah, you can put it in jewellery findings, keychains, that sort of thing. So just heat it and then there. Well, these are a special configuration between Mama Makes and Wow. If I just show you the colourways as well, look at those. Aren't they gorgeous? You've got like a gold and black, two-tone silver, and the light bright silver as well. So you just heat them as you would do any embossing powder, but it's loaded with glitter as well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if it will show up here. We just...
Oh, yeah, let's open up the tops. It's probably easier. So there we go. That's that one. What's that one called?
This one is Amethyst Galaxy.
Okay. This one is Cosmic Midnight. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? And then this one is your Nebula Stardust. And it's like fool's gold, isn't it?
Yeah, I love that.
Love it. So all 3 of them, just basically sprinkle them onto your sticky ink and heat it up, and away you go. So if you've been wanting Wow embossing powders or a big fan of Wow embossing powders, these are the ones that have been developed in conjunction with Mama Makes, with Lottie and Wow. 3 today for £12.99, so £4.33 per pot. You chuff with them?
Yes,
I bet you are.
I love them.
Have they been out for very long?
About a year now.
Okay.
Yeah.
First time we've had them here, though, at HobbyMakers. £12.99 for 3 pots of Wow embossing powder. That's JK1M46. OK, now next, what else did you want to show before we go to demo?
Should we go place photo here?
OK.
So this is one of our most popular stamp sets online. Basically, it's for those journal makers that are making your scrapbooks and your journals for other people. So if you don't want to put the pictures in for the recipient, you would just tell them what size photo goes on that matte and layer by stamping these. And each one of the sizes fits inside either the camera or the kind of instant photo there.
OK. Well, place photo here, A6 stamp set is £12.99. That's GQ1M76 if you want it. If you're into your journaling and that sort of thing in scrapbooking, that's perfect to go for today for that one. Now, also something that Lottie offers, and I don't know many other people that do this, is your own personalised stamp. Now, you can actually have, Lottie will make you your very own polymer stamp at such an amazing price. And is there a limit to what the stamp can say or what you can put on the stamp?
The only limit is that it is 5 centimetres.
Right.
If you wanted larger, this gives you £10 credit towards a larger one. Okay. So it will fully cover, with postage, a 5 centimetre stamp. If you want larger, it's a little bit more. And
does it include logos, or is it just letters? Or?
You can have a business logo, obviously within copyright restrictions, artwork, and then any text. I basically will design it with you. You put in the personalisation box at the checkout what you would like. I send over a proof via email, and then once you've approved it, it gets made. So it's around a 2-week turnaround time because of that process. But yeah.
So you buy this today. What happens next then?
So on the back, there's a scratch-off panel.
Yeah.
So you would scratch that off, choose your stamp on the website. So there's lots of different designs to choose from, or you can have your own artwork if you have that already. And then you would put the code underneath that scratch-off panel into the checkout, and it will take off £10 and your postage. And then I will email you the proof once I've received the order, and then you approve it, and it gets made into a stamp, and we ship it out.
Perfect. OK, now £11.99. I would have thought 3 times that price to have your own personalised stamp. It could be handmade by your name or whatever. It could be anything at all. So provided it's 5 centimetres or less in size, it can be made. WY1M04 for £11.99. That's what will arrive in the post. Scratch that off the back. Go to Lottie's website, put in the code there. That then allows you to design and choose the stamp you'd like made, and it will come back something like this. I mean, this one here, handmade by Lottie. There we are, look. That's you. So that could be used, again, to stamp on all the back of your handmade cards or whatever you want to use it on, or anything with MDF that you want to kind of stamp. Another one here, it could be square.
Yeah, this is sewn with love. So if you're making your quilts, you want to stamp the back. A lot of people put the year on the back of the quilts, don't they, to say which year they've made it. You know, crochet projects, knitting projects, if you sell at markets, just, giving your packaging a little bit of a professional look. Yeah.
I mean, where can you get your own professional stamp manufactured with your own name on or whatever you want it to say for £11.99? Great idea, and a really inexpensive gift, but something very personal. So WY1M04, roughly how long does it take to make a stamp from start to finish?
It's about a 2-week lead time,
right.
Just because we wait for your approval and we do the proofs and that kind of thing, so
Okay. Cool, and then we've got some more stamps just over here before we get to demo, which we'll do in just a second. We've got the Hansy's Craft Room bits, which are just here. Now, tell us about these.
So, Hansy is one of our designers. She's called Hannah. She goes by Hansy, and she did Hansy's garden, and this is her craft room. So, lots of little bits to use with your Rotate Mate, perfect for that because they're the right size. And those hand-lettered sentiments as well. That's her handwriting, which is very impressive. So, yeah. Really gorgeous sentiments, great for making cards for your crafty friends.
So if you are using the Rotate Mate, you've got things like the envelope, you've got, what else have we got there? We've got
it's like a paint pot, a little clip.
Ruler, glue, all the things you'd expect to find in a craft room. And then you've got those lovely verses there as well. Friends who craft together stay together. A crafty life is a happy life. I followed my heart and now I'm in the craft room. And then that one is...
craftiness is happiness.
Craftiness is happiness. That's right, getting around the right way. So all of those, perfect for your Rotate Mate or maybe making backgrounds out of, that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
$12.99. YQ1M23. That's the price, yeah? YQ1M23. £12.99 for those if you want them. And then one more set of stamps to show you. And I think we've kind of done everything then, haven't we? Yes. So this one is the birthday gift wrap. Now, this intrigued me. You can make your own wrap paper. Is that the idea?
Yeah, so the size of the stamps are kind of small enough to stamp your own gift wrap. So we do a birthday option and a Christmas option.
Yeah.
They are clear stamps. They come with an acrylic block and they come with a VersaFine ink pad as well. So a great starter kit for maybe the grandkids, maybe the kids, or maybe yourself. If you've never stamped before, this is everything that you need in a really nice, neat box.
And you've got, so it's a birthday themed wrapping paper. You've got, you've got the star, you've got the balloons, you've got the stars, you've got the champagne flute, you've got the bunting as well. What else have we got there? Happy birthday to you. So it's everything you associate with celebrations and birthdays. So stamp and make your own wrapping paper. Maybe it's a jewellery box that you want to wrap up or something like that. I suppose you could use plain paper, or you could use, like coloured papers.
Yeah, a lot of people use brown paper and stamp that kind of thing, or just making birthday cards as well.
Perfect. Okay, so you get the acrylic block and the stamps and the VersaFine ink pad in a nice box as well for just £14.99. LE1 M61, I think it is, or 51. Yeah, M61. Right, Lottie, are you right for a demo?
Over, yeah.
Okay, fab. So what are we using first of all then?
So let's have a look at that slimline, because it's not one you've seen before, right?
Okay, yeah.
So the Rotate Mate base just goes into a stamping platform. You just need that L in the corner there. So this is the Rotate Mate base, like this. And you just slot it in against the L of your stamping platform. Any stamping platform, the Tim Holtz one, any with a hinge is pretty universal. There's not one that we've found that it doesn't work with, apart from the ones with the springs. I believe Hunky Dory maybe do one that's sprung instead of a hinge.
Right.
Not those kind.
That's Crafter's Companion, that one.
Is it?
Yeah, yeah. Hunky Dory's got the hinge. Yeah.
Any one with a hinge, that will work fine.
Okay.
So the slimline attachment just slots into your base, and you have other pieces as well. So you've got this one here, and then I just washi tape them together, but you can see you've got all the way down to the slimmer one. So this is a great acrylic block for your sentiments and that kind of thing as well. So we're going to start with just this piece here. What you would do is you would measure your card, kind of draw the lines here and guillotine it to the right size so it fits into this slot here. Then we're going to put this over the top and kind of trap our card in, and then we can position our stamps so we know where they're going to go. So once you've positioned your stamps, they kind of don't move anywhere. You always move the cardstock instead of the stamps.
Okay, right.
So kind of make your little composition of stamps. So if I get this and I'm going to put that against here, these are the Celestial stamps that we've brought before with the Rotate Mate, but you could use your Handsies, Craft Room, or any of your tiny stamps. I'm going to position these little sparkles in the middle, I think, like so. And let's see how we get on with that. So.
And you can be using any stamps, it doesn't matter, provided they fit in the opening.
Yeah. So we close the lid of our platform.
Yeah.
And we pick up those stamps. And now we can move this so we can pop our magnets down. And as long as everything is in the corner, so your Rotate Mate is here, this is fixed in, and this is butted up against the acrylic, you'll be fine and you're good to go.
Okay.
So I'm going to grab some VersaFine ink and ink up these stamps. And then give it a good press and get that first stamped impression down on my cardstock.
Now, the acrylic tool system that we're showing you with the 3 attachments, virtually every one we have available is in baskets. So if it's in your basket, please check out. We never have masses of quantity. I mean, obviously, these are made...
These are laser cut, yeah, so it's just on time that we've got, essentially. So what I'm going to do now is take out my cardstock. I'm going to twist it round and pop it into the bottom here. So we can ink up our stamps once again. And then we're going to lift that lid and pop it onto here. And then we've got that opposite effect and that symmetry. So now what we can do is I'm going to grab one of my sentiments and just pop it down the side. I think they look really nice as a border on these DL cards. So I'll just take my other stamps off here and pop them back. I don't know if the Acrylitabs are on the show, but we normally store our stamps on acrylic.
Yeah, they are. We've got them in the show.
Ah, fab. So if you have lots of clear stamps, you might want to store them on our Acrylitabs. They're a storage solution where you can keep everything nice and safe.
We do get 2. You get a set of 2 of the Acrylitabs for £12.99 if you want them. So.
Yeah, they're a great way to store your stamps there.
Perfect.
So let me take this off once again. And we're just going to stamp this sentiment down the side here. These are our typewriter sentiments, I believe. I'm not sure if they're still on the website. They could be. We have definitely brought them here before.
And you've got a brand shop on our website, haven't you?
Yeah.
So even when Lottie's not here, if you need anything from her, just go to hobbymaker.co.uk and to the brand shop with Mama Makes.
And there's loads of Rotate Mate demonstrations on YouTube, and we did a few lives as well in the summer, so there's loads of inspiration out there.
Okay.
We've got a Facebook page, Mama's Makers, as well, and the design team always post their makes, so loads of inspiration and help out there if you get stuck once you get it home.
But I bet you won't get stuck because it's a simple system, but such a clever system. Everything is evenly spaced, even now for DL-shaped cards, which I think is ingenious.
So now let's find another bit to just pop into this gap here. So you can really get creative and think, oh, what can I put in there? What will fit? So we've got some more sparkles here, and I think they will look great in this gap right here, like so. And as long as your card is buttered up against the acrylic, you're always going to get that symmetry. So closing the lid and stamping that there.
Yeah.
And then again, taking it out, twisting it around and popping it back in there.
And it's so quick and easy and so simple, but ingenious.
Stamping that down there, and there we go. And
there you go. There's your completely covered frame for your DL.
So then you could put a sentiment in the middle, or maybe a die or something like that. But yeah, that is how you would stamp with the slimline attachment. Now, if you're wondering what are all the other bits for, what you could do is pop this in here. Just take off the washi tape so they don't get lost. There we go. And then you could put this bit in here, and then with your harmony tool, maybe blend in the middle, or if you want to go a little bit further. So what we could do is grab our harmony tool, just give it a light blend. So you've got that kind of blue to match and that airbrush finish with those harmony tools.
Perfect.
And then you could maybe put a sentiment in there, or a die, or whatever you've got.
Excellent.
So that's how the slimline works.
So bear in mind, with the actual acrylics today, with the actual platform, you're going to get not only the Rotate Mate itself, which is the one at the bottom right, you're also going to get the circular one, when you want to do your wreaths and any circular designs. You're also going to get your DL one, which is what Lottie then did in the demonstration a few minutes ago. And you're also going to get your square. So just to show you again, I mean, obviously this is just another look at what Lottie's just done there, but there you can see the effect of doing the DL. Absolutely evenly spaced. You choose the stamps you want to put at the top, the bottom and down the sides, and that will evenly space it for you. Then when you want to do square frames, whether it's foliage or plants or flowers, whether it's cardstock, whether it's fabric, like Lottie said, for fabric squares and things like that, for quilters, provided you've got the right ink, obviously, you can obviously stamp perfectly evenly and accurately in squares or indeed in circles. Like the Eurovision Song Contest, that's kind of circular image like that, isn't it? Definitely. And then there's the circular ones. So that's where it all started with the actual templates themselves. But yeah, you can put as many stamps as you wish, make it as busy as you wish, make it as simple as you wish, evenly spaced party hats, even you've got animals here as well. How cool are they? And again, if you're looking for any of the stamps to use with the Rotate Mate, please do go to Lottie's brand page on our website, which of course is Mama Makes, but just go to hobbymaker.co.uk. And we've got some fantastic stamps in this show today that you can use in conjunction with this, but there are many, many more as well if you just go to hobbymaker.co.uk to the brand page that is with Lottie Makes. And of course, the hand seized craft room bits, that will be perfect to use with the Rotate Mate as well, because they're not too big, the images, are they?
Exactly, yeah, they're the perfect size to use with the system.
And yeah, you've got basically everything you associate with a craft room there, from your glue and your notepad through to your envelopes and pens and so on, your bulldog clips, everything in there. So that is available if you want it. That's a Hans's Craft Room Bits A6, and that's £12.99. One thing we didn't mention on the little preview that we did, apologies, I missed this out. Now, this is the Swatch Mate Mini. Now, tell us about this. What does this do?
So this is to allow you to basically, in your journal, make a record of the stamps, maybe the inks, paints, pens, that kind of thing that you have in your stash. So this essentially works with a dot grid journal, which I don't think I have out right now. I don't know if I have it in my bag. But essentially this ruler is counting the dots in a dot grid journal. So if you do a lot of bullet journaling and that kind of thing, that's what that is for. And then you have your square, or you can use the rectangles and just make a really simple swatch. So you would just grab a pencil, if I can reach my own bag. There's one in here. So you would grab a pencil and draw in, and you can blend through or you can paint through. A lot of the time what I like to do to swatch the Inktense pencils, so you can give it a scribble and use that acrylic to get a really neat line, like so. And then what happens is if you get a water brush, which I should have around.
So the Inktense are water-based, yeah?
That's right.
Right.
So then you can kind of see the depth of colour that ink pencil will offer. So I just make it, let me just make it wet. There we go. And then we can just fade it out and it will show the kind of, we can get a really light.
So it's basically a swatch is like a colour reference.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you can see which pencils you own, which pens you own, which paints you own, and you're not going to buy two of the same ink pad ever again.
Good point.
Because you've got that record.
And the numbers that are actually etched on the side, what do they represent? You've got 1 through to 27.
So let me find my bullet journal and I'll show, because they measure the dots in a dot grid journal.
Okay.
So if I grab this one here, actually. So in a dot grid journal, you have, find a spare page. I'll do it on the craft so you can see. So if you are making a planner layout in a dot grid journal, you need to know how many dots to go across and that kind of thing. So you'll see that these line up with the dots perfectly. And you'll be able to draw a line, and if you're copying someone else's layout kind of on, you know, Pinterest and those kind of websites, you'll be able to go, right, 10 across without counting the little dots one by one.
Got you.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so that answered my question. Jolly good. So if you want to go for the template today, your swatch template, it is only $9.99, and there are the numbers that, of course, relate to the dots on your journal. If you're a journaler, you know exactly what that was. I didn't realise what that was, so thanks for the explanation, Lottie. And then you've got your swatch openings there in different sizes. $9.99 for that. The mini swatch acrylic tool under a tenner. BE1M85. Okay, now we've got literally about half an hour left on the show. So we've got lots to squeeze in and more demonstrations. Now the Rotate Mate, and that now 50% has gone. So if you want the Rotate Mate with the 3 different shapes, remember you've got the circular, you've got the square, and you've got the DL. Half the stock has gone, but we've actually got more people with it in their basket than we actually have stock of, so it looks like that's going to sell out again. And remember, don't worry about how many times you check out. It's free to order on the phones, free phone number. It's free to order on the website and the app as well. It's a case of how quickly you check out, not how many things are in your basket. If you don't check out, things that are in your basket probably could have sold out. And when you get to check out, it will tell you that. It's already gone. So check your baskets out. You get all 3 of those fantastic acrylic attachments with it as well for under £40. But I think value for money is off the charts. And you make these yourself, or your husband does, yeah?
Yes, so we design them and then we send them off to Anne, who laser cuts them for us. And Anne lives around here, and we visited her yesterday. God, that feels like last week. I've had such a busy weekend. We visited her yesterday and had a look at them all being cut, which was really cool. So
fantastic.
Yeah,
brilliant.
So supporting another family business, which is great.
That's what we're all about here. Yes, we do have the big corporations like Crafters Companion, Hunky Dory, the big companies, but also we have small family businesses, which is fantastic. So it's a lovely mixture here.
Yes,
that's what's good.
Which is great.
Okay, what do you want to show us next, Lottie?
So I'm going to show a little bit of harmony. So I have my harmony tool here, and this has the domed sponge on the end. So all of the harmony tools have that hook and loop, and they will work with any of the sponges on the market. It's a pretty universal size that everybody uses. So your standard size sponges. I've just got a stencil here, and I'm going to show you that gorgeous airbrush finish that you get with these lightweight tools. So I've got my Head in the Cloud stencil here, which might still be on the website somewhere. And we're just going to brush from the stencil all the way up. and get this kind of cloudy look. Did you get to see the Aurora Borealis the other day?
No, I slept through it.
Yeah, I was asleep as well. I was
And the
really
next
annoyed.
night I stayed up to try and I couldn't see a thing the next night.
No,
So.
yeah. I was at a Eurovision party and we tried to have a look and no. It wasn't there.
No. Oh well, maybe next time.
Maybe next time. So we are just gonna...
It's pretty amazing, all the footage though you saw from people's phones.
Lovely pictures. Imagine that on your doorstep.
Absolutely.
Crazy. So I'm just going down to get these billowing clouds, and each one of the sides of the stencil is different. I know the stencil isn't on the show, so I won't talk about it too much, but you can get this kind of effect with the Harmony tool.
Certainly the tools are on the show, and they're actually limited edition colours, the blue, the purple and the red, to celebrate Mama Make's 7th anniversary. I can't believe you've been going for 7 years. It seems like only a couple of years ago that you were talking about starting.
Yeah, my eldest son is off to secondary school in September.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah, he's 11 soon. So.
I remember when he was born.
Yeah.
Wow. As the time goes, crazy. So £15 for those three if you would like them, £5 each, basically 15 for three. And you've already got the hook and loop on the bottom. So if you want to just attach your ordinary blending discs that you've got that you use on other ones, that will fit and do the job perfectly. And you can buy other attachments, you said, for them as well.
That's right. So you've got the alcohol felts for your alcohol ink blending. And then you've got the acrylic block if you want to make it into a mini stamp. As well.
Which for some of your smaller stamps is perfect to do. So
absolutely.
That will be on our website under Mama Makes on the brand page.
So I've just got one of our sentiments again. I'm just going to heat emboss it to show you these gorgeous colours. So I've picked up my stamp onto my acrylic block and I've got my clear sticky ink, pretty much the same as what Sharon was using in the last hour, if you caught that.
Yep.
And I'm just going to ink up my stamp with that clear embossing powder. Normally I would rub this over with an anti-static pad. I have no idea where that is in this. So with me demonstrating at the NEC today, I'm not sure where everything is. So I'm just going to stamp this onto here and hopefully it won't be too bad with the static. So you can kind of see that watermark effect you've got onto there. Mm-hmm. And then we'll grab our powder. Let's go for that black and gold.
Now, these are deceptively large pots. They may not look that large, but you don't use much at all when you're using it. Cosmic Midnight, you've got Nebula Stardust, and you've also got the Amethyst Galaxy as well. So very kind of intergalactic.
That's it. It was very much a space theme.
Yeah.
So what you do is you sprinkle it over the top. And then you kind of dust it off into a creased piece of card. That's the best way to do it. Mm-hmm. And when we tap it off, you'll see it's only staying where that sticky ink is. There's a little bit of static, but it just adds a little bit of sparkle around there. But you can see that that text is absolutely fine. You can go over again any bits that don't quite have it.
But look how much you've used. You've used the tiniest amount, and the rest of it goes back in the pot.
Exactly. So you just get your folded piece of card and pop it back in the pot like that.
And Wow are one of the best in the business when it comes to embossing powders, aren't they?
Absolutely. So their pots are anti-static. A lot of people, there was a bit of a trend putting them in lunch boxes, and the pots are anti-static, so it's really important to keep them in the pots, really.
Right.
And yeah, they are just a beautiful sparkle. There was a lot of back and forth with me and the guys at Wow, and they kept sending me samples, and I'm like, I want some more glitter in there. I want it to be really light sparkly, and they were very patient with me. So, like you would a pair of hair straighteners, let's just wait for this to heat up, and just wait for it to be warm before we go ahead. There's big debates in the craft world whether to go on top or underneath.
Well, yeah, I've seen both. I'm not sure which is best, but...
A lot of people say if you go over the top, you're blowing the powder off, so you get a better impression underneath. Some people say it takes longer underneath and it kind of warps the card more. It's a lot of...
Whichever's right for you, you choose. I mean, also, embossing powders vary in their texture as well, don't they? Some are really fine.
Some are super fine, and some are super chunky and give you that really cool, like, mixed media effect. This is a little bit chunky with the glitter in there. I'm just going to go over the top so you can see it. We're going to melt the powder, and it's going to give you that enamelled look over the top. So this is great, even on, like, onto wood and that sort of thing as well, not just onto your cardstock, because you're melting the powder onto there to get that really sparkly look. Mm-hmm. You'll kind of see the powder change, so you'll know when it's done. And then you've got that super sparkly, like you probably wouldn't be able to get an ink pad like that.
I love that. I love that verse. Create the life you want. Create the life you can't wait to wake up to. That's really cool. I like that.
So there you go. And with embossing powders, so many techniques, you know, have a look at YouTube and that kind of thing, because now you could put some paint over that and it would resist, and there's lots of different techniques out there. So definitely check it out.
Well, the 3 pots of the Wow glitter, as I say, I might be wrong, but I think you're the only people that bring Wow to us. I can't remember seeing it anywhere else here at HobbyMaker. So Wow embossing powders are now here from Lottie. $12.99 for 3 pots, and you get an awful lot in there. A little bit goes a long, long way, and they're all kind of glitter-based. If I just show you the bases so you can see those colourways again. There we go. I mean, that fool's gold one, if I can call it that, that black and gold combined, I mean, that one's actually the Nebula Starburst. So that's Nebula Starburst, the black and gold. This one is your Cosmic Midnight. And then the next one is your Amethyst Galaxy, so a hint of kind of lavender and lilac in there as well. So all 3 of those, only £12.99. JK1, M46 is the product code for that. Okay. More on the Rotate Mate?
Should we look at Rotate Mate? Is it okay? Is it
yeah,
in stock?
It's still available. We've got lots of you with it in your basket, and you need to check those baskets out to make sure you're not going to miss out. But yeah, we can do another quick demo on the Rotate Mate. Are you going to do circular or square? Or?
I'm going to do the Rotate Mate itself, actually, just to show you the basics of how it works. And I'm going to use it with the Hansies Craft Room, just because we have that one on the show. So I'm going to grab this little paint pot here, and what I've got on my stamping platform, you do need a stamping platform for this system, is the Rotate Mate into the L of your stamping platform. Now, if you've got the Tim Holtz one and you need to do it at the top, it works either way.
Okay.
So I've got a 5 by 5 inch piece of card. There's also another attachment with the Rotate Mate which helps you make 4 inch, so it actually says 4 inch on the etchings there. So a 4 inch square piece of card. This is because if you're, most people are making 6 by 6 cards, so this is your matten layer. So you would have a 6 by 6 card and you would stick this on the top. So that's why we did 5 by 5.
Okay.
So if you imagine the cardstock is a clock, you're putting this at 6 o'clock right here. And if you need help positioning the stamps, that's where the circle attachment comes in, and it will help you position them perfectly.
Okay.
So
you always start at 6 o'clock first, do you?
That's right. Or 12, it's up to you. It's just easier to remember that way.
Right.
So I'm going to close the lid. I've got my stamp, and now that stamp does not move again. I'm going to grab my purple VersaFine and ink up this little paint tube. And there's my first stamped impression.
Right.
Now I take off my magnets and I'm going to skip one. So that is my first notch, and this is my second.
Always rotate the card, nothing else.
Rotate the card and make sure your Rotate Mate is in the corner.
Yeah.
So then we're going to pop our magnets back on here. And if you've got bigger stamps, because it's a stamping platform, you're able to just see where it's going to come in. So if you want to skip another 2 and leave more of a gap, that's fine as well.
And what you stamp is entirely up to you. It could be a verse, it could be a flower, a leaf, face, animal, whatever you want.
Whatever tiny stamps you've got.
Is there a maximum size of stamp you can use?
No, you can use much larger stamps, but they're going to overlap.
Right.
Or you'll have to use more of a gap kind of thing.
Sure.
So
if you've got like a flourish that would be okay to overlap, that would work.
Yeah, that would make like a bushy wreath kind of thing. Yeah.
Experiment, play with it.
Absolutely, it's all about playing, and it's really mindful to do because of that repetitive going around. So again, magnets off and skipping 2, popping it into the corner.
If you just went one space at a time, would the cups be kind of touching each other?
Yeah, they'd be closer together.
Right.
So if you had a smaller flower or whatever and you just wanted that stamp, you're not going to put anything in between, then that's how that would look,
Clever concept, isn't it? Really is. And of course, if you wanted the circle to be bigger, you just basically move the cup lower down the card.
Yeah, exactly. So
you could do 2 rows, 3 rows. You could do something, another circle on the inside of it if you wanted to.
Yeah, there's a sample actually near you where my husband's been demoing all day, and he's gone around 6 times, I think it was, and it's quite a full one.
I think I saw it.
You'll be able to find it, but He used every ink pad
Is it that one?
he had. Yeah, that's it. So that's going around 6 times with different stamps.
So that's not so much a wreath, that's more of a globe.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
you can just keep going.
But everything's evenly spaced in a circle, and you've got 1, 2, 3, there's 4 different layers
6
there.
times? 4 times. I think there's a different one where he's done more. But yeah, that's... Oh, because of the dots in the middle and stuff. Yeah.
It's lovely, isn't it? Really, really nice. And, you know, you just move the stamps accordingly and then rotate your paper or rotate your card. I mean, there's another one here. Oh, look at this one. Is this using the WOW embossing powders?
Yes, I believe it is, actually, yeah.
Look at that one. Reach for the stars with the... Now, that's going to be... I don't know which one that is. That probably is the Amethyst Galaxy or something like that, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so.
That's a gloved hand, isn't it? A female gloved hand.
With that kind of constellation coming out, yeah.
Well, it looks like it's actually moving, the shape of the hand. Really amazing. Really lovely. Well, that shows you how good the WOW embossing powders are as well.
So I've gone all the way around here. And now we can fill the gap with something else. So if we wanted to put our hearts in here, say, let's see which one fits. So I've taken my stamp off now because I'm done with that design. And I can put my hearts in the middle of 2. So it doesn't matter which one, as long as you get it sort of in the middle there. That will do me.
Yeah.
And then we're going to pick up that stamp again. Just make sure everything's buttered up against there. I'm going to go in with my red. And now, when I rotate around, this is going to go in between all of the paint pots perfectly. As long as I skip 2. And then when I ink
So you
it
skip
up
2
here,
like you did with the original cup.
Exactly.
So
it's going to fall
everything's
into
going to fit.
the middle
Yeah.
of each one. All the way around.
Very simple, but very, very clever. It gives you perfect results, perfect reads, perfect circles every time. But if you like the idea of doing more of a kind of a globe effect, do multiple layers, make smaller circles, larger ones. You know, no 2 circles need ever be the same. But now you've got, with this bundle, the squares and also the DL shape as well as the circle. So it's about just over £10 per design, isn't it, really?
Absolutely, yeah. So a super great deal there. So I'm nearly all the way around here.
Now, we've got 15 minutes left on the show, and I've just got to give you a bit of heads up to some of you who haven't checked out yet. I've got to warn you that we have more people want it than we actually have stock of the Rotate Mate now. Sharon in South Yorkshire, hi to you. Crafter in East Riding of Yorkshire, hi to you as well. Joanna in Somerset, Bridget in Bristol, Lisa in New York. Check your baskets out, because if you don't, and you check out later, and it tells you it's sold out, you'll be kicking yourself. We never, ever get many of these, because, of course, as we said before, Lottie is a family business. She obviously gets as many made as possible, but it's not hundreds, it's not thousands. You know, it's in the double-figure stock limit. So if you want to get hold of this today, $39.97, and it's yours, and you don't choose, you get all 3 designs. The Rotate Mate itself, the circle, square, and also the DL as well. And there's your finished circle, look.
Perfect. So that's fitted into each one. And then if you wanted to use your circle attachment, these slot into the Rotate Mate system. And you can take out the various bits depending on how far you want to go in. So if I just take off... You will get washi tape on your attachments. It's just to keep them together in transit. So they don't... We've had them before where they've overlapped and snapped.
Right.
So we try and keep them together as best as possible. Bubble wrap them and all sorts. So what you could do now is grab your Harmony tool. I've got a purple here, actually. And just lightly blend a circle in the middle. I think there's some samples where this has been done. Let me just actually put some more ink onto here.
Now, the Harmony tools, remember, to celebrate the 7th birthday of Mama Makes, red, purple and blue, made by the 3D printer. And they're incredibly lightweight, but very, very funky. And they come with the hook and loop fastening on the end for your existing blending pads to go on there. And you can also put the little discs, the actual discs that convert them into little stamping tools. They'll be on Mama Makes brand page on our website as well, if you want to look for those.
So I've just done a little bit of a purple haze in the middle there. And then I can just get my sentiment. So I have here craftiness is happiness.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to pop that into the middle of here. And all of the sentiments are sized so they work perfectly in the wreaths that you've stamped.
Now, Lottie, we've got 3 rotate mates left. That is it.
No.
And there are 8 people with it in their baskets as I speak. So the next 3 of you to check out your baskets will be lucky. I'm not surprised there's so many people want it at $39.97 for all that you can see there. All that acrylic. 2 left now. One's just checked out. Next 2 people to check out will get the last 2 of the rotate mates. They always sell out because we can never, ever get enough quantity. So take advantage while we've got the stock. 1 left now. Next person to check out will get the last one. CT1M25 is the product code. If you want the call centre to do it for you, 0800 001 4433, they'll put that item into your basket and check out for you on your behalf if you want to. It's going to go again. Always does, doesn't it, Lottie?
It does indeed. If the producer wants any more, he'll have to beg my husband in the green room. I'm sure he can put some on extended if that's still a thing here, but I don't know how long the wait will be. So he will have to ask my husband in the green room.
Okay. I don't know whether we can leave the gallery, actually, so that might be an issue. I mean, if we can get any more on extended dispatch, it may well be worth trying a bit later on if we're able to put that on the website a bit later. But certainly at the moment, we've got 1 to check out, and that's the last one available.
So I'm just blending around the edge to match what we've done in the centre with that Harmony tool again, so getting that really lovely airbrush finish with the lightweight tools. And we've got a nice finished purple card, great for a crafty friend.
Yes, absolutely. And do take advantage if you just got in maybe from a day out with the family or whatever, or maybe you've been to the NEC like Lottie has been, and you're getting home and you're putting your feet up thinking, "Whew, that was a day and a half." What about treating yourself or someone that you know to their own personalised stamp? Now, anything personalised, I always think you put another 20 quid on it, you know.
And especially we do stamps for weddings, so like wedding packs you find on certain things, don't you? You know, like they bump the price up for weddings. So, you know, we do save the dates and that kind of thing. That's
well, to give you an idea of what it could look like, I saw, where is it? I saw, oh, here we go. Look, this is one that Lottie's made, handmade by Lottie Maria. There we go, look. So that's obviously yours.
Yeah.
But you too could have something like that done. If you go to order this, it's $11.99. When it arrives, it's like a gift card. When it arrives, you scratch that panel off at the back. You go to Mama Make's website and then put the code in that's on this card. That will then give you access to how many different styles of stamp?
There must be over 50 now on the website to scroll through, yeah. Or you can have your own artwork, your own handwriting, whatever you need.
Okay. Yeah. And then you basically order. It gives you, did you say £10 off? That's
it. It's £10 and the postage as well. So the postage is already paid for.
Right. Okay. Now all this is costing you is $11.99. WY1M04. WY1M04. If you fancy giving the gift of a personalised stamp, or you want to have that personalised stamp, so you can put on the back of your cards, handmade by, and then you can sign your name or put your name. It's up to you. You know, it could be anything. It could be that you don't necessarily make cards. Maybe you make soap, or you make biscuits or fudge or anything like that, and you want to put your company name or your website address or your phone number or details, whatever you want. But $11.99 for a personalised one-off bespoke stamp is crazy. It's a great price.
It's obviously a lot of time as well. Like, I have to send the proof to you and that kind of thing. But I love doing it. I love designing and seeing people's creations.
Well, it's good. You do love it. And here, this is another one. I don't know if you can see it very easily, but if I just angle that to Levi on camera too. I mean, that's someone who's into their sewing. Sewn with love by, and then your name could be there, but that's got a sewing machine. That's just one of the designs that's on there, buttons and so on. So, you know, your very own personalised stamp with your name on it, your website address on it, your phone number on it, whatever you want, or if you've got even your own, like, business logo or something like that, that's something that Lottie could do as well. But to get a personalised stamp for $11.99 is an absolute steal and a bargain. So the way it works is you order this right now on the website or on the phone. This will arrive in the post. When you open it up, scratch off the back, go to the Mama Makes website that's actually printed details of how to get there on there, and then just follow the prompts from there, really.
That's right.
And it's about a 2-week lead to get it manufactured.
Yes, so I'll email you, you email back, we send it to our manufacturer, add it to our big custom sheet. So yeah, there's a 2-week lead time on that.
Fabulous. Okay, and the only other thing we've not really touched on very much, apart from when we had the start of the show, over here, I like this idea of making your own wrapping paper.
Yeah, so it was an idea we had for the Christmas markets, and we went to the Christmas markets with the Christmas edition of this. This is the birthday edition, so, you know, I have a lot of kids' parties to go to with my 2 boys, and, you know, making a card with the matching gift wrap on brown paper, it's just something a little bit special that they've put effort into.
Absolutely. And you're going to get the ink pad, the VersaFine ink pad included as well. I love your idea about using brown paper. That's
I
really
think at Christmas
quite
time
classy.
it's special.
Yeah, absolutely. Got like a craft card sort of feel to it. And then you get all these images here with a birthday theme. So all the stamps, the VersaFine ink pad, in a really nice presentation box as well. $14.99, and you could be actually making your very own birthday gift wrap. Now we've got 7 minutes left, Lottie.
Fab. Should we quickly look at the square attachments?
Yeah, let's do it.
We've kind of seen them all then, haven't we?
Yep.
So again, same 5-inch piece of card into your Rotate Mate base, but this time we're trapping in that piece of card with our square attachment. Now this will make cards a little bit like, I think you've got all the square ones actually, Dave, over there, the square examples.
Yep, I've got them here.
I will use the Celestial set again, just so you can see. But what we would do is, actually, I'm going to grab a floral one because it's nice to show the florals in a corner. So, this one is Hansy's Garden, which I'm sure is on the website somewhere. But what we can do is grab these little foliage bits and make a corner. So I'm going to pop this here, pop it the right way, that would be helpful. There we go. And then let's grab a flower. We got this one here. And just making a little corner cluster. So I've got another green bit of foliage here.
I've got a couple of the square ones just here to show you quickly what they can look like. There we go, look. See, really different. It's great, isn't it?
And then again, we can use our sentiments actually. So let's grab a sentiment here. Collect Beautiful Moments is a good one from our typewriter sentiment set. I'm just going to pop these into place. If I can get them, helps you get your sentiments straight as well. So popping these onto our platform, and then we can take off this square attachment and pop our magnets down, and then I'm just gonna do it all in green, but you would obviously use different colours. I'm just doing this for speed so you can see what it looks like. Just move that magnet, that is definitely in the way there. Like so. And then what you would do is turn it all the way around this time, so all the way back into this corner here.
Yep. And don't forget, of course, you don't have to use the stamps that Lottie's using. Any stamps you've got that would fit size-wise, you can use. It just kind of stamps evenly in circles, squares, and now in DL as well.
There we go, all the way around this time, like so. And you're just getting that opposite effect again, like you would with this. So basically, the attachments help you get the stamps in the right place, so you're not going to overlap and that kind of thing. I can see here that this is going to overlap, so I can take these off and we'll do the opposite side.
Okay.
So.
And once you get your Rotate Mate home and you start to play with it, it becomes second nature.
Exactly. It's really fun to play around with all the different patterns that you can make. A little bit like when you were playing with like spirograph as a kid. It reminds me of that, just going around and trying all the different attachments and that kind of thing.
Well, there's 2 left and there's 10 people want it at the moment, so check your baskets out. The next 2 of you to check out will get the last 2 of the Rotate Mates at $39.97. Three minutes left on the show.
So I'm just going to turn this around again. I think that will, that way. And again, it's just positioning them and getting the opposites. Like so. And then what you can do is you can, if we just pop it the right way, get the inners of the square attachment. So like the others, it comes with all the inserts.
Yeah.
So we would pop this here, pop this against the acrylic there, trap that into here, like so. And then you'll be able to get your inner parts and again blend through or position more. There's a few finished samples that's on the Mama Makes Facebook page where Alison, one of our design team members, has done it so it keeps going in, like all of the stamps keep going in. So that's the idea with the attachments. You can just have a play, position more stamps. Or
it's great as well if you buy something from likes of yourself that you can then follow you on Facebook and keep in touch with all the customers and
get that inspiration as well.
It's lovely. Okay, well, we're sadly nearly out of time for the entire day. Lottie is here and she's got all of her wonderful stamps and so on the website. Now, we literally have none of the Rotate Mates left, basically. I think there may be one or two that need to check out, but apart from that, that's it. They've gone. You might be lucky if you check out now. Then you may have got the last one, so I hope you do get it. And I can't believe, I would have thought the Rotate Mate just to do circles for that price would have been great, but to do squares and to do the DL-shaped cards too, all 3 in 1, superb. And then, remember, we've got the special anniversary Harmony blending brushes or blending tools. They come with a hook and eye fastening on the end to put your existing blending pads onto. You've got blue, purple and red for just £15, and they're a limited edition. The Wow embossing powders, that's the first time I think I've seen Wow at HobbyMaker. Certainly in a previous life I was very, very keen and loved Wow, so great to have them here at HobbyMaker through Mama Makes with Lottie. So you've got 3 colours. You've got the Nebula Stardust, you've got the Amethyst Galaxy, and you've also got the Cosmic Midnight as well. And that is loaded with glitter, it really, really is. Everything else that Lottie's been bringing you today, have a little look on the website at hobbymaker.co.uk. And follow Lottie, of course, and Mama Makes on Facebook for more inspiration, more ideas. Great to see you.
Yes. Again.
Yeah, again, absolutely. I'll be back tomorrow, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, to see you through Sunday afternoon. Then Shez is here in the evening. Sherilyn will be here in the evening from 5 o'clock tomorrow. So thank you for your company today. It's been great, great fun. If you've missed any shows, don't forget you can go back and look on our website, hobbymaker.co.uk, and you can watch the shows back. And provided there's still stock, you can still order as well. Have a great evening. Thanks for watching today, and we'll see you live at 1 tomorrow on Sunday afternoon.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
And we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Afternoon, everyone. You know we're in for a good day when the gallery are debating which bit of a gingerbread man do you eat the first. Let us know. Message in, let us know. What would you eat first?
Head.
Head. Everyone said head.
Right,
and then Laura, my producer, she then works her way down. There you go. Yeah, that's how she lives her life.
That's what I do.
Great to have your company this afternoon. Thank you, John. Thank you to Carol as well on Sewing Street and Jewellery.